.exe taking on Velocity Gaming on the first map of Sunset. Let's see which one of them will take this forward. RBK gonna start with the classic though. No shields out there. Only a few things out here for the tech pause now. We clearly know who's struggling with that tech pause shadow. We can see that. We've got the spoilers out here. RB is probably having some internet issues out, but rest of the team having that decent amount of utility. Russ, he's also going with a ghost though. That's interesting. He's only got a flash to work with along with the fault line.
Hello. খবর ওয়াচ পার্টি স্টার্ট করলে দেখলুম
বলো
কেমন আছো বলো
হাই
Interested in that too, but at the same time,
আমার ল্যাপটপ আবার চলে গেছে
looking at this setup, this is
লুজ
a bit
স্ক্রিন এরর
different
হলো
from
এই
what they used up
তারপর
last.
আবার ল্যাপটপ ফরম্যাট করছি এখন আবার ফরম্যাট করে ঠিক করছি
It's more like
এটা
a
screen
one
error
thing
issue আর না?
though. This is not the usual
মেমরি ম্যানেজমেন্ট স্টপ কোড মেমরি
rely a
ম্যানেজমেন্ট
bit more heavily on side, but
র্যামের প্রবলেম
seems like they want to try and play a bit more aggressive.
ইয়ে এটা হচ্ছে VCSA মানে অ্যাসেনশন কোয়ালিফায়ার
হয়েছে বুঝলি তুই যে কথাটা বলেছিলিস যে যতক্ষণ চলছে চলুক না চললে দেখা যাবে না চললে দেখা যাবে এটা আমার মনে হয় চলে
তোমাদের কি খবর
আমি এটাকে তো ঠিক করতাম কেন ভাই
এই চলছে না রে তুই কবে দেখবো অ্যাসেনশন রিপ্রেজেন্টিং ইন্ডিয়া রিপ্রেজেন্টিং আওয়ার
4 হয়ে
আমাদের তো বালুগুলো
আমাদের
চুলকে গেল
এবার দাঁড়াও
কি হয়ে গেছে এলিট 4
আমি দেখতে যাই রিপ্রেজেন্টিং কলকাতা
এই বিদেশিরা
we all are keeping an eye on this player named Kaizu Xavier. Yeah, he always play with
Wait the way, and that's a very
the
quick
smoker
burst
with
over
the
the relay
controller.
over the
He
other side.
basically controls the
Still
map,
able to
controls
stop
the
that
game.
push through.
holy shit
Beautiful anticipation by VAT and now the advantage.
গুজবাম্পস তো দেখে মনে হচ্ছে না গুজবাম্পস আছে তোকে দেখে মনে হচ্ছে তুই উঠতে যাচ্ছে
Absolutely low.
ওটাই তো ওই গুজবাম্পস
এই দুটো আচ্ছা এই দুটো ম্যাচ এখন এই হতে হচ্ছে এখন ল্যান্ড না
Playing together.
Online qualifier.
Look at the partner, set out Amara quickly moving forward and how the
Lan
heck
হবে
does he
পরে।
get Trinity out?
হ্যাঁ কিন্তু এটা রে হবে তোর
This
কি বলতো
is the unpredictability of the pistol as VLT.
হ্যাঁ মাইনাস এই ফাইনাল মধ্যে ল্যান্ড হবে
That's the exact same start that they had
এই
last
অ্যাসেনশন
time.
এখানের জন্য তো তোমার ইনভাইটেড কন্টেন্ডারে যেতে হয় নাকি
Well, most certainly Lost team once again getting the pistol round
কন্টেন্ডারে যারা
converted.
ফার্স্ট সেকেন্ডে তারা ইনভাইট অন
Definitely going to give them a
টপ
favorite
14
head start which they already wanted.
এই
Not easy, even though they're known for the
Ascension
easy
নয়,
rounds,
basically
but
Ascension যায় না
I think this
এদের
team
যে
can go
নিজস্ব
in
যে
the best
স্প্লিট
possible
গুলো
route
থাকে
is to
সেগুলো
try
স্প্লিট 1 2 3 যেটা
drop few
South
very
Asian
easy
split.
players
তাহলে
across the game.
ইনভাইট অনলি কন্টেন্ডারের টপ 14 যায় ইনভাইট অনলিতে তারপরে ইনভাইট অনলি আবার খেলে ইনভাইট অনলি থেকে টপ 14 যায় হচ্ছে স্প্লিট ঠিক আছে স্প্লিট 3 কোয়ালিফায়ারে
Should be a second
স্প্লিট
mark for the
স্প্লিট
Lost
3
team.
কোয়ালিফায়ার থেকে খেলা হচ্ছে স্প্লিট 3
Technical pause is
ঠিক আছে
already there, soon all
স্প্লিট
issues
3
will be
থেকে
fixed,
টপ
but
2 টপ 4 টিম যায় হচ্ছে অ্যাসেনশন কোয়ালিফায়ার অ্যাসেনশন কোয়ালিফায়ারে টপ 2 টিম যায় হচ্ছে ভিসিটি
And all this because of the proactiveness, the early rotations coming in from the side of Velocity Gaming.
এবার ভিসিটি থেকে ভিসিটি জিতলে সেখান থেকে যাবে হচ্ছে মাস্টার্স মাস্টার্সে খেলে 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 পয়েন্ট জোগাড় করে যাবে হচ্ছে চ্যাম্পিয়ন
না না গোটা ভিসিটিটাতেই তোর হচ্ছে পয়েন্ট সার্কিট পয়েন্টের ব্যাপার থাকে এমনি ইভেন ফর
না
অ্যাসেনশন
ভিসিটি সার্কিট পয়েন্ট স্টার্ট চ্যাম্পিয়ন্স বা মাস্টার্সের জন্য চ্যাম্পিয়ন্সের জন্য পয়েন্ট কাউন্ট হয় যারা মাস্টার্স খেলে
না না ইয়েরও ভিসিটিরও পয়েন্টস কাউন্ট হয় দেখ
তোমরা খেলবে
কি আমরা মাস্টার্স
না মাস্টার না ভ্যালো
না না এখন তো ওয়াচ পার্টি করতে
ওয়াচ পার্টি করছি আর আমার তো ল্যাপটপ চুলকে গেছে তো ল্যাপটপ থেকে ঠিক করছি ডিটেক্স লাগাচ্ছি
বড়লিন লাগাও
তারপরে নিচে
তোকে
একটু কাজ
যখন
হচ্ছে।
ডাকবো তুই আসবি না
আরে দাদা
কিন্তু হাদা
হ্যাঁ না আমি এটা বলতে চাইনি এটা আমার কথা না এটা দুমদার কথা
কিন্তু তুই ওটা প্রমাণ করে দিলি যতই ডাকে মুখে মুখে দিয়ে চলে যাস
এরকম ভাবে বলছো তুমি, আমি যদি পার্টিতে থাকি আমি কি করব?
এটাই তো চাপা, তুমি একটা এত ছোট বয়সে পার্টি পলিটিক্স ইনভলভ হয়ে গেছো।
দাদা বলছি, দাদা তুমি কি হাদা? দেখো না খেলতে চাই না তোমার সাথে, তাহলে কেন এখন আমায় বারে বারে?
ওরে শাবাশ জুন্দা, এই ট্যালেন্টটা নিয়ে কিছু একটা করো তুমি।
করছি তো।
এইখানে অব্দি বন্ধ
Always
রেখে
have been.
দুনিয়াকে
This hidden talent I should keep it hidden.
Have been resolved.
না না না,
If you look at the setup of Velocity Game this time, it's
লোকেদেরকে
Velocity
জানাও যে
2
তোমার এই
B.
ট্যালেন্টটা যে তুমি দেখবে আজকে
It
তোমার
has
সব
been left
জায়গায়
completely
লাগবে।
open.
ওটা ভিতরে
আমি
ঘুরে
কবিগুরুর থানে গিয়ে কবিগুরুর শিক্ষায় শিক্ষিত হয়ে ওই বট গাছের ছায়ায়
Velocity Gaming, the Mara having its entire market
নিজের
control.
কবিতা
And that is
বানিয়েছিলাম একটা।
exactly where the players of .exe are heading. And the Mara gets to lightning fast
এই তো
F1,
শোনালাম একটা
company
জিনিস।
only good for one. The Mara with a 3K and a 4K.
আমি
Full
অর্জন
with the
করেছি
Mara in that
হচ্ছে
entire equal
ইনস্ট্যান্ট
round.
কবিতা বানানো।
It was only lightning fast, and that was just a single
কতটা
goal,
এই ক্ষমতা থাকে
which
বলো
has
তো?
been dropped.
এ খুবই
আমি
rare।
অভিনেতা আমার স্পেশাল ট্যালেন্ট।
তোরা লাইক করে কি স্ক্রিনটাকে
হ্যাঁ
ও হ্যাঁ না, আমি করিনি। আই এম গোয়িং মাই ফ্রেন্ড।
The fact is, the Mara is just one off from his own overdrive as well.
প্রতিদিন করি, কখনো আমার ডিসলাইকও করি যখন খেলতে নিস না।
One play can get send this phantom off to someone else and then run around the map though.
আরে
Swallow
এভাবে
that.
বলো তাহলে আজকে খেলবো তোমার
DK
কম
has been
খেলবো
losing his ground. Madden has been countering
দেখ ভাই,
that one
তোকে একটা কথা বলি তাহলে।
every other time.
প্রথম কথা হচ্ছে মেন অ্যাকাউন্ট আছে,
হ্যাঁ মেন অ্যাকাউন্ট দিয়ে আসবো।
সেকেন্ড কথা হচ্ছে থ্রো হবে।
কেন মেন অ্যাকাউন্ট থেকে কেন আসবে?
Madden has the right.
না এটা ক্রাইটেরিয়া ওর।
আর ভাই কোনোদিনও
They
খাইনি।
want that
আমার ক্রাইটেরিয়া আমি থাকি, আমি যখন থাকি
the trap play.
মেন অ্যাকাউন্ট না এনেছি।
Almost came to fruition, but
আনবো আনবো যাও তোমার
chip damage on the other side. There's double play, double stack, two phase with the flash out in front. They're not surviving out there.
মেন অ্যাকাউন্ট আনিস না,
It's all down
কারণ
to
যখন তখন যেভাবে থ্রো যেতে পারে,
too many players on the other side.
মানে তুই বুঝতেও পারবি না ম্যাচটা কখন থ্রো হয়ে যাচ্ছে। জাস্ট লাইক স্লো পয়জনিং। দেখবি যখন দেখবি টিমের স্কোর হচ্ছে 8-4, কখন দেখি 10-10, কখন দেখি 12-10।
Unpredictable movement.
হ্যাঁ।
Also,
তোমার সাথে স্পেশালি
the entire age composition of Velocity Gaming.
না আমি যখন থ্রো করে বলে দিই ভাই আমি থ্রো করছি, আমার ইচ্ছা হচ্ছে থ্রো করতে।
কল দিয়ে থ্রো কর।
কে কেউ বলে না, মনে মনে করে না।
না রে যেটা
আর সবথেকে বড় কথা হচ্ছে,
চাপে খেলবি না সেরকম।
That's the age version
সবথেকে বড় কথা হচ্ছে আমি এখন রিসেন্টলি থ্রো করা শিখছি। তুমি তো দেখো, আমি আগে পারতাম না। আমি যতই বলতাম থ্রো করতাম, আমি মেরে দিতাম। এখন আমি শিখছি তো।
আরে তার কন্টাক্ট
Velocity gets Machiavelli and
মেরে
easy as
থ্রো
well.
করতে
And
চাই
the
না, মানে
final one as
আমি
well.
মারা শুরু করলে এখন মারার সাথে গেলেই মারতেই থাকবো, তখন দেখবো আমি জিতে গেছি। কিভাবে না মেরে, কিভাবে না মেরে, শোন একটা স্পাইক নিয়ে কেজের গাড়ে ঢুকে কেজের আল ভাঙার চেষ্টা করা, এই যে শিক্ষা, এই তোকে দেবে একজন মহান ব্যক্তি, আমাদের তুহিন।
It's like this is a
ঠিক আছে?
আরে আলটা
They look even
আমি
better
বলতে আমি স্পাইক
than
নিয়ে
they
আসি।
played last time against this
ঠিক আছে?
স্পাইক টেনে
ও কিচ্ছু করেনি। হ্যাঁ স্পাইক নিয়ে স্বাগত এসেছিল, তুহিন কি করেছে, তুহিন বাইন্ডেড ডি সাইডে মানে কেজে হু দা ফাক ইজ কেজে, ঠিক আছে? ও দেখি সিটিতে গিয়ে দাঁড়িয়ে আছে, স্পোক থ্রু কেজেকে পুশ করে দিয়েছে, তার ভেতরে ভেতরে স্বাগত হয়ে চলে গেছে। কেজেটা তুহিনকে আল্ট করে দিয়েছে, স্বাগত হয়েছে, যা চলা কেজ পেয়ে গেলাম তো, ঠিক আছে? ও ঢুকেছে স্পাইক নিয়ে, ব্যাস হয়ে গেল, ওখানে স্পাইকটা ডিপোজিট।
যা
ঠিক আছে? এই ছিল আমাদের কালকের খেলা, ঠিক আছে?
It's like what happened in round number 2.
আমাদের বিভীষণ আমাদের সাথেই আছে,
Take one though and hold on a second.
আমরা বিভীষণকে সাথে নিয়ে চলি।
Want to try and maybe get a few more out there. Finally got the information. Double peak needs to come through.
তুহিনকে আগে সবাই বলতো তুহিন থ্রো করিস, থ্রো করিস, এখন বলছে সালা দাঁত করে শুনতে দেবে, করে শুনবে।
I did not even see the players.
না উচিত তো, যদি বলে কেউ যে না তুই থ্রো করছিস, থ্রো করছিস, যখন তুই থ্রো করছে না,
সবাই বলে
He's the MVP of the previous round. The way this guy was able to get a 3 converted.
থ্রোই করা
And that is exactly what Necro and I have been saying time and time again. And .exe is one of those teams which is known for those eco conversions every single time. Either RBK or DT steps up in those eco rounds, and there's a reason that they convert those eco. But they also need to convert the buy round if they really win against the players of Velocity Gaming.
আরে প্লেয়ার আজকে কটা ম্যাচের জন্য আছিস?
Mara has got the overdrive based ultimate which can go in the favor of Velocity Gaming, and the Mara gets the opening flag towards 3D.
বলিস কতগুলো ম্যাচ আমি একটু
A good play, in fact.
হ্যাঁ
Overdrive is
কতগুলো
out of the
তাড়াতাড়ি শেষ করতে হবে।
equation.
কতগুলো ম্যাচ তুই থ্রো করবি?
কতগুলো ম্যাচ আমি থ্রো করবো, যতগুলো ম্যাচ এফোর্ট করতে পারবি।
ও আচ্ছা
আরে না,
তাহলে আর এসে লাভ
এই লেজি
এইটা দেখ, এটা তুই আজকে না হলে এখন একটা দিন থাকলে বাবা।
কালকে স্লেয়ার বলছে, কালকে স্লেয়ার নাকি এদেরকে বলেছে যে ভাই আমি 3টে ম্যাচ খেলবো, অ্যাট লিস্ট 3টে ম্যাচ।
তিনটে খেলে তো বেরিয়ে
না না, সেটা অ্যাট লিস্ট 3টে খেলো, না 3টে বেশি খেলতে পারে, কিন্তু
আচ্ছা,
3টে খেলতে মিনিমাম হ্যাঁ কতক্ষণ টাইম লাগবে আরে বল।
আইজেন খেলছে, আইজেন অ্যাকাউন্টে খেলছে না ইয়েতে
It most certainly is, and it seems like .exe they're falling in that trap. RBK gets one,
বিশেষ
but
করে
good for
3টে
one.
ম্যাচ খেলা হয়েছে, হাইয়েস্ট আমাদের 1.5 ঘন্টা টাইম।
Situation only the
একটা
heroics
013,
can save
একটাতে
some
213 আর
of the .exe,
313,
but it seems like that's
আর
not
একটা
gonna work.
কত হয়েছে ওই ওটা কই
আজকে জিতেছি 13-3।
It was D990 not to run.
হ্যাঁ লাস্টে একটা জিতলি না,
ও
লাস্টে
Better,
জানি
even
না।
better time.
তাহলে ওই বললাম যা হয়েছে ডমিনেটিং হতে হবে,
ওটা বলি যে কোনো একটা ফার্স্টেস্ট হবে, যদি ইলেকট্রোতে আসে তাহলে হয়তো জিতে চান্সটা বেশি থাকে। আইজেন অ্যাকাউন্টটা অপয়া আছে প্লেয়ারদের জন্য আর আমাদের জন্য।
না না না, ও কিন্তু দেখ লেজি, আমাদের কিন্তু প্লেয়ার বলেই দিয়েছে যে ও আইজনে আসলে তবেই 100% দিয়ে খেলে। ওই বাল চালিয়ে একটু ফিট করতে একদম এফোর্ট দেয় না।
বাট আমার মনে হয় যেন অন্য অ্যাকাউন্টে বেটার খেলে। টপ মারছে খেল।
না আমাদের যেটা বলেছে আমরা সেটা বললাম। আমার মনে হয় না ও ওই আইজনে থ্রো করবে, ঠিক আছে, আইজেন ও ফুল এফোর্টই দিয়েছে।
ফুল এফোর্ট দিয়ে একটা কিল,
সেটা আমি জানি না, সেটা তুই ওকে জিজ্ঞেস কর।
একটা কিল 0 কিলো শেষ করেছি
কত প্রাউডলি বলছে ছেলে আমার।
তো ইলেকট্রো দিয়ে আসলে আমার ভয় লাগে যে আমার মেন অ্যাকাউন্ট আনলে আবার এফোর্ট দেবেন, এক্ষুনি হেরে যাবো। প্লেয়ার দিয়ে effort-
অন্য অ্যাকাউন্টে জানি
দেখি টিমে কেউ থ্রো করছে তখন আমি কেন বেকার চেষ্টা করব?
হ্যাঁ সত্যি
ভাই যখন টিমে কেউ থ্রো করে না তখন তুই তাহলে আমি চেষ্টা করিস।
চেষ্টা করি না।
হ্যাঁ তুই বলি যে ইলেকট্রো দিয়ে আসলে তুই এফোর্ট দিস না,
আমি থ্রো এর কথা বলছি,
থাকলেও দিবি না।
থ্রো এর কথা বলছি।
আরে ভাই এফোর্ট না দেওয়া মানেই তো থ্রো হওয়া। থ্রো মানুষ দেয় কখন, যখন এফোর্ট দেয় না। কালকে যখন আমি এফোর্ট দিই না, আমি বলে দিন খেতে যাচ্ছি বলে খেতে চলে
যখন
যাচ্ছি, এফোর্টই
যখন এনটিটা অন্য এনটি হয়ে যায়,
যাই ও
নাইস থ্রো হয়ে যায়।
আচ্ছা অ্যান্টিডোট ইয়ে নিয়ে নিয়েছে,
ওরা টিএনটি হয়ে গেছে।
অ্যান্টিডোট আর খেলবে না।
But .exe needs to play around this strength.
রিটায়ারমেন্ট
It's a double controller
হ্যাঁ
composition.
চলো একটু দাঁড়াও খেয়ে নিই এই কিলটা।
কে বললো?
ইয়ে রেভেলেন্ট ভিডিও ছেড়েছে।
Fake scenarios will post plan.
তাহলে এই কে খেলছে, মানে তাহলে ডেথ মেকার ঢুকবে মনে হয়, ভুল না হলে দেন।
They've got the same choice as well.
অ্যান্টিডোট ইয়ে করবে, কোচিং স্টাফে থাকবে রেভেলেন্টে, বাট নট
আমার কোচিং।
Gaming and play around their own strengths. Seems like we make control, back and forth race going on, and he gets one,
Death
he
Maker
gets
too.
one.
ডেথ মেকার ঢুকলে না, তাহলে ডেথ মেকার আইজেল করবে।
এই Ascension Qualifier থেকে? না এটা গোটাটা কমপ্লিট করে তারপর।
না না না, এখনো দেখ তুই যদি ভিএলআর কে দেখিস ও অলরেডি আপডেট হয়ে গেছে, মানে ডেথ মেকার ঢুকে গেছে টিম।
Going for that fight, and there are no Saxons as well to going for this chase. So,
না রেভেন কি ইউটিউবে ছেড়েছে?
I love the anticipation from RBK, but he needs to land the shot and he will absolutely deliver.
ম্যাট্রিক্স তো করে ড্র্যাগ করে নাও না একটা
Out of the
বোঝাতে পারে।
tendencies of SK
okay,
Ross to look a lot like to
দেখেন
Frank
পাচ্ছি না ও একা ফালতু আছে।
RBK
খেতে গেছে
absolutely
তো
prepared for that.
সালা
There's just so much more
Baldi
utility
chicken.
remaining for this post round
Baldi
as well.
chicken.
Maka and RBK will find their mark.
ওভার অ্যাগ্রেসিভ গেম।
That's a very solid round for .exe.
আসলে কি হয়েছে তোর?
But it's all
ছেলেকে পছন্দ না।
এই লেজি
shadows.
দাঁড়া না,
Right?
বলছি যে ওটা হচ্ছে আঙ্গাত ম্যাট্রিক্স হবে আঙ্গাত।
But at least for the past two rounds,
ঠিক
it
আছে,
has been back.
আর স্লেয়ার কি দেবো বলতো?
Most certainly, and the same also
আমি আবার
.exe.
কোথা থেকে চলে আসলাম?
লেজি স্লেয়ার কি দেবো বলতো?
Advantage with the
ভাবতে হবে।
কি নিয়ে কথা
আরে ডিভিশন 300 আমি বলছি তো ডিভিশন।
was
Oh,
something that really worked in the favor of .exe.
রাবণটা কে ছিল না? স্বাগত রাবণ ছিল না?
On top of that, they've got the Hunter's
না
Fury.
স্বাগত ভরত ছিল।
পক্কর দা।
হ্যাঁ পস্টার রাবণ মানাবে ভাই, পস্টার আর স্লেয়ার কে ভাই মানাবে ভাই।
বাবা ফস্টার নিয়ে তুই বলিস না।
ভাই তুই নামরা আমাদের রামেন
চ্যানেল নিয়ে তুই বলিস না।
শুনেছিস তো তুই নামরা আমাদের রামেন বানাচ্ছি?
possible.
একটুখানি জোরে কথা বললেই মাইকটা
আমি কেবল তো হনুমান ম্যাট্রিক্স কেবল তো ম্যাট্রিক্স হচ্ছে আঙ্গাস
অঙ্গাত কি ছিল জানো?
আরে বালির পুত্র
ও বালি
বালি সুগ্রীবে তো তারপরে কে জানো আনুমিসদা গেস কর আনুমিসদা কি হতে পারে
আরে ওই যে ভালুকটা ভুলে গেছি
কুম্ভকর্ণ
ও
বলে ভাল্লুকটা
ঠিক আছে
আরে একই ব্যাপার
আচ্ছা
বড়
কুম্ভকর্ণ
দেখো
আর কে
আমি নামটাই ভুলে যাচ্ছি
না সাগর পড়তেই ঠিক আছে
সুর্পনখাটা বলে
ফিক্স হয়ে গেছে
সুর্পনখা চমকিতা তুহিন
On the back foot now, getting another round and at least 5 in the defensive.
ভাই আমরা একটা এই লেজারটা কাজ কর চ্যাট জিপিটি সবার ফটো কালেক্ট কর ঠিক আছে চ্যাট জিপিটি দে ঠিক আছে দিয়ে সবার আগে একটা করে ইমেজ বার কর বুঝলি
ওই সে কি মায়া রাবণ নাকি ছায়া রাবণ ছিল ওটা কি
আহি রাবণ
মাহি রাবণ ওটা কি হবে
মাহিন আরে আহি
আহি রাবণ ওটা কি হবে
মাহি নাকি রে মহেন্দ্র সিং ধরি নাকি ভাই থালা পড়ে দিতেন নাকি আহি রাবণটাকে ভাই সব কাস্টিং গুলো দেখতে হবে ভাই তো বুঝে শুনে দেখতে হবে
ইউটিউবে রামায়ণ
তোরা কি রামায়ণ দেখতে যাবি নাকি?
আমি যদি দেখতে থাকি তারপরে যাবো
আচ্ছা ইয়ে কি বল ফ্লুদা মনে হয় ইয়ে হয়েছিল না বিভীষণ না এই সরি ইয়ে বলছি ইয়ে মেঘনাথ ফ্লুদা মেঘনাথ
হ্যাঁ না ক্লুকে জাম্বুবানটা মানে স্যার
আর তার জটায়ু কে হবে ম্যাট্রিক ইয়ে কি বলে আমাদের নামটা কি মলিক
আরে ওকে আগে খতম করে দিবি ঠিক আছে দে ও তো বেশি দিন এমনিও থাকবে না
আরে আরটিকে কিছু দিসনি তো তোরা?
আরে
দেবো তো।
আরটিকে জটাই করে দে আগে খতম হয়ে যাবে।
না
এমনিও বেশি দিন
মলিক জটায়ু না
আজকে মানাবে কিন্তু তুমি তো প্রাণ দিয়ে দেবে
না সব ওকে বাঁচিয়ে রাখতে হবে না বাঁচিয়ে রাখতে হবে
তাহলে ওই যে যেই হনুমান গুলো পাথর বসিয়েছিল
না মানাবে না
ওগুলো তো ভাই সাইড ক্যারেক্টার মনে গেছে কেউ বুঝতে পারবে না
ওকে একটা ইম্পর্টেন্ট ইয়ে নট ইম্পর্টেন্ট এটা একটা দিতে হবে
দশরথ
আমি তো ওকে বাপ বলতে পারবো না ভাই যাই হোক
সরি তুই তো রাম সরি না মানাবে না ঠিক ব্যাপারটা মানানসই ব্যাপার
কি দেওয়া যায় তাহলে তুই কি আরে ভাই সেটা তো রিয়েল লাইফে রামের কি হবি বল তুই কি হবি বল
লক্ষণ কে হয়েছে
লক্ষণ তো তোর ভাই তোকে প্রোটেক্ট করে ভাই
তাহলে ভরত কে হয়েছে
ভালো তো
রামায়ণ কাশি
তাহলে আমার জুতোটাকে ও সিংহাসনের উপর রাখবে
না মাথার উপর ভুলে গেছিস
চারজন ভাই ছিল না ওরা
বোন থেকে দাঁড়া তুই ভুলে গেছিস বোন থেকে বড় মাথায় করে নিয়ে গিয়েছিল স্বাগতকে এই শোন না স্বাগতকে এই সপ্তাহে গেলে বলবি এই প্র্যাকটিস কর জুতো মাথায় নেওয়ার মাথায় নিয়ে চল
finding those opportunities to reach on the site faster than .exe and going for those executes. And I think the big, again, the mid round
WatchParty হচ্ছে
helping them out so much.
নডিন থেকে দেখবে আমরা রামায়ণ
so scared that if .exe is allowed to plant the spike, if they want to play on the retake, force plant is where the entire
ভাই তুই যারা কাজ কর তুই মডার্নকে তুই মেল করে বল Thanks for giving me the access of this video. WatchParty, can you kindly provide me a pass of a land?
Still two sides
Of that ছেলে
are there towards
হ্যাঁ
A.
পরের জেনারেশন
The tripwire is also there.
কি ভাই তুই তোর প্রোডাক্ট এই দুটো
I don't know, not easy.
কি ভাই কি খারাপ কি আছে ভাই
Overdrive, neural theft being
শিলিশ
এরকম লব কোচারে দেখবি হনুমানের ক্যারেক্টার চেঞ্জ করে হনুমানই কিনতে দিই
What a nasty request from that Fire. It's all
Winner
done.
product তো এই দুটো হতে পারে, যাই হোক।
ডিফল্ট এরকম হতে পারে
You got absolutely nothing apart from that. All 5 players
ভাই
hunting you like
এসকে
a
আমার
pack
ছেলেরও
of
দেবো
wolves.
মাগার ধজ
And then it's reality.
আপালে থাকবে সালাটা
Better scoreline than last time. Last time they had what?
কোথায় যাবে বললি
পাতাল পাতাল
Three more rounds to play. And they are
আমার
already
না যায় পুত্র
আচ্ছা
জানি তো মাগারটা তো অলরেডি
for the other
আমার
side.
একটা কথা বল যে হেজ যে কনসার্টে
Not quite sure.
ওটা সবাই ওপেনিং
They'll be able to convert them.
আরে ইউটিউবে আরে ও বলে কনসার্ট দেখতে যাবি এবার যখন সবাই বলে যে হ্যাঁ যাবো তাহলে দাঁড়া ইউটিউবে লিংক পাঠাচ্ছি এবার ইউটিউবে তো ওই কনসার্টের লাইভ এগুলো থাকে মানে রেকর্ডেড থাকে এবার ওটা ওই নিয়ে ওই আর কি মারে
আচ্ছা আমরা
has to,
ওইটাই কি
but
হয়?
will it?
হ্যাঁ
Last time they got only 4
একটুখানি কারণ মাকে ধরতে হবে তাহলে
and that
এ,
was
দাঁড়া, দাঁড়া,
going to
দাঁড়া।
work in their favor.
সৌম্যটা কি হবে
It's
আমাদের?
not only the defense, which is really strong for
আর
Velocity
করতে
Gaming,
পারি দাও
it's also the attacking half, which is their
সৌম্যটা কি হবে আমাদের
বালিটা কি হবে বালিটাও তো এখনো
বালিও
unassigned।
হ্যাঁ বালি বালি সালা
It's so many
Salah
early
Bali.
hits
Matrix.
towards the side of Velocity Gaming.
না না সুগ্রীব না আঙ্গাদ ম্যাট
ও আচ্ছা
This eco round is going to be really important for Dot. If this
Balita
one goes in the
ke-
favor,
বালিটা কি হবে? না সৌম্যটা না না সৌম্যটাকে বালি করে দে সালা
the hopium alive. I
Meghna
still
ki
believe in the
hoche,
players of Dot DT that yes, this time the time out is going to work in their
তুদাকে চেঞ্জ করে দেওয়া
favor.
হয়েছে মেঘনাথের
জাম্বু
পোস্ট চালিয়ে আছে এখন
Himself, the last time also
বলে
he
মেঘনাথের
was
post
able to
খালি
get
আছে।
in that eco round with the sheriff.
তোমরা তোমাদের সিরি পাঠাও
That's the round that he has to be. I don't know, today he's not really feeling himself. The recon goes in.
তারপরে জনক আছে তারপরে
And
মাটিচ
going all the
আছে
way towards B from this one.
একটা লিস্ট বানা করসপন্ডিং ক্যারেক্টারগুলোকে
আমার
রাখ
পুরনো রামানের আমি যে
Spy
এইটাকে
cam. Look at the position where the spy cam is. That is going to give all the intel and info to the players of Velocity Gaming.
খুলে বসে আছি কাস্টিং এর
Now he's going in from market.
বাহ কত আছে
Sort of full-fledged brute force main push. One good
এত
thing
তো
is
আমাদের
that
সার্ভারে লোক নেই রে
go towards the A side. There's still a
Vishwamitra
lot of
আছে।
okay, so that relay board is going to be annoying.
বিশ্বমিত্র তো
After he knows that there's a captain
Muni
somewhere,
একটা।
he's dealt with it.
রোল তো নাকি আছে তো
This has not really grabbed a lot of
ও না হলেও থাকবে
attention out here.
আমাদের
Still
শর্ট এন্ড
the
সিম্পল
angle of
রামায়ণ
market.
হবে
Able to take one, makes it the second
যে
as well.
ক্যারেক্টারে আমাদের লোক নেই সেই ক্যারেক্টারকে
Fantastic performance by VAT.
আগের থেকে স্টোরি রিলিজ হওয়ার আগেই মারা গেছে
And
হ্যাঁ,
Dot
তাকে
DT
ইমাজিনারি দিয়ে দেবো
ওর কাজগুলো
cannot
দেখাবো না যেমন
get
ইন্দ্রদেব
the
ভাই
side.
যখন মেঘনাথ পরাস্ত করেছিল
হ্যাঁ
তো ওই যে এটা তো ইন্দ্রজিৎ কে
হ্যাঁ আরে সৌম্যকে মেঘনাথ করে দেবো সালা
শোনো একটা কাজ করা
Now
যায়
not getting the
ক্যারেক্টারগুলো
side
কোথায়
of
কোথায় পড়ে গেছে সবকটাকে
despite
আটকে
having a double controller composition.
সব প্রাপ্তিক আমাদের কি ভিএফএক্স দিয়ে কি মুভ চেঞ্জ করবো নাকি
Has been on point. BT, wait a minute, he gets 2 once again, trying in that eco round.
বললাম
This guy is built different
Cosmetics
when it comes to Sheriff.
যুদ্ধের সৈন্য বানিয়ে দেবে
Guys, getting timing on to
না,
Margaret.
না, আমি কি বললাম একটু আর্টিকে একটা এনপিসি আর্টিকে একটা এনপিসি একটা দিতে হবে যেটা নট ইম্পর্টেন্ট
নিরোধ বলে কি কাস্টিং এর যখন এটা করে স্পিড ভেন্ডার
ও তাহলে জটায়ুর দাদার নামটা কি ছিল যে সে
He
বলেছিল
was concussed up by the relay board. Even after that, he landed 2 of those
তুই তো
massive
কঠিন কঠিন
shots
প্রশ্ন
on
করছিস
his
রে
head.
সম্পত্তি
ওর কত বয়স হয়ে গেছিল মরে গেছে
সম্পত্তি, সম্পত্তি।
হ্যাঁ।
Major ultimates for both of these
ওর
teams,
রোলটা
and
দাও।
I have
বলে
আর্টিকে বলছি না আর্টিকে ছোট না আমি সেটা বুঝতে পারছিস না
a few straightforward
আর্টিকে একটা ইম্পর্টেন্ট রোল দিতে হবে ইয়েট
This
নট ইম্পর্টেন্ট
operator almost catches
মানে
the
আছে
goalie.
সেটা যেন সবাই জানে বাট কোনো কাজে লাগে না
Being lucky to be breathing out here.
হ্যাঁ না 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 ও তো কিছুক্ষণের জন্য স্ক্রিন টাইম কম না ওর।
তাহলে ওই সীতাকে যখন নিতে রেখেছিল
And choke point, Cell lands it. Brilliant this time. Oh, just trying to survive as Zamara gets another one. Every single one of them falling like dominoes.
টাকা দিয়ে দিতে পারা যায়
না না
This is the goalie for a win
আরে
that will
ইন্ডিয়ান নাম আরে
strike.
ভুলে গেছি নাম
ওর জন্যই রাবণ কি বলে
This is the mapping of the players of
ওই
Dot
হরিণটাকে
DT.
একদম পারফেক্ট ক্যারেক্টার মাথায়
That's more concerning.
ঠিক আছে guys, আমরা আবার এই কাস্টিং এ পরে কথা বলবো।
Game
Game এ ফিরে এসো।
কি সুন্দর এখানে ভ্যালেন্ট চলছে, এখানে রামানের কাস্টিং চলছে। ওহো
Sunset was really
স্পন্সর করবে আমাদের আয়ান।
বাবা
back to back 5 rounds have been converted into the
না না আয়ান ভিএফএক্স আর্টিস্ট না, ওই সব করবে
স্পন্সর কথা বলো, ও তো খাটবে।
প্রোডিউসার। হ্যাঁ ঠিক।
But he got towards the mid-top, but mid-top was completely empty. It's just only the tripwire of the Rossi.
আয়ন
Now 3 players. Not just one, but 3 players. What a fantastic read. The
Rama, the
outlaw
mic.
is there. Gives the information. Lightning Boss was just ready for the top. Will gets one, but gets straight off. The Mara gets one. Back and forth raids are going on for the Velocity Gaming. Really also gets timing onto the Mara. If they go for the post plant, they have the Viper spell to play for. Kohli going for the plant. The pit should come in. But Makavali also gets timing on Vesky Rossi towards the market.
That was the most way to pick out there, Makaveli.
না চালু হয়ে গেছে, আমি ইনস্টল
Breathing space for the needles.
তোমার কোন ল্যাপটপটা গেছে?
আরে গেমিংটা
যে ল্যাপটপ আমি তো অফিস ল্যাপটপে বসে আছি।
It still blocks off.
যাইনি মানে ওটা
The angle, alright. There's only one place for the blue spot. I like the idea.
খেলবে না
Reward off. It's all over right now.
আজকে আমারও সকালে ব্লু স্ক্রিন দেখি।
Getting this crucial round.
নিয়ে দেখি ভ্যালেন্ট অন করলে কি ব্লু স্ক্রিন হয়ে গেল।
Big on
লাগাচ্ছে মানে কোনো
Rossi
প্রবলেম
was the one that
আমার যেরকম
র্যামের প্রবলেম হতে পারে।
round entirely on its
RAM বা
Rossi
motherboard
on that
না
one.
এই বললো মেমরি
this was
ম্যানেজমেন্টের
different.
কোডটা এসছে মানে
হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ আমারও মেমরি ম্যানেজমেন্টের ইয়েটা এসেছে দেখি।
RAM related problem
RBK would
আমার
not
টাইম
have
দেখা
affected
বলছি আমরা গেমার হচ্ছে কিন্তু করে
না না তার আগে তুহিন তার আগে আমি একটু চুদিয়েছি বলে লাভ নেই। আমি ওই
র্যামের নিজের সার্কিট খারাপ হয়েছে ইন্টারনাল।
না আমি এমএক্স কনফিগে গিয়ে অনেক কিছু বন্ধ করেছি, র্যামটাকে মানে ফুল দিয়ে দিয়েছি, ওটা আমি একটু চুদিয়েছি বলে লাভ নেই।
ওভারক্লক করেছে
ওভারক্লক করেছে নাকি?
জানি না
আমি তো ঠিক করিনি আমার তো লাগতে
আমার শুধু না আমার ওভারক্লক করা।
আমি কিছুই করিনি, সকাল অন করলাম পিসি অন করলাম ভ্যালেন্ট অন করলাম দেখি ব্লু স্ক্রিন, ভ্যালেন্টটা অন হতো তো ব্লু স্ক্রিন। মেমরি ম্যানেজমেন্টের ইয়েটা আসলো ওই প্রোগ্রেশনে 0% 15 মিনিট ধরে হয়ে রয়েছে, দেখি এগোই আর না কিছু। পিসি তারপর পুরো বন্ধ করে আরেকবার চালালাম তারপর নিয়ে ঠিক আছে।
Rossi outside Amen.
নি দেন
Rossi do so much damage to himself.
বাট ব্লু স্ক্রিন দিয়েছে প্রোগ্রেশনটা তো এগোবে 0% আটকে
gets one onto DC. Look at the
এখন মাইক্রোসফট চেঞ্জ করে দিয়েছে ব্লু স্ক্রিনটা ব্ল্যাক
towards A. And it's like Rossi outside Amen is completely
Rossi shut down
dismantling everyone.
সেটা হারলি না জিতলি
অবভিয়াসলি জিতেছে এইসব পুরো যেতে যাবে কোনো দিন।
না কয়েকটা রাউন্ড কামব্যাক হচ্ছিল দেখুন। 6-11 না 7-11 তো দিয়ে দিল।
আরে বেক করছে আমাকে পুরো হবে
কিছু বলেছিল লাস্টটা?
না না কি বলার মতন আছে, ওরা বটমে 3-4 কিলো পড়ে আছে।
কালকে বেট করা দেখিয়েছে তুহিনদা, 7 টাকা বেট করছিল।
And yes, phenomenal approach from their
আমি
side.
একমাত্র স্বাগত তোকে
All the way up from mid
নিয়েই তো বলে
তুই তো বলে দাও
towards that A.
দুজন মিলে যা করছিল না ভাই,
What are you gonna do? Because you don't
ভাই
technically
কি
have
খেলা
a
করছে
sentinel to provide you some kind of passive information of at least
আর ওদিকে সুতো তো চেল্লাচ্ছে আর আমি এদিকে ট্রাই করে যাচ্ছি।
আরে তারপর আবার
আর আমি চলে গেছি।
সুতপ তো চেল্লাচ্ছে সেটা ঠিক আছে, সুতপকে আবার কি বলেছে জানেন না, মনে করেন আমরা
ল্যান্ড প্লেয়ারই বললো না
না তারপর সুতপকে বলছে সুতপ এরম ভাই খেলতে হলে খেলতে হতো, ভালোভাবে সিরিয়াসলি খেলবি তো খেলবি না খেলবি ব্যাস তো ভালো
it's
লেগে
not gonna be enough because they only need some seconds.
তখন মধ্যে তুই আমার টাইম মুখে নিয়ে যা
তাহলে কি ভালো খেলতে পারতো?
Contact
এটাকে
now the ball that goes in by
ওটা কিন্তু বাজে ছিল তুহিনদা, যে লেজি ক্লাস করলে স্বাগত দিয়ে মুখে নেয়। ওই কথাটা খুব বাজে ছিল, আর ওটা ক্লাস হয়ে গেছে রাউন্ডটা।
lightning fast to try and dismantle. Force all of them off.
সেটিং খেলে
Back and forth fight yet again. Some of the early trades there
হ্যাঁ
went
তারপর
in.
actually খেলছিলাম।
Rather,
Flawless
in terms of the HP trades, it was lightning fast to mandate. Pretty bit down there. That's VLT.
কালকে কিন্তু আমাদের
Get the
আইজবক্স
follow-up round.
ম্যাচটা থ্রো হয়েছে বাট
AC
মজা
will
হয়েছে।
have the full
হ্যাঁ
match
হ্যাঁ
round.
কিছুটা
But that's why VLT looks
স্বাগতদার কাছে বুলেট কম, আর ওই বন্ধুটা
ও
চারটা বুলেটে ক্লাস।
ভাইপারটাকে সাইবারের সাথে ইয়ে করে
They are feeling this point. They were not able to reach the friends
हाँ,
of
हम
gaming, and now they don't have any
हाँ,
awesome
same.
aggression.
हाँ,
রেজও
It
ছিল
was a
না
strategic play,
ওটাতে
which
রেজও
velocity is bringing
না, না,
ওটা
in
ওদের
the
ট্রেডিস ছিল
half.
সেম ছিল
Once again going for the
Yoni ছিল।
unit control, the entire team, but then still velocity is
আরে এই লাইন এই কমটা মানে
For Raiders again, gets one,
বড় বড় টিম
Kohli.
স্ট্রিটে
They're outlaw.
স্প্লিটারে
Oh, finish on the very top.
বাইন্ডার
Every single time
Either
there's
Kiki
a
or
Raze,
get a
Sky, Bream,
crucial opening frag.
Deadlock,
ডাবল
Viper.
স্মোকার নি
And now since the defense towards the mid is going to be a bit weak, it's only
ওদের কমগুলো আমার মনে রয়ে গেছে
the entire team of Velocity Gaming is going all the
Double
way
smoke only
towards the
actually
mid.
to
Now
control
actually
it,
they're going for
double
a execute a perfect read coming in.
এমডি
Yeah, because SK Rossi was eventually able to find a big towards the B side as well.
বিএলডি এই কমটাতে অ্যাটাকিং ফার্স্টে পেয়ে গেল ওদের অ্যাডভান্টেজ
He does not know where Russ is.
এটা ঠিক আছে এরা
He goes for that run and gun, lightning fast picks up the pieces and it's all down to Trinity. The bonus getting converted
না,
again for
বলছি আর কি,
BLT.
মানে ওই
And there is
পেসটা
no
বেশ তাড়াতাড়ি নিতে
chance
পারে
left in hell for Trinity to
Attacking.
clutch this one down on 46 HP. Rossi
খেলিয়ে
watching.
দিচ্ছে সবাই
He's on that angle. And he's already preparing for his chamber for the next map as
ওই কি
BLT
TDM
move
খেলবি
up
নাকি
to 12.
না না
তাহলে
আমি আপাতত একলা ডিএম করছি
Match point is where Velocity Gaming is. Back to back 3 rounds, bonus has been converted.
টিমের একটা
Could be the last possible round on this map.
ট্রাই আর সেখানে
ম্যাট্রিক্স খেলবি নাকি
I really
হ্যাঁ,
hope
তো
Dot East is
দুজন
going to
install টা
give
হয়ে
a
যাক।
very strong competition to
আর
Velocity
আরেকজন
Gaming, but
আসবে
seems like
আমাদের।
Velocity
না আইজেনের সাথে খেলবে
much
এটা বলতে
more
চাইলো ইনডাইরেক্ট
prepared, not just against Dot East, but for the Ascension Qualifier, for
কত
the
হয়েছে এখন
Ascension slot.
কে
Again,
ইয়াসমিন
an
কোথায় গেছে
aggressive
হারলাম তো
push towards the B main.
আমার সাথে মানে হবে না তো
Velocity once
Hello.
again towards the mid.
ডায়মন্ড
How can you let this happen, Dot
অ্যাটেন্ডেন্ট
East?
হয়
হ্যাঁ
It is the
As in in one
exact
or like-
same thing which
No,
Velocity
why?
did in the previous round. They're doing again.
তিনটে র্যাঙ্কে
How
ফারাক
can you
থাকবে
not
ঠিক না
be prepared?
D3 A1 A2 D2 এর সাথে A3 হবে
No clue, probably a map mod or
তিনটে
something
র্যাঙ্কে
like
তাহলে
that.
ভালো ভালো
And indeed was
হ্যাঁ এবার
absolute
ইমমর্টালের
slap
সাথে
onto the face and the fan
কেন ইমমর্টালের হচ্ছে এখন দেখেছি না হয় সোলো সোলো ডুও
কালকে কি হলো বুঝলাম না তিন ছখানা ম্যাচ একটা ম্যাচে ঠিক করে এম লাগলো না
তুই ডেথ ম্যাচ করে ঢুকিস নি আমাকে বলছিস
এটা
ডেথ
তো
ম্যাচ করার
স্কিল
জন্য।
ইস্যু
রেড ম্যাচ করেছিলাম দুটো রেড ম্যাচ করেছিলাম বুঝলাম না কাল কিছুটা ইস্যু হচ্ছিল আমি যত মানে বেশি চেষ্টা করতে আছি তত আরো হার
আমি একটা কথা বলবো ওই ডেথ ম্যাচে কিচ্ছু হয় না একদিন থাকে লাগে না একদিন লাগে হয় না।
কালকে একটা ম্যাচে মানে ডবল ডিটে গেছি
Decent amount of damage into the crossfire, and it's an annihilation. VLT will close the first map out like it's a walk in the park. 13-3.
It felt like that.
আই টিডিএম খেলি যতক্ষণ
The way Velocity played in the map of Sunset,
এই
it
খেলা
felt
দেখি।
like
TTM,
it was
it's a
a
TTM
easy walk.
খেলা দেখলে দেখতে পারো, অসুবিধা নেই।
Three
হ্যাঁ, তো
dominant
এই নিয়ম তো
because Velocity Gaming. Dot EXE, so many mistakes were there from their side, especially in the second half.
Clear it against the hit
If
now.
Velocity is doing the same thing,
না না ও জিজ্ঞেস করছে হেড
have to
জিজ্ঞেস
bring in some counter
yeah,
in the follow-up round, but that was not really happening from
এই
side
আকাশটা
Dot
আপ
EXE.
সিটি ব্যান্ডেলটা লাগিও তো
For they were denying
ফুকি আমাদের গায়ে আছে
in the attacking half, in the defensive half, they were not able to stop the
তারাই
aggression
4 second
Velocity Gaming was bringing
ডেথ
in.
ম্যাচ কোন টিমে নেই
Basically, Dot EXE was not
আছে
struggling.
রেভেনেন্ট তো
The
অ্যান্টিডোট
defense
ভেরি
is
ওয়েল
like they were struggling. Pull the halves.
অ্যান্টিডোট কে রিপ্লেস করছে ডেথ ম্যাচ
It's fell down to that one thing, Shadow, where
ডেথ মেকারের সবচেয়ে ভালো এম
this
ছিল
is about the
মেকানিক্যাল
creation of a map, but it falls down to how
চান্স
well
মানে
you've done
ভালো
your
টিমে
homework.
যেতে
It
পারে
seems like
মানে
they just
যেই টিমে
where
যেত
all their mistakes
ও
when they
খেলতো
did last time,
স্কোর
because
টিম
it was
ভালো
9:30. So there were still moments when we actually
না
saw
তবু
Dot
আমার
EXE
কি
have
মনে
that
হতো
control, but
মানে
this time
Death
around,
Maker
the
যেই
half
time এ
was
shine
about
করেছিল,
9-3, like,
সেই
those
টাইমে
people,
এতটা
they
এবিলিটি
have
বেস
a
গেম
lot
ছিল
of
না
their
তারপর থেকে যদি দেখি
ও তো পুরো জেট
নাতি ইনগেম মিউট করেছো আমার ইনগেম খোলো
And if I'm not wrong, last time out of that 13-9, 3 of those rounds were, a couple of them were pistols, one of them was the round right after
তোমার
the pistol
গেমে
round.
কোনো আওয়াজ আসছে না তো
That could very well have been a very different scoreline as well.
আর এইটাতে একটা
Gone
খেলতে
the way
হবে।
how they played, actually. I think so. It's just again VLT having a proper idea of what to do around this map, and it seems like the
চেঞ্জ
rate
করলে হবে
have been just so good, and half of that
কি হলো?
has been
এটা কি glitch হয়ে গেল?
the way
নাকি?
how he moves one part off.
আমি বেরিয়ে গেলাম
Every single time, there's a Cypher and the
electro
way
party
he was
থাকে।
maintaining that entire mid control, he was
এ কি?
probably heads off with Outlaw in the second half. The second half, not just in the second half, right? In the first half also. Along
আচ্ছা
with
ইয়ে কি বলে কেউ কি নিয়ন লক করেছে?
আমাদের একজন আসছে, হ্যাঁ।
ওটা তুমি আছো বাট মানে ম্যাচ লাগার পর আর লাগার পর বেরিয়ে
was on point, which was
এটা কি
completely
হলো কখন করলাম?
because if you notice, Maiden dropped out.
তোরা একটু শেয়ার দিয়ে রাখিস, প্রোডাক্টটা একটু দেখবো।
Every single time.
এই চ্যানেলে শেয়ার দিতে পারবো
The
না।
perfect value out of those
আমরা
ultimates.
না, এজেন্ট সিলেক্টেড
Ultimates.
এই বলছি তুহিন আমার সেকেন্ডারি মনিটরটা নিচ্ছে না,
100% agree that. That has been the big
কিছুই বলছে না, কিছু আসছেই না। এখানে দেখাচ্ছে ডিটেক্ট আদার ডিসপ্লে করছি, দেখাচ্ছে উই ক্যান ফাইন্ড আনাদার ডিসপ্লে।
মানে
দেখ একবার
কে গ্রাফিক্স কার্ডটা কে?
চেক করে দেখ তারগুলোকে একবার
আরে ম্যাট্রিক্সটা কি হলো বলতো বুঝলাম না।
হয়তো তুমি
on the other side is the man who has been a big draw.
আমি দেখলাম
Every
একটা মানে জাস্ট
first skills, every single
ডবল সাউন্ড করে আসছে মানে
the way how weird he was setting
আবার এটা খুলে
up
যাবে।
success, 21 kills as well overall.
আমি জাস্ট মানে একই সাথে দুটো ইয়ে দেখলাম, একটাতে দেখলাম লিভ হয়ে গেল, একটা দেখলাম ম্যাচ স্টার্ট হয়ে গেল।
Except for Xbox.
Yeah, they were blasted.
Yes. And yes, the bar has been in the forces. We have seen this guy.
আরে এর নাতির এটা ডবল আওয়াজ আসছে কেন?
This is kind of no,
আমার
I haven't
in-game
sure
mic on আছে, তার জন্য তো double double আওয়াজ পাচ্ছি।
আচ্ছা এনভিডিয়া ডিসপ্লে ডাউনলোড হচ্ছে, দেখি
আমার গেমে কোথায় আছিস?
Get those right.
বাড়িতে বসে আছিস
60
Oh.
versus
তাই ভাবি আমি এর পার্টিতে ঢুকে আছি বলে।
বাকলল হোকে স্লেয়ার।
আরে না আমি ম্যাট্রিক্স বাড়িতে ঢুকেছি, ঢুকে স্টার্ট করলো, এবার এর বাড়িতে যখন ঢুকে গেছে আমি খেয়ালই করিনি, স্টার্ট হয়েছে সঙ্গে সঙ্গে বাড়িটা লিভ হয়েছে।
মানে आप थोड़ा सा बकलोल हो क्या?
I don't know how that's gonna work out.
তাই ভাবি দুবার করে শুনছি কেন?
জানিস না তাহলে তুই বকলোল।
Shows you that there's a huge disadvantage in terms of the gun skills right
দেখি রে
হ্যাঁ
ওপেনটা ঢুকে
The only thing I could say for DT is the fact that it's probably the first map they're playing today, so
এটা ওর অ্যাকাউন্টে খেলছে আরেকজন।
the hands were not warmed up enough. That's the only thing.
প্রেমানা রান
I don't see down shadow. What?
আরে রেজে নামটা দে
They've only technically got two
প্রামানা রান।
ওরা ইয়ে ম্যাক্সে বাড়ি গেছে।
Every single thing just shows
He
the
likes
clear
to be run.
domination, but this 16 first skills to 0 first skills is just bonkers.
I smoker নিচে
MVP
And
খুব
if this goes on, yeah, I don't know what's gonna happen on the Lotus apart from the fact that VAT will
ওপেনটা কোথায়
probably
টিভি
will start
করছে?
one out very
ভিতরে টিভি
fast
করছে,
too.
বিগ ব্রেন।
Holy
এবারে স্মোকার নিচে যাচ্ছে রিলি
never, I would have never anticipated something like this.
তুমি জেনে কি করবে?
3 rounds with .exe.
বান্ধবীও হয়।
Even in those rounds, VLT was
গুলি কানে লাগে কি করে ভাই?
7 coasters towards Mara.
মারছি হেডে লাগছে কানে।
Having too many kills.
তোমার বাল
6
বকা
is
হয়ে
where
গেলে
he is. But at least that initiative utility was there.
বলছি
8
দাদা ভাই
assists to
গণ
him, 1 kill,
আমি
1 ACS.
আসছি, ঠিক আছে?
Good starts from this side as well.
সন্ধ্যাবেলা তোমরা কটা দিয়ে খেলবে গো তুই না?
They need
রাতে
to bounce
8টায়।
back. They need to forget what could happen on the map of Sunset and come back much stronger on the map of Lotus.
আরে ওয়াচ
দেখ নাতি বা
Best possible bet.
দেখ নাতি মানছি গ্রামে 8টা 9টা রাত বলে,
শোনো না,
Get the map of Sunset from the
বাট আমাদের শহরে 8টা 9টা সন্ধ্যেই বলে।
হ্যাঁ দেখো ওই টাইমটা করো, ঠিক আছে, অসুবিধা নেই। আমি 9টার দিকে আসবো, কারণ আমার পড়ানো আছে পড়ি নিয়ে।
Safe right now.
ঠিক আছে, তারপরে
এই
You only got these two maps now that I can
আডিওস গেলাম। টাটা।
just have to see how that eventually pans out because Lotus last
It
time
is
did
what it
go
is.
11 to 13. Yeah,
But
that
twin
was
the
a
game
big
love,
victory, but
fucking yeah.
it was only about one round, so it's all gonna fall
Nah,
down
bhai,
to that one
আমাদের
round.
রাখতে
Lotus,
হচ্ছে না
ladies and
বাকি।
gentlemen, which we will be
সালা
bringing to
এত
you, but right
early
now,
realization কেন রে?
don't go anywhere, stay tuned.
টুইনদেই পারে
What's this?
কি রে?
বাকি মারে
মারে
আমার দ্বারা আবার সেরিফটা হচ্ছে।
হার তুই স্বাগত বলছি। বল ম্যাট্রিক্স সবসময় জানবি হার খুঁজতে কা দিন আতা है।
একবার উফ করে ফেল না বাউ কর।
আউ
তুই তো কোথায় গেলি রে?
তুমি জলদি স্টার্ট করবে কি?
আরে দাঁড়া ভাই, আমি কি মানে কি করছি আমি তাহলে এখন
কম্পিউটারকে বল তাতে শুরু হ।
জলদি
গ্রাফিক্স ড্রাইভার গুলো না করে আমি ভ্যালন্ট ইনস্টল করতে পারবো না, আমার বেকার র্যাম 8 হবে নেট খাবে। তুই এইটা কিনে নি ওমেন ম্যাক্স 16 বুঝলি
3 লাখ দাও।
ওইটা আবার কি?
কত দাম
3 লাখ
কার
আরে থাক ভাই
এর চেয়ে একটা পিসি বানিয়ে নেবে না?
তাও আবার ল্যাপটপ এডিশন হলো 5080 ডেস্কটপের মধ্যে পারফরম্যান্স হবে না।
ই বাবা রেজিস্টার সামনে
কি আছে ল্যাপটপে কি আছে?
এখন এলো ওই ড্রাইভারটা ইনস্টল হতে এলো বললাম না আমি জানি তুই জানিস না
बंद करके इसको खरीद लो। This is पानी गाले वीडियो। आज मैंने यहाँ पे आके गाड़ी बदल दी। मेरा एक दोस्त है सहज। हेलो नमस्ते, क्या हाल चाल है आपके और स्वागत है आपका नए ब्लॉग में। अभी हमारी एक नई जर्नी चालू होने वाली है यहाँ से। एज यूजुअल आकाश भैया मैं हम दोनों जा रहे हैं भोपाल एंड भोपाल से दिल्ली। क्या होने वाला है द जैकेट ब्रांड इटसेल्फ डुकाटी और यहाँ पे मल्टीपल उनकी गाड़ी है साइड में लगा के बढ़िया लेट लो 2-3 घंटे और उसके बाद आगे बढ़ो। व्हाट अ ब्यूटीफुल मॉर्निंग, सुंदर।
दुकाटी आ गए हैं फाइनली। पहले दुबई में चेकआउट किया,
मोड़ भी ना
डी से दुबई, डी से दुकाती, अब डी से दिल्ली में।
भाई डुकाटी मत ठोक देना एक आध, पूरे धार के जितना पैसा करेंगे वो लोग।
यही वाली ले जाओ,
यही ले जा आप पूरा पैसे भर के। तो भाई एज यू कैन सी फाइनली आई एम इन द जैकेट ब्रांड इटसेल्फ डुकाटी और यहाँ पे मल्टीपल है, बहुत सारी खड़ी हैं। ये खड़ी है, उधर 2 खड़ी हैं। दुबई में तो चलाने नहीं मिला, आज हम चला के देखेंगे पानी गाले V2 और एक्सपीरियंस लेंगे कि कैसा है। फिलहाल अभी मैंने कुछ ऐसा डिसाइड नहीं किया है, बट चलाने के बाद मुझे जो पसंद आएगी I'm gonna buy that one। अभी मैंने किसी को बताया नहीं है क्योंकि मुझे खुद नहीं पता है, मैं खुद कंफ्यूज हूँ क्योंकि ये मशीन ही कैसी है जिसके बारे में मैं अनअवेयर हूँ। इंदौर में जितने शोरूम थे उनकी मैंने टेस्ट एंड ट्राई ले लिया, होंडा ले लिया, कावासाकी चला के देखते हैं कि कैसा फील आता है। सच में उतना प्रीमियम है क्या, चला के बता दो। ये भाई जी द सेलिब्रिटी हिमसेल्फ नवजोत जी पूरी जान लगा देते हैं आपको कुछ भी चीज समझाने के लिए। आप एक सवाल पता नहीं कैसे कर लेता है यार, मुझे आदत नहीं है। मे बी ये हो सकता है क्योंकि इसके पहले मैंने कॉन्टिनेंटल
गाड़ी है किसकी शॉट भी नहीं करते
হয়তো লেগেছে
এই মালটা খালি ইয়ে তুলে দেয়
Back in my bag and I gotta brag, I do this shit for real. When we was down and we had nothing, we had to share a meal. We put the shit in overdrive with no steering wheel. Shorty throw that thing back in a pair of heels. Yeah, she be riding on that thing like a Ferris wheel. Yeah, I love them dark skin, brown skin, caramel. You know I had to bring it to
भाई
तो सामने मैट
भाई मजे आ गए।
विकी
भाई ये भाई कितनी है जा ही लेना
भाई ये बूमबट स्विंग करते हैं।
मैंने मुंबई में चलाया था तो इतना ज्यादा अच्छा एक्सपीरियंस नहीं था क्योंकि उनकी बाइक की बजी पड़ी थी। अभी चला रहा हूँ तो एक्सपीरियंस बहुत अच्छा है, बहुत ज्यादा, क्योंकि ये बाइक की हालत अच्छी है, मजा आ रहा है चलाने में।
की मारছে কত দিন মারছে
पानी गाले V2
भाई घूरे घूरे আসছে
बहुत बहुत स्मूथ है भाई, बहुत। और हवा निकलती है इसके अंदर से जब हाई स्पीड पे गाड़ी रहती है। इट इज नॉट स्टाइल, इट इज साइंस, समझ रहे हो? तो ये इस चीज को यूनिक बनाती है। परफेक्ट। तो भाई इस गाड़ी को अभी मैं कम से कम 8 से 9 किलोमीटर चला के आ रहा हूँ और वो भी भरे ट्रैफिक में। ऐसा नहीं है कि मैं खाली रोड पे, कहीं ट्रैफिक आ रहा था, कहीं रोड खाली कर दी। भाई ट्रस्ट मी, दिस इज द बेस्ट क्रूजर बाइक जो अभी तक मैंने चलाई है। नेकेड क्रूजर इसको कह सकते हो, बहुत क्रेजी पावर आउटपुट है। ऑल्दो मैंने इनलाइन लेकिन वो मजा नहीं है जो इसके अंदर है। तो इसको चलाने में इनलाइन सिलेंडर बहुत पीछे है V4 से
সিলিন্ডার এসব কি কথা
क्लास
বলছো কি
अपार्ट।
বলছো
तो अगर आपको लॉन्ग रूट पे जाना है, आपका बजट आपको अलाउ करता है, क्रूजिंग पर्सनालिटी है आपकी, आंख बंद करके इसको खरीद लो।
পেছনে কিছু একটা চালিয়ে গেল
बहुत सारे लोगों को बुरा लग
কি
सकता
বলছো
है। रॉकेट थ्री अपना पर्सनल ओपिनियन।
ও ভাই আমি বলে কি রে কি বলছিস ভাই
নমস্কার স্নেহ ওয়েলকাম অনুজ দা অনুজ
Really got the mount one that still is going to be controlled by VLT. Is the only part of the map that has been open, and this 40 seconds rubble will be clear. Pretty solid. Damara, oh my goodness. Could have got one freebie out there though, but still a cavalry out here in front of him on the other side. Smoke goes out. They've opened the door as well now, forcing the members of VLT go over towards the A side now. The stack has been broken. Got an opportunity. Here's the reload RBK as he wanted to catch a timing. On the other side, out there, 1-for-1 trade. Trinity good for one. Russ quickly on sitting back. Over towards the connector. There's still a couple of more places now. The Prowler not really going where it wanted. Rather where he wanted him to go, but the Horn Clears out the connector. Gonna try and push out forward as Snake Bite stops Samara. We keep pushing. Gets up close on personal as Battle gets one. Only to be traded up quickly. Samara on the right leg. Still good for one, but Machiavelli for the answer. He's here to save the day for .exe. This will be the first pistol round for .exe in this series.
A good opening. This is something which the players of .exe really wanted to get a pistol round against the players of Velocity Gaming. A good head start already on the map of Lotus, and this time they have the victory. Eco rounds. They always do a lot of eco damage to the players of .exe. Skirossi. That was so close, man. Survived on 1 HP. Forced to TP back into the side. Simone control is already there. The side tankers is something which the players of .exe needs to deal with the Morite lighting fast. The perfect paranoia, the perfect breach util was there. But RVK trying to equalize the numbers. Gets 2, but still it's a 2v3 situation for the players of .exe. And Skirossi is still there on 1 single HP.
As long as he survives, he can still be a body. Can go in shot being landed. Rossi, and that is again that one HP guy. So down DC with the outlaw, 3 targets to hit. And he hold it on. He sees the first one. One more shot remaining out there, and that won't be necessary.
তবে আমি উইন্ডোজ আপডেট করলাম ভ্যালোরেন্ট জাস্ট ডাউনলোড করে স্টার্ট
শালা কম্পি লাগিয়ে দাও
হ্যাঁ লাগাচ্ছি
And VLT quickly
না আমি ভাই 50 জিবি গেম মনে হয় আমার ডাউনলোড হয়ে যাবে
আরে আমি তো যে খুশি আছি আমি মিস করলাম যে তোমার হয়ে গেছে
না বললাম ইনস্টল হয়ে গেছে
আরে ইনস্টলে তো বলতে আমি ভ্যালোরেন্টটা ভেবেছি ইনস্টলে
না উইন্ডোজ ইনস্টল করলাম না
Whenever Velocity Gaming loses onto the pistol round, they make sure either they do a lot of damage, ego damage to the opponent, or they convert the thrifty round.
এটা মনে হয় না এটা ডিরেক্ট ম্যাচ
And with just a single bucky in the hands of the Mara, always.
ফিল দেবে কেন মাইনাস পরপর দুটো ইয়ে না খেলে
না না
Now
রুটে
they are forced on an eco round.
Oh.
Let's see if Trinity can get something. Everyone else, Skirossi gets one. Lightning Fast also gets one. It was only Kohli who was able to get a trade onto Skirossi. Still, the situation is entirely in the favor of the players of Velocity Gaming. All .exe is having just a C-mount control, and that Mara also gets DC outside B main. It's only 2 players remaining with just a single outlaw in the hands of Machiavelli.
अब्बे चोट के दिखा
अब भी थ्रो करते जाओ
still a couple of Machiavelli is the first one to fall, and Russ will make a quick piece.
थ्रो করতে যে থ্রো করতে সেই খেতে
as well.
কি বলে থ্রো বলে
Not
এক কিলো পড়ে
ডুম যেটা নিয়ে ছিল না
VLT
ওকে যে নিও পটেনশিয়াল দেখাতে পারেনি
properly.
বলছে এগারো খেলতে হবে কি করে
Here, so this one
ও যেই রাউন্ডে বলল তোর এরা হচ্ছে না তোদের দ্বারা আমাকে এগারো খেলতে হবে এগারো গেল মিড হবে ব্যারিয়ারটা উঠলো আর ডিলিট
এই মাউস কার্সারটা সরা না
একটা কাজ করো মাউস কার্সার
We have seldom seen them converting these rounds. They have always been on that struggling end, that receiving end, on the attacking side end. Haven't really been able to make a quick piece of it. Now, understanding that the early fight for rubble because of the neon fade breach on the other side, they have kind of given up that space and moved towards the mount. Seske Rossi though still finding picks in the middle of it all. It's easy to fall first. That is your Wise, the one who watches the backstab, the one who makes sure that no one is pushing through the sheer walls, and if that is the case, don't know what they'll be able to do. My goodness, the way this guy just overstays his welcome, and .exe are not really able to land in those shots, Shadow. This is what has helped VLT have so aggressive positioning on the side.
The Nightfall being invested from the set of .exe, and the back of it trying to get something. One-on-one trades are there. The siege
আরে হ্যাঁ
towards
তো
the
ফ্রি
ceiling.
ফায়ার নিয়ে লোকের ভালো
Pushes
ক্রেজ
back the
আছে
plus
কেন
of
থাকবে
Velocity
না?
Gaming. Kohli
ভালো
once
ক্রেজ
again
আছে জানিস
goes for the plant and mid lane coming from the C mount gets a
আরে
timing onto
গেমটা
RVK.
আপেক্ষিক
The horn goes in.
ভিজুয়াল
the
ভালো
prolo
লাগে না
goes
বা
in.
মেকানিক্স ভালো লাগে না বাট
And it
ওর
could
অডিয়েন্স
actually
বেস
be a
অনেক
bench from the
বেশি
side of Velocity Gaming. They have the numbers advantage. And for the post plant, .exe, they have got nothing.
Kohli as well.
VLT, they still have got few utils to work around with.
Kohli is just a bit bruised up as well. Had to hit the reload, and with that, they will all hit the deck. VLT getting another round out here. 3-1. And it is all again SK Rossi watching through the B main. Not letting anyone push up. This has been a big problem now, Shadow. You mentioned about it that whenever it goes in on the map of Lotus, you have to deal with SK Rossi on that chamber.
যাদের তো
Have to
ইয়ে
make sure to
কি
find
বলে
a way to try
কমা
and push
ডিভাইস
him
তাদের
back on
জন্য
his
ভালো রে
operator.
ফ্রি ফায়ার
Because you know he will be standing there, he will be watching all of those angles. Now pushing again towards the C mount.
আচ্ছা
And the rest of the
সেটা
team
ঠিক
want to try
আছে
and
বাট
fight
দ্য
towards
থিং
this
ইজ
trouble. Now the big
যে
problem,
তোর
Shadow,
ইয়ে
is the fact that VLT are not really using any major utils to take rubble.
পে টু উইন ফ্রি ফায়ারটা মানে
They're
তোর যত
only using a horn and they are sending out a very deep smoke, not even a fault line. Now if .exe do not force out these wave of utils early in the round, then VLT will have them ready for every other round, or rather for every other second for this execute. Look at this, a minute on the clock and .exe have not really crossed from the barriers as well towards the A.
It's because of the utility which is coming from the side of Velocity Gaming. Every single time they've got a util prepared to stop the plus of .exe from taking any sort of control. And now .exe they're forced to pivot all the way towards C. This is Velocity's plan always. Dump so much util, deny the trouble control, so the players are always forced to go towards C, where SK Rossi is prepared with an operator. Gets one, gets a second as well. Nightfall being invested. But look at that, Kohli also gets the Mara. A great opening frag.
Last player standing.
Can he get something else as well? SK Rossi
মাইকটা ঠিক করিয়েছে বলবি যেটা তো বোঝা যায় পর
It's all come down to DC in a 1v3 which he has brought down to a 1v2 situation, but that is it. A quarter for SK Rossi.
এখন
And
শোনা
a
আছে
fourth
যেটা
round
যখন
for the
জানা
players of
বলেছিলি
Velocity
শোনা
Gaming. Loved the plan of Velocity Gaming. Forced the players of .exe to go all the way towards C, where Rossi was just ready with that operator.
Here's the normal thing, right? Normally what really happens, Shadow, is the fact that DXE forced their way towards rubble, and that's when VLT dump up their own utility to try and stop them from taking that. But this all should happen in the first 20 seconds of the round. That's when you can do your mid-rounding with these double smokes. That's when you can take the other avenues of the map and maybe push SK Rossi back from the mound and then go for the rubble weak here at the 40-second mark. But none of that is happening. They're now just trying to brute force their way, and they're not even getting a win of that. Now, yes, you've taken the control of mound, but you do not have your entry fragger up. Trinity is out of this round, and that means no showstopper. That also means you're one player down in this one. And now you also have to take care of Madeline early on. That is so difficult for this team.
That was not just one player down, that was one major win condition down, the showstopper. And now DC is also being picked off. So that means even the Steel Garden is not coming for the help of .exe. The only thing is the Viper's Pit, and that can also only be used for the post plant. But for that, they have to go for the side control, and the way Lightning Fast is there, it seems highly unlikely, but RVK gets a timing onto Lightning Fast, the horn goes in. But look at the position where Kohli is, gets a timing onto Russ, beautiful frags being converted, but .exe Machiavelli also gets a timing onto the Mara, the pit is already there, the plant goes in, and now it's only SK Rossi in a 1v3 situation.
That was a very crucial pick by RVK. Super important indeed. And on the back of it, they were just able to quickly take one there after the other. He got that frag on lightning fast, put the pit out, and then Kohli was just watching his back, knowing that there would be someone who would be pushing out of the connector. That was the timing that Damara should have taken to try and pick Kohli off too, but it just did not happen. They all went one after the other. And eventually .exe were able to just trade the members off.
Feels like Trinity is not really feeling himself. He was not really coming online in the previous one. This time also he's getting shut every single time by the Plus of Velocity Gaming.
Don't even blame it to Trinity Shadow, because it is just the fact that he is getting picked off in a lot of those unorthodox ways and in those unorthodox positions. You don't really expect that to happen. What's playing on his ultimate right now? Lightning fast is going to be taken down now. Good use of Prowler. And as soon as they got them, they're moving all the way back now. Damara wants to make an individual play. He's a bit too far out here and still manages to catch two as Russ is there for the backup. VLT demolish all four of the Mount players. And now Rossi is posted on the angle to welcome RBK with the tour de force. Can now go out shopping. VLT quickly securing a round for themselves after that loss in the previous one.
Raw peak.
4 ultimates towards the side of .exe, but nothing really is helping them out. Velocity's mid-rounds have always been really strong. This time .exe, even though they got the first opening frag onto the Plus of Velocity, they had the numbers advantage, but despite that, during the mid-round, they start fizzling out. Especially the way the Mara pushed onto the B main, was able to get 2, and after that Raz also getting 2 frags. So that sort of awareness, quick maneuvers which come from the side of Velocity Gaming always help them get the perfect value. .exe and this time out, they really need to discuss with the coach and among the players that what they need to change, how they're going to find a way to shut down the aggression which VLT is bringing in, especially a way to deal with SK Rossi if they really want to execute the C side, or if they really want to go for the A hit, they need to find a way to get the rubble control and the side control.
Falls down to the macro of the map itself, Shadow. .exe have not really got that right properly. Do have the utils as well to deal with. VLT are bringing on the table, but
shadows traveling.
Just not able to utilize that properly. Aggressive angle now being held by SK Rossi. Lightning fast is there for the support. Dealing with those
cover going
out
out.
And horns quickly. Now this is technically a crossing smoke which you put up just to make sure that Rossi is not able to stand on this position. But the fact is that just throwing the smoke is not going to work. You have to push through it at least once and then take Rossi down. That's when he will fear that smoke, and that's when he will be pushed back right now. And one Haunt was able to reveal his position and he was being spammed down as well, so had to go back. The B main control has also been taken by .exe, but now this rubble re-clear at a 40-second mark. I like this. But look at the amount of util that's on the other side. VLT have built up so major ultimates as quickly going for the rolling thunder. Should be able to take one down. RBK is good for one though. DC comes in for a very fast raid. And on the back of it, they quickly take control of the C side.
Yeah, and they're going for the floor, but lightning fast. What? Really did that happen? Mahavali. Moving on, Nightfall being invested. Trinity gets one onto lightning fast. Kohli once again going for the plant. And this time they have chance to go for the post plant, but it's a 1v2 situation for Russ. Still possible for Russ. He can do that 1v2. But
Mode gelo,
they have to
control
be
chale gelo.
cautious one, because this round is of prime importance for them. The Arcros is towards the waterfall. Russ needs to isolate that fight. He knows exactly where Kohli is. Gets the timing onto Trinity, and now he knows exactly where the last player is, and Kohli doesn't have the best weaponry in his hands. It's just a pistol, and that is why I said, if it is Ras, it is possible. This guy has proved
ভাই রাস্তা একগাদা ক্লাচ
that
করে বসে
whenever
থাকে
he is in a clutch situation, he always secures the round for the players of Velocity Gaming, and this time he does it again in a 1v2.
He just does a big brain play, isolating that fight.
না
now,
আমি দেখেছি রাস
making that
ক্লাচ
contact with Kohli
সিচুয়েশনে
first, understanding
মানে
that Kohli will
পারফেক্ট
beat
রিড
him from
থাকে
the
ঠিক
pillar.
আছে
He just went in, save himself from that crossfire, so that Kohli could not get that angle on him. Lovely play. And
এটা
it's all
লাইটনিং
thanks to
নোংরা
lightning
মেরেছে
fast, throwing down those single taps on the other side. And since even the nightfall was utilized in this round, that's again a major ultimate off the board. It's already 6 rounds for VLT. This is like what happened in the previous one now. Crushed up out there. Trinity absolutely stunned up. Prowler goes in, and Machiavelli have no clue what kind of parkour that was happening there. Just taken down. And on the back of it now, there's a push outside of the C mount to VLT are getting so confident.
ভালো কন্ট্রোলটা নিল এটা
They certainly are. And this time the big investment was also there from the set of .exe, the operator in the hands of DC. He has got the steel garden as well. But Rossi with the operator. It's all about the timing. He gets the timing onto RBK. A try peek. But there was no other option. They could have gone for the taunt.
Could have, would have, should have.
Yeah.
That ain't happening right now. Kohli is able to answer one onto Damara though, but not before he himself is taken
কিন্তু
down
অনেক
to
প্লে
20.
করা যায় না চেম্বার থাকলে মানে তুই ছেড়ে বেরো
Shield will help him a bit, but yeah, this is a save. It's already done.
30 seconds
Not
left.
happening anymore. Look at this trap from VLT. They are absolutely okay giving away the space over towards the A side. They just want to take control of the B and C.
Flash placed. 10 seconds left.
Are they really going for the save? They are. But the main question is, will they be allowed? Kohli down to 20 HP. The paranoia hits him perfectly, and Lightning Fast shuts him down. And now DC trying to save the operator. The fault line connects perfectly towards him. And seems like this is happening. And finally, Russ will shut him down.
God. He was just bunny hopping around trying to save himself. That was a very nice movement, I'll have to say. Almost got all the shots being whipped from the side of VLT, but yeah, Russ saves the day for the team again. That was the operator down on the floor. Heavy investment off. And it's a 7-2 Shadow. I'm seeing another 9-3 incoming.
ভ্যালোরেন্ট বারবার বলে
Yeah.
সবার হিট পয়েন্ট দিয়েছে
10-2 could also be possible because once again,
Hey, Baba,
they
এটা
don't
হাসি
have the creds. But Machiavelli, wait a second. Got offended, I feel. He heard what I said. Gets one with the stinger onto Lightning Fast. And the advantage is, now Velocity Gaming, they don't have those smokes, those paranoias to work around with. Nightfall being invested, but gets nothing. And now the entire team of .exe is going all the way towards A. A was left completely open. But once again, proactiveness coming in from the side of VLT. The Viper Roll is there. On the back of it, trying to scale up, gets the tree control. The Razer Wines already stopping the players of Velocity Gaming. But the Mara is still there. The Concurs, the relay ball goes in. I love the approach of VLT.
They have every single thing to try and deny this push Shadow, and this is what I always
does,
talk about, that you've got to bait out these mutants early on, as Tamara now simply goes in for a try peek onto DC, is able to catch him off as well. It's falling down on the other side. Got a couple of stingers, it's already having a rifle in the hand, but can you make it work is the question. Machiavelli not being able to land those shots, but RBK has something else to say. Still two players out here answering in unison as Trinity gets not one but rather two.
Planted.
And .exe looking primed to convert this round for themselves.
Thrifty.
দাঁড়া
And a perfect thrifty conversion coming for the players of .exe. A much needed round for the players of .exe. If they convert the next two rounds, a 7-5 is still a good possible swap for the players of .exe. But they have to convert the next 2 rounds. That itself looks a bit difficult, especially with that overdrive in the hands of Damara and that operator in the hands of SK Rossi. Let's see how this round is going to pan out. Look at .exe this time. They're going all the way towards B, where we have only one solo anchor, and that is Russ. Already velocity, lightning fast, and SK Rossi pushing out on the C mode. The paranoia goes in, the fault line goes in. This wave of util, this layering of util which comes from the side of Velocity Gaming always forces the players of .exe to pivot to a different side. And this time again, the B side control has completely been denied to them.
But here's the thing, Shadow. This has happened in the first 20 seconds. Finally. Now they can play onto their mid-rounding. Now they can utilize the strength of this double controller to take those map spaces away from the other side. Look at this. SK Rossi now pushing a bit too deep. We will be seeing both of those. He takes one down. Only to be traded quickly. Phenomenal play from .exe. They finally use this composition to its perfection and finally punish the members of VLT. And look at that, all that space that was taken away from them on this B side. They can now reclaim all of that back
30
up.
seconds left.
3 players ready to answer the play onto the other side though, but they've got so much to try and stop this early flood.
Spike planted.
Taking some space away as well as the Nightfall now goes in lightning fast. So eventually pinged up on the back of it. There's also one more though, but still stun lands it perfectly. DC's been taken down. Kohli is still out there standing strong as Trinity. Holds his ground down. Got the showstopper. Sends it. Gets the pick on Madeline. And .exe will convert another round on their attack.
Good recovery,
This
I'll
is
say.
what I was saying from the first round, Shadow. This is what they needed to do.
A much needed round as well, Scared, but this time Trinity had the showstopper. Let's be honest, there was a major ultimate in the hands of .exe which really worked in their favor. And in this last round, they have to convert this one. A 7-5 is what the players of .exe needs. And this time SK Rossi is playing all the way towards A. A good read from his side. And the Mara pushing onto the C mount, but DC was prepared. He was prepared with the operator, and the fast sliding Neon has been shut down by him. The Mara and the overdrive is not coming. A major ultimate has been baited out by the players of .exe.
Having that advantage now, this always going to give the information. If RBK gets the plant down, the flash went in there, but Kohli was just so ready for SK Rossi. Able to quickly get him down. Now lightning fast alone is left out there in tree as the rest of the players will be holding down the space towards the B. Madeline still got a Prowler up, still got a Haunt up. This is a 1v1 fight against Trinity. Hold on. Has not really checked in onto that close contact out there. So we're gonna be leaving that space. The lightning fast holds the smoke down. He's able to get 2 on the back of it. Now it's all down to Trinity. He needs to catch the timing on Russ as he is able to catch 1, but he finally trades him off 2.
30 seconds left.
RBK has got a surprise angle.
One
He's got an
enemy
opportunity to try and take down as lightning fast falls. He sends out the pet as well, but Madeline is holding that cross and he sees an opening. He sees a chance. There's an opportunity. The paint shall go in. He still lands in the shot, but RBK hops in at the perfect time for the trade. 3 straight rounds on attack to put DXC in a fighting spot.
Most certainly. A good recovery by .exe, especially in the last 3 rounds. And now if the pistol also goes in their favor, there is a chance of a equalizer coming in. Even the first pistol round went in their favor, but after that, Velocity was able to convert that equal round. And this time, .exe, they have to be very cautious. Pistol is of prime importance for them.
But one thing that people don't have to be really cautious about is the OMEN laptops, because you can trust that it's got the best cooling system out there with the OMEN Tempest cooling system that provides you PC level cooling, and also some massive exchange benefits of up to 20,000 rupees, 15,000 worth of cashback as well. A lot of discount up on grabs, ladies and gentlemen, and you can also get those HyperX headset as well. That's worth 11,000 only for 499. Make sure you don't miss out on all these offers as we quickly hop back into the action as Damara is pushing all the way out. Maybe he just wants to end this game quickly so that he can scan that QR code or visit his nearest HP OMEN store to try and grab onto those offers as DXC will now try to grab onto their lives for this map. Is a do or die for them.
Most certainly is. Do or die situation for them. Machiavelli just ready with the paranoia. The Prowler connects perfectly onto him. On the back of it, Tamara Lightning Fast gets 2. And SK Rossi with the third one. The Headhunter always helps SK Rossi get 1. Lightning Fast, Damara seals the deal. And everything just went in the favor of Velocity Gaming. This time Velocity was like, we are not giving away the pistol also to you guys. A really important round has been snatched from the hands of .exe by Velocity Gaming.
Things are turning from bad to worse now, Shadow. And there's just no stopping. I have absolutely no clue what DXC could do to try and bring themselves back out here, apart from the fact that they have to be a bit more confident out here in terms of their utilities, in terms of how they re-clear that map. Now this paint shell is going to stop the push of VLT, so that's a good thing. But on the back of it, look at that. VLT quickly rushing down over towards the seaside, and that is entirely empty.
Good hit.
It is a very slow approach, cautious approach from the side of .exe. But they don't have economy. Rust going for the plant for the retake. Few utils are there, and Trinity gets a timing onto Rust. Major opening frag on the back of that initiative utility. A 5v4 situation, but time is of the essence. Time is the biggest enemy for the players of .exe, especially the way SK Rossi is just ready with it. Marshall towards the C-Link. From there on, 2 players are trying for the retake. Lightning Fast also catches Trinity. SK Rossi gets Machiavelli, and seems like this round won't go in the favor of .exe as Maidel is going to seal the deal, and the last player goes down, all thanks to SK Rossi. A 9th one towards Velocity Gaming.
Another solid approach coming in from their side, and again, they have also prepared something for the bonus round too, Shadow. They have enough to go in for another nasty buy. A couple of rifles in their hands, a couple of Spectres, and we've seen the run and gun from Russ and Madeline. And Rossi is playing with the Bucky. Not quite sure how that's going to work out on their attacking side though, but this becomes a very important round for .exe. They need to win this, otherwise VLT will snowball out of control. They will reach the double digits though. RBK is good for 1, but only for 1. It's also Lightning Fast is now filling the shoes of what Tamara was supposed to do out there, pushing towards the spawn and taking so much space away. Spike has gone down already. Lightning Fast is already going all around the world to try and hop in from connector. This could be so difficult as the Bucky will help them out a bit as DC answers back. Maybe saving the day for his team. But look at Lightning Fast. Look at his timing. He sees everyone. He knows everything. Smoke out in front of him, and he gets Machiavelli as well. A bonus conversion at one of the most crucial moments. VLT are soaring higher than they ever did.
Seems like a nightmarish scoreline for the players of .exe. The moment it looked like that, yes, they have done good recovery, especially in the last 3 rounds of the first half. Velocity comes in and takes back-to-back 3 rounds of the second half. Bonus conversion is there. A good reveal though from the side of Velocity Gaming towards the A rubble. The Prowler goes in, pushes back the players of .exe back towards the B link. I love the initiator util from the side of Velocity Gaming. The Viper wall is still there.
Cover going out.
Rubble control has been established. Once again, a good timing on that smoke as well. Trying to go a little deep towards the A side, but we have 2 side tankers. The Kalkas goes in, but on the back of it, RVK from the mid top gets the Mara. But SK Eskerosi is also down to 5 HP. There is a possibility that .exe, if they get one more frag, can convert this round. But a slow walking Trinity has been caught by Lightning Fast. This is not the first time. This is second time happening with Trinity.
Watch them run.
Phenomenal yet again for the side of VLT, I'll have to say. Lovely shot landed by Rossi again as Kohli walks in his crosshair and his death.
Spike planted.
Machiavelli with just a sheriff, RVK with just a rifle. This is turning from bad to worse, Shadow. The paranoia used up as well all the way towards the city as Lightning Fast lands in a shot. There's nothing to move him from that angle. And there's nothing to stop VLT. Yet another solid round from their side. And they look better than ever. Just 2 rounds away right now, and .exe finally called for their final timeout, Shadow. This is their last chance. It's now or never.
Let's be honest and practical. Scared. It's 11-5. They are 6 rounds deficit, and the way the entire momentum is in the favor of the players of Velocity Gaming, I don't know if the timeout is really going to work in their favor. I'm still hoping it does. I'm still supporting and rooting for the players of .exe that yes, they come back stronger after this timeout and get back-to-back 6 rounds. But keeping the hope alive doesn't deny the fact that yes, .exe is struggling. They're struggling really bad, especially in the second half, in their defensive half. And Velocity is just 1 round away from the series point. That adds up an extra pressure onto the shoulders of the players of .exe.
Do you really believe, Shadow, that .exe would be able to make this comeback?
No.
I think so there's a chance, but it's again the diplomatic side of me speaking. Haunt landing and all the way high up, taken care of again. Space has been gained over towards the air. This seems to be a very fast A hit. And there's not a lot of people out on the side to react to this hit. Smoke going in all the way onto heaven. Prowler taken care of, but the side control has been given entirely. Plant is going to go down. Ancient going in, Lightning Fast, pushing it a bit too deep out there. Welcomed properly. Plant was denied because of pain shells now, so they will finally go for it. Rossi again wants to play a bit far forward. Trinity for 1. Oh my goodness, Rossi finds the timing. He's able to catch 1 now, and he's still in the position of his rendezvous. Still in that range. Can eventually take that fun, but is a bit too far forward now. Spent out Madeline in a 1v 3DC with the peak. Unexpected on that angle. And will manage to win the round for the team.
Important one. Seems like the press are being heard. .exe, they really needed this one. Now they've got the 3 major ultimates. They've got the Viper's Pit, they've got the Showstopper, and they've got the Steel Garden as well. I don't want to jinx anything, but I'm still keeping my fingers crossed. But .exe, can they really pull this one off? 3 players all the way towards A, 3 side tankers, and that is where the entirety of Velocity Gaming is also heading. Eskerosi has got Toughpower, the Nightfall is there towards the side of Madeline. Trying to go for a control towards the A side, but seems like it's only 1 solo side tanker of .exe.
Face your fear!
OD rotations also coming in. Yes, but Trinity gets 1. Russ gets a trade. I thought he will be able to get the second one as well. But still, seems like now .exe, they have to play on the retake. A 4v4 retake. Russ is going for the plant.
And look at the position of Madeline. His duel with RVK is going to be crucial. And RVK will fall to the ground as Madeline puts him to rest. And with that, they've also got the connector control. And he is so quick on his feet. Also going in for a full-fledged Shot from the other side now. They were already ready with the pistols as lightning fast. Tried to land in a couple. Should be taken down. Kohli, good for one. Wants to trade the second as well. Will manage to do that too. It's all down to Russ. 30 seconds for his fault line as well as Madeline tries to be the distraction. It's a phenomenal one. Work of art. Absolutely perfect as Russ lands the shot through the smoke. DC is not winning that. And neither is DXC. The round as BLT steal it away and move to the series point.
Pressure has been doubled onto the shoulders of .exe now. Velocity Gaming onto the series point. The 3 ultimates are there, but not enough creds to go for a full buy for the players of .exe. Seems like done and dusted. They can get 1 or 2 rounds more, but not more than that. They can't deny 6 rounds to the players of Velocity Gaming. That seems highly unlikely, and especially the way the Mara is going super aggressive, just 1 point away from that overdrive. SK Rossi this time going for the C-mount control, and even the players of .exe are not even aware about the plan of Velocity Gaming. It's only one solo anchor. Finally, they do realize. Oh, it's RVK also towards the waterfall. Yes, for the Viper's Pit, if used to the perfection, they can actually deny the entire side control to the Plaza Velocity, but that is not going to happen as Zamara deals with DC. The overdrive is there, and he's pushing back towards the spawn. Makavali, you need to be very careful, and so do RVK. He gets RVK, but Makavali gets a trade onto him, but seems like it's done. It's done and dusted now.
Seems to be it right now. The showstopper sent out Lightning, taken care of, but there's still 3 more people on side with SK Rossi having the tour de force and the outlaw in his hand. So that's going to be a bit more crucial as Makaveli sends out the paranoia. That's going to force out the rendezvous. Pushing the players back out there as Madeline proves up as well, but so is Trinity, and Madeline still wins the duel. That 2 against Kohli as Russ is there for the support, and it's all down to Trinity to hold his ground, but Madeline will make sure that he burns it as it's VLT moving through the upper bracket in what seemed like one of the fastest series out here in Ascension qualifiers that we have seen.
For sure. One-sided domination, a 2-0. Velocity Gaming moving forward into the upper brackets, and now .exe, they have been forced into the lower brackets. It was a complete, absolute domination which the players of Velocity Gaming showcased today on both the maps, not just one, in both the maps.
It just feel like there was absolutely nothing .exe could do. All they could do was just hold their hair, because on their attacking side, yes, they were able to get those 3 rounds in back-to-back manner where it was fruitful for them. They were able to utilize their composition to its strength by playing a bit more slow, stealing that map properly and in a systematic way, forcing out some of the early util from the VLT side on the other end. But yeah, after that, that's where we could clearly see the problems began on the defensive up, and VLT had the full map control, and .exe could not do anything to deny any of that space. Most of it was because of Russ having that fault line ready, having those aftershocks ready, and again that relay bolt has been so problematic of Tamara. So it was all in all a very well structured attacking side from VLT, but that's not just about it. This entire series was very well constructed by this team.
For sure it was. And lightning fast made lane, everyone was playing to the perfection from the side of Velocity Gaming. Those layering of utils were there, but even in the last round also, RVK was a little skeptical about using that Viper's Pit. He could have completely blocked off the entry towards the C side, but those 2Ks, 3Ks, they were just working in the favor of the players of Velocity Gaming. Those Nightfalls, every single thing was going in their favor, especially in the defensive half, the way they were able to deny the trouble control time and time again to the players of .exe Esports, and Rossi was just prepared towards the C side. And this time Rossi was not only anchoring C side, if you notice, few times he was also there towards the A side as a solo anchor. So those sort of changes with Velocity, which brings in time and time again, keeps .exe always on their toes.
There's also this one more big thing or a statement, right, Shadow, which you mentioned how VLT were denying the control of that trouble. I'd have to say I'm looking at it from a different perspective, and I could see that more than a denial, it seemed like .exe were not really taking that trouble. Just because, again, there's an early wave of utility which you're supposed to force out from the other side. And if you're not really pushing rubble, then the other team will slowly and steadily stop using those utils to try and take that space, and considering, or rather understanding that you're not really fighting for that space.
Remarkably with 6 and 17. His paranoias were perfect, but that is it. He was not really able to get those kills, but someone was able to get the kills, and that is the match MVP, Damara, with 36 kills, 296 ACS, and 9 first kills. Damage per round is 171, headshot percentage is 23.4%. Perfect numbers being showcased by Damara.
Leading with example. This entire team relies so much on Damara being the spearhead of the team, and he was delivering. He was absolutely performing out here. But the fun fact is that he got 7 out of these 9 first bloods in the previous map. So Lotus did not really go in a way where you would really expect him to always get those picks. But here's the fun thing, right? It's absolutely fine. Most of the rounds that they actually played were on the defensive side, so you don't really get a lot of those duels out there if you're the duelist, because it depends on the other team wherever they really want to go. So a very solid gameplay coming in from their side, and I'll have to say this VLT is looking very solid. In the Ascension playoffs, or rather the qualifiers, I personally think that this is going to be one of the strongest teams to try and take down. We have always said about this team, but right now on the previous 2 maps at least, it looks like they've got very new game plans. They bring in entirely new things on the table, on the mix, and yeah, I think so they're very, very ready for the Ascension playoffs finals, or rather the Ascension qualifiers finals.
For sure, they are definitely ready. The preparation did itself begin in the Split 3, where we saw Velocity Gaming and Revenant X-Park enter into that experimentation phase, where Velocity was trying that force buy in the eco rounds, and also going for the save round when they used to lose those force buy rounds. Yes, Velocity had started preparing already in the Split 3 itself, and now they're looking much more prepared for the grand finals of Ascension qualifiers, and if they really want, they will move into the Ascension, but they still have got one big challenge, and those are the players of Revenant X-Park.
I mean, or it could be SATUL as well, depending on which one of the team actually takes the game in the next one, as that has always, apart from Split 1, gone for a third mapper. Every single time we have seen both of these teams take on each other, and ladies and gentlemen, I know everyone is ready for that series, but that will be brought to you after the short break. Don't go anywhere, we'll be right back.
What's this?
Let's go!
To live your life the way you want. Compete like the toughest challenger. Dance like there's no tomorrow. Celebrate every second you are alive. Life has no rule books, but we can give you a stage.
我的精神也很顽强，你掌握不了我是宣扬，天空变化莫测，境况让人深思，快失败了你也都没办法，你的安排像灾祸，在我看来你帮着无奈，你们上帝也不受崇拜。I'm a great, I go way, popping, paving my way through the smoke and the flame and the cold and the rain. If you wanna be me, but I stand out. You on flat earth looking at my cloud. Standing tall to the test. Standing tall to the test. 精神也很顽强，你掌握不了我是宣扬，天空变化莫测，境况让人深思，快失败了你也都没办法，你的安排像灾祸，在我看来你帮着无奈，上帝也不受崇拜。Standing tall to the test. Standing tall to the test. 你看我的 set 就知道我的团队在团结。Team is the best， 他们值得 respect， 我们之间有巨大的差别。连我妈妈也叫我永远的神。我一回家，她说大儿子你很 tough， 一直不带不能被取代，比我更努力的人也不存在。到时我起来和盐酸奶直接出了那种 I'm great, I go way, pumping, paving my way to the smoke and the flame and the cold and the rain. If you wanna be me, but I stand out. You're on flat earth looking at my cloud. Standing tall to the test. Standing tall to the test. Standing tall to the test. 我的精神也很顽强，你掌握不了我是宣扬，天空变化莫测，境况让人深思，快失败了你也都没办法，你的安排像灾祸，在我看来你帮着无奈，你的上帝也不受崇拜。我的精神也很顽强，你掌握不了我是宣扬，天空变化莫测，境况让人深思，快失败了你也都没办法，你的安排像灾祸，在我看来你帮着无奈，你的上帝也不受崇拜。Standing tall to the test. I'm a true to respect. Standing tall to the test. I'm a true to respect. 精神也很顽强，你掌握不了我是宣扬，天空变化莫测，境况让人深思，快失败了你也都没办法，你的安排像灾祸，在我看来你帮着无奈。Now we go, hey, hey. Standing tall to the test. Standing tall to the test. I'm a true to respect. Standing tall to the test.
just three. Sometimes I'm trapped inside and I don't know what I'm gonna do. But to take on the world is the only thing that we know how to do. I've got dreams of finding out what all of this is for. It's you and me, and everywhere we go it leads to an open door. Made our mistakes, the good and bad days, but nothing really breaks. If I got you, look at the sky, you go outside, and oh, there is nothing to keep me back. I got dreams of finding out what all of this is for. It's you and me, and now there is nothing. And everywhere we go, we're leading to an open door. Keep me back.
remaining. Spike down, attacker spawn. Back up! Back up! standing. Catch them. One enemy remaining. For fear!
Watch this!
Let's go!
We're halfway through day number.
Between both these teams, because SA12 Esports, they finally found a way to deal with the power of Revenant X Spark, the spark of Revenant X Spark, which they always bring in. And let's see if they can do it again, or if Revenant X Spark, they actually have a counter for SA12 this time.
For a second, I thought you were about to say a power of friendship there, though, because that is
Decision from the side of Revenant X Spark.
Who will lead the team? That is the question. Because last I remember, now Shadow, this brings me back to a long conversation all the way back when I remember Wenka also does a bit of shot calling. And I know this does not make sense, but I'm pretty sure I remember that he has mentioned that again. Or rather maybe, I mean, we'll just get a check onto that as to who will be the main caller of the team, because till now, it used to be Antidote. He would always be there for the team to lead the team. He would always give out those calls, and that's when his team would find that success. But this time around, now he'll take the back seat. Now this means the firepower of this team will be out of this room.
I think this is the best possible time where Revenant X Spark would have tried for this, because even if things don't go their way, they still have the low bracket chance. So yes, I think Yeah, a big decision, but I think at the right nick of the time, because this is the only best possible time where Revenant X-Park could have tried something different. But looking at the lineup of SA12 Esports, well, you have got Helef, King Kappa. Kappa has always been fantastic in the entire lineup of SA12 Esports. Hawks as an initiator, always stepping up. Techno is there to save the day so many times. But Miz also, as a duelist, has been really strong, especially on the map like Sunset. Miz with those shorty plays, with those judge plays. Every single time this guy gets a perfect value.
Always been on top for the team. One that leads. And that too, again, as we talk about this team spearhead, that definitely goes in the hands of Miz. Techno as well, he's always there on point, waiting. The trigger discipline moments have been pretty solid for the man himself. He has been struggling in terms of that aim a bit, Shadow. I'll have to mention that, and that struggle has been continuing all the way back from Split 1 itself. And he also realized that even in Split 2, he mentioned about this.
Is going to be the decider. I like the decision of SA12 going for a Pearl ban, because that has been their very strong map.
It is an interesting one out there, Shadow, because I'll have to say Sunset is a map which did not really look very good for the side of SA12, and this time they have decided to pick it up. Now that is interesting to me. Normally we have seen SA12 ban out Sunset as well against some of the teams. I've always been a bit more picky whenever it comes down to this map, Vito. But yeah, just have to wait and see. Haven, Ascent, both of these maps have looked really solid for both Revenant X-Park and for SA12 as well. Ascent has basically been 1-1 for both of these teams. Haven on the other side is not something that we normally see in the series of both of these teams themselves, right? We have seen Revenant X-Park individually on that map. Not so much though, only sometimes. Now, last time when we saw that map, it all the way came back when they were playing against VLT themselves. Yeah. And they were able to close that one out with a 14-12. But that was a time when they went with the Teho lineup. Not sure what they will pull off today though. But on this map of Sunset, ladies and gentlemen, SA12 bringing the same double initiator composition along with Revenant X-Park. It's more or less like a mirror composition, apart from the fact that Aziz will play on the Raze while Miz will be on the Neon.
Yeah, just only the duelist that's different from both the sides. Otherwise, exact same composition coming in from SA12 Esports and Revenant X-Park. SA12 Esports also, the last they played on the map of Sunset was against the players of Velocity Gaming, and that was an 8-13 affair in the favor of VLT. So yes, they did give a tough competition to the players of Velocity Gaming, but against the players of Revenant X-Park, this is the first time they're going on this particular map. And SA12 was decent in their defensive half. Attack is where they were struggling the most against Velocity Gaming. So it is going to be of prime importance that SA12 Esports, they have rectified the mistakes and they've worked on their attacking half, because they are starting on the attack. So the first half itself is going to decide in whose favor actually the Sunset is going to go.
It's a big thing, because this map is basically direct if the series is going for the third mapper or if this will go for a 2-0. Because we have seen SA12 on this map, we have seen Revenant X-Park as well on this map, but not without Antidote. That's the big thing. Who is giving out the calls? Who is the one who's making those decisions? Aziz is the man who is playing on that Raze. Again, the team is going to set him up as Raw Fuel and Deathmaker stick together as well on those initiator roles. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the second best of 3 of the Ascension Qualifiers in VCSA 2025 right now, as Aziz kicks things off on this map of Sunset, opening the skull up for Helef, and that's almost the IGL of the other side down. But we have known SATUL to be led by Hook. We have known this man to bring out those calls for the team, and the first one is to push all the way out in mid-top. Taking all the space up out there. 3 players, or rather 4 of them together. Out there this time as Hoax will be taken down all the way up in A main. It's going to be pushed all the way up. Georgie's holding down towards mid, while rest of the 2 players now will need to clear in the side, but they do not know about raw fuel. He tries to fire a few shots, but that's the whip, and one of the biggest that we have seen. And this might turn this round around on its head as raw fuel will get right click. King Kappa trades off Deathmaker. This one is turning on its head entirely. As in an instant it turns down to a 1v3.
30 seconds left.
SATUL should be able to close this one out now, but Aziz is the man. We have seen this demon, how nasty he could get though, but the waves are not just from one side, it's also from the other. This is low. He's given that 1v1 individual now, and there's a double face on the other side of this smoke. Aziz, as he peaks, will fall to the ground as King Kappa kicks things off with a 3k, and SATUL will claim the pistol.
For sure, the pistol goes in the favor of the players of SATUL Esports. A perfect round conversion, especially King Kappa stepping up majorly, getting those 3 crucial frags. I love how Kappa is improving every single day. This guy always is there to save the day and the round for the players of SATUL Esports, and already a good head start. That too in the attacking half, where SATUL Esports was struggling against the players of Velocity Gaming. So yes, seems like they have worked on their mistakes, and this time, because of the weaponry advantage, should be an easy one for SATUL as they're going all the way towards B. But it is a stacked up site. All the 5 players of RNTX are towards B. Those classic, those right legs can be so deadly if connected perfectly. The front leg goes in, on the back of it, Kappa gets 1, Deathmaker gets 1. Back and forth trades are going in, a 3v3 situation. But Venka and Raw Fuel steps up majorly, makes it a 2v2 scenario. Few utils available both the sides. The shock darts goes in. Hawks with that recon and shock dart trying to do something. Venka down to only 30 HP. And 21 is where Hawks is, but Hellef also gets a timing onto Raw Fuel. A great opening. That leaves only Venka in a 30 HP. He's got a Paranoia, he's got a Dark Cover. If he isolates those fight, it can go in the favor of RNTX.
If
weaponry recovered, but that fault line and aftershock towards the side of Hellef can change things.
But alright, Hoax now finally picks up the Vandal as well. I was about to mention that this man does not really have a lot of HP as Venka peeks in and Hellef welcomes him back. SATUL going on to that stack side shadow. It looked a bit bleak, but they still were able to pull themselves back up all the way thanks to Hellef getting that individual duel. Picking off Venka as well over towards the end. Worked out phenomenally well for them, even though some of the things were not looking good for their side, but it's absolutely fine. They've basically carried forward both of their main rifles for this round as well, so they can do some damage.
Can being the keyword. Once again going for a B execute. That is where we have Georgie along with Aziz. The tripwires are already there and a perfect reveal, but King Kappa was there to get a trade onto Georgie. A great opening frag once again by Kappa. Hellef going for the plants. The first wave of utils is already there. But for the retake, RNTX still has got a lot of utils available. They've got the entire kit of Deathmaker. Even the Outrun is also there. Venka has got the Paranoia, the Dark Cover. Everything is there. But a good reveal towards Balba. Also with the information to the plus of SATUL Esports that yes, the retake is happening all the way from the side of Balba. Kappa gets one more miss with the judge gets 1, and Kappa with a 3k will seal the deal. The bonus has been converted by the players of SATUL Esports.
Seems like this time SATUL have prepared for RNTX. A fantastic round conversion from their side. And Shadow, this is the decisiveness that SATUL were technically lacking when they were playing against VLT. where they were struggling in terms of being decisive as to where they need to go, what they really need to do. This time, SATL are looking so very confident in taking these fights, and this 7-8 Spark right now without their IGL, or rather with a new IGL, it's looking a bit on the struggling end out here. Since the bonus was converted, now Raw Fuel is going to be falling down as well onto his knees as Aziz will push up all the way with Georgie, trying to take some of that space away all the way towards mid. Now this is bold, but this bold decision making is what they really need to try and maybe steal this eco round away, maybe get a thrifty. It's going to be executed now. King Kappa falling up on the back of that drone as well through the smoke. No one's going to be pushing out with the aftershock being there. Alright, Aziz is going to be pushing all the way up now. He's jumped all the way through the fire. But Hoax anticipates that? What? How did they even know about it? My goodness!
Oh, the paranoia to delay things. Lots of utils are there on the back of it. Hawks gets one onto Aziz. So that leaves Georgie all by himself, but he also gets a timing onto Hawks with the Sheriff. Kappa once again there for the trade. It's only 2 plus remaining, and Deathmaker gets onto a miss. 2v4 converted to a 2v3 situation, but time is of the essence for the players of RNTX at this point. And Helef also deals with Venka. That means Deathmaker, the last man standing. It seems like there is no time left. A 4th one coming for the players of SA2L.
And that's what really happens, or should happen, when you get a 3-0 start. You're supposed to convert the next round as well on the back of it. Now they have managed to do that. Picture perfect from the side of SA2L. The question is, how far forward can they go now with this? Full rifle round coming in from both of these sides. Now major ultimates up, almost ready for SA2L. Miz is just one away from his overdrive as well. King Kappa already has his neural theft up, probably from the past couple of rounds. And this time, RNTX have decided to change the pace. We have seen their classic approach when they need some map space, they need some map control. They just post Aziz up on some of the nasty angles. They push him all the way up so that he can take that space.
There.
And now look at that shadow. The owl drone that was normally used on side was used up so early outside B main to make sure that Aziz is not holding any angle up close and personal. Helef has also used up his fault time. So they can't really go for any kind of fast execute. And they will have to move on the other part of the map to try and take some space away. But I like that one trip fire outside the B main, so that if anyone from RNTX decide to take that space again, they will know, they will have an idea that someone is pushing up.
I still can't believe Raven and X-Spark lost back-to-back 4 rounds. Again,
30
an important
seconds
round
left.
for the players of RNTX this time. A nice setup of Georgie towards the A, and that is exactly where the players of SA2L Esports are heading. The fault lane goes in towards Georgie, but he completely dodges it. Aftershock behind the gen, but Raw Fuel gets a perfect timing onto Miz. And Georgie onto Techno. Seems like RNTX is back in the form as Venka gets Kappa. Georgie with a 3K will seal the deal. The moment the fans and supporters of RNTX started questioning the decision of Andy not being in the team, RNTX gets their first round converted.
কি ভাই চুপ করে বসে আছিস কেন?
That
কথা
too in
বল।
quite a fashion. All thanks to Georgie for the 3K.
And it's not just that also, it's understanding the fact that SA2L were getting too much free space around the map, so they needed to deny some part of it. And they quickly stole away the B main space. Aziz was able to just walk up there, was able to take that part of the map away, and that basically took a lot of util from SA2L out of their hands for this execute.
Yes,
that's why
that goes there.
saw that round being changed up now. These two trip fires are basically to catch a really running neon out there in the awkward positions, in the awkward angles though. But guess what? Aziz is the man who will do that job as he readies up the showstopper, sends it out as well, and gets Techno Raw Fuel paired up with the Hunter's Fury too. was able to shut down Helef. This round is over before it started.
Exactly. It's only Kappa and Hawks remaining from the side of SA12 Esports in a 2v5 situation. Georgie is still having the neutral theft. Could come handy in the next round. But the main thing is SA12 Esports, how they're going to get the plan down. Especially the way the players of RNTX are already there towards Bolba. The Uldron goes into the side, but they're aware that half of the space is already clear, but they're not aware about the players of SA12 Esports. Kappa pushes the ball bar, gets one, but gets traded off instantly. Hawks gets 1, 2, 3. What's happening? A 1v1.
And with
I
this
still can't believe.
Yeah, with this flash, he knows the information. He has that. He knows where the heck Deathmaker is. It's got the Owl Drone, Shock Dart, Hunter's Fury, every damn thing. Guess what? Catches him as well. Now the second tab goes in. It's got the recon to get that information broken. He knows he's not sitting. Finally sticking it down, and the peak of Hawks will get the round. The IGL stands up for the team and rises above the flames of RNTX to extinguish all of them. And without the use of ultimate, the gun skill absolutely perfect.
That quadra from the side of Hawks, everything was perfectly working for RNTX. That got everything lined up, and it all went down the drain. And all thanks to Hawks. How did that happen? How could RNTX let that happen?
You peek one after the other. That's what happens to you. Can't really.
I don't have
underestimate.
words to express what I'm feeling at this point.
I absolutely understand that. On the back of it now. SATUL kind of the economy on the other side. Venka peeks it onto his death in an instant as the Rolling Thunder is now being sent forward. Raw Fuel is going to spam down a bit as well and taken off right away from the ramp. And look at the Diligence Shadow. There's a tripwire being set out there. Making sure that no one's supposed to push out from that part of the map at least. And if they do, SATUL will have every single piece of information. Now, the answer that Revenant X-Park had for SATUL's early pushes were the fact that they are going to push themselves to one part of the map. But SATUL realized that. They knew that B-Main is being pushed by Aziz. They quickly took that space away. And King Kappa in the early round as well, he had a camera placed there. Realizing that they need this thing to at least have the mid-round information. As soon as they had that, they quickly pushed all the way towards the A. Once Aziz dealt with that camera, they took the space towards the A side, closely walking up, taking the aim in, and then just an execute with Rolling Thunder. So pretty. They've already got half a dozen rounds on board. If you know, you know.
I'm going to just let that slip away. But yes, 6 rounds being converted by the players of SA12 Esports. A timeout has to be there for the players of RNTX, but I don't know if they can really rectify those mistakes which they did in the previous round, where Hawks was able to get a 4K. 3 ultimates already towards the side of SA12 Esports, Hunter's Fury being one of them. Miz already with the overdrive. RNTX, they have to find a way to deal with SA12 Esports.
কাজে এনার্জি এটাতে নেই, কাজে আছে।
Only 5 rounds left in the first half, and RNTX, they have to make sure to convert at least 3 out of them. If they get more than 3, it's a best deal, but at least 3 more rounds is what RNTX needs at this point.
How will they get it? This is the big question now. They've used up the first time out, so
this is a nice spot.
Gobs will be talking with the players, but they don't really have the prettiest spy Shadow out there. Still with the half shields up and a few bulldogs out there. Utilities being brought in. They don't have major ultimates. That's the main thing. Miz still He's got his overdrive available. Hawks with the Hunter's Fury. Really ended up ready for past 2 rounds out there. The recon goes in. Deathmaker is able to take down the first one. The Hunter's Fury now goes in as well, though. Flushes Deathmaker into position where Techno is able to take him down. Beautiful round coming in from their side as of now. The raw fuel feed visible, but it's Venka to shut Techno out. And in an instant, this now turns into a 4v3. And all 3 players over towards the A side. They will have left for the information now. Kind of a fake being sent out there as 3 people pushing all the way down in mid. Well, that is interesting. I don't think so. Oh, LF will know any of that though, but he's still being diligent about it. Oh my goodness. Yeah, Hooks now. He's not winning that one. Taken down instantly now. He's got the information that there's someone pushed out mid. LF will clear out that place, but Aziz is fast on his feet. He's able to take all of them down. A crouch coming out there. Venka is going to be taken down. King Kappa doubles it up as well. And raw fuel is a bit low in that HP, so he decides not to peek on it and double up with Georgie. This is winnable.
It is. Especially Kappa. He can definitely do that. But Revenant Spark can't really replicate the same mistake. They have the numbers advantage, they have the HP advantage, and they've got the entire util of raw fuel. The spy cam gives the information. Shotgun just in case of a tripwire. Kappa gets 1, Georgie gets the trade. And finally the second round comes in the favor of RNTX. A much needed one. Not a clean round though. Could have been much cleaner. But at this point, getting around is more important for the players of RNTX. Correct me if I'm wrong, Scared, but I think at this point, every RNTX fan is asking the same question. Is the decision of Antidote stepping down working in the favor of the team? Is it the reason of Antidote not being there that RNTX is actually struggling against SATBL Esports?
I'll just have to say, you know, only time is going to tell now if it's actually the right call or not. With the way how things have gone till now, it does not seem to be the best right call out here, but let's see.
Only time will tell, like you said. But for now, the question remains the same. RNTX, they have to make sure to get at least 2 more rounds converted.
Fuel. It's going to be pushed back. Can't really take that space away from the other side, so Techno has been posted up in that angle now. There's a lot of question marks out there in mid at least, but look at the amount of space RNTX have taken. They're constantly doing these 3-man pushes from different parts of the map. And Hook should be the first one to be taken down though, but that's the first pick. Miss. Getting taken down, Hooks is able to answer back, and he's ready for Venka as well. He doubles up. Another big time play from the team. And they also know where Aziz
30
is.
seconds left.
Hooks is ready. He's so ready, and as soon as I say that, the worst timing, the slow turn, every info being given. Spike has been planted now. The Georgie is pushing out all the way up front in his own cage. I don't know if LF will know this. He absolutely does know this. He sees both the players as he'll be finally taken down. King Kappa out there, up in open. It's all down to Techno as he's got to take a play, and he just TPs up in front. And look at Georgie shouting it out all the way, happy out there. 32 HP up on board for this man. As RNTX are now halfway there.
Yeah. Georgie, Aziz once again stepping up majorly, especially Georgie. And saving the third round for the players of RNTX. A much needed one. And this time they've got the Rolling Thunder also online. Even the Showstopper is also just 2 points away. But towards the side of SATBL Esports, I don't see any major ultimate except for the Neural Theft in the hands of King Kappa. Aziz also getting a perfect timing. Those shock dart lineup with the back of it. Georgie getting to the perfect timing onto Helef and Kappa and getting that side control. Everything just worked in the favor of RNTX. There was a bit of the fumble at the start, but seems like finally RNTX after the timeout has finally been able to find the feet in the map of Sunset. Once again, SH2L Esports going for that meme in control, but few of the players are towards the mid, and mid has been left completely open. It's only raw fuel towards the mid top. Venka still having that market control. And a very slow approach this time from the side of SH2L Esports for all the good reasons, because the last 2 rounds didn't go entirely in their favor. Outrun to get some information. Techno still maintaining that mid control.
Pulls it down for a few more seconds. There's a couple of players in front of him, rather 3 in total now, and Aziz, he was visible there, but King Kappa doubles it up as well, sends out the neural theft at the last second while Raw Fuel was taking him down, only to be picked off by Miz on the other side. That's Deathmaker and Raw Fuel both out of the mix. And it's all down to Georgie. Jump peeks in, does not realize where Miz is. And how the heck does he still have a relay bolt in now? Hooks is ready to welcome the man in his open arms. There's no damn place for Georgie to run and hide.
It's Georgie, man. He has done in the past. He has done a 1v3, but seems like this time it seems highly unlikely. A 7th one for the players of SH2L Esports. The slow approach this time did work in their favor. They were able to annihilate the entire team of RNTX towards the market. That entire plan of RNTX didn't really work in their favor. This time SH2L was prepared that RNTX is going to maintain that market control. They're going to keep an eye on onto the mid, and that is where SH2L shined the most. One weaponry carried forward by the players of RNTX, but they need more rounds scared. Especially the next 2 rounds. Out of 2, at least bare minimum. 1 more they need in their favor. And they've got the Showstopper and the Rolling Thunder. 2 major ultimates to have at least 1 more round in their favor.
But the thing is that they have been shut down constantly, and I have to say, one of the big key for this team has been King Kappa. 16 and 6. This guy has been absolutely nightmaric for the other side. Paranoia being sent out every single damn piece of utility, apart from the kitchen sink out there. And King Kappa still survives through all of that, and as soon as they heard all of that, they're quickly ready to take this place over towards the other part of the map as Kappa ready! It's not just for 1 but for 2. Aziz was there for the trade. He was supposed to take down King Kappa, but guess what? He's gonna be falling down on his knees as well as Techno sends Deathmaker back to his maker. And it's all down to 4v2. Shadow, there goes the Showstopper out in drain.
Yeah.
Seems even more difficult for them to just make it do with a Rolling Thunder now. They will not have enough crits for the full buy. They will have to work with the half buy. And if SH2L will read the economy correctly, they should buy an outlaw in the next round for neutralized.
Okay, Georgie gets 1 onto Miz. Kappa gets 1 onto Rocky.
Spend like there is no tomorrow.
8-3.
There just might not be.
Are we going to witness 9-3?
I want to see an outlaw buy from King Kappa, dude. At this
When
point,
was the last time scared? I'm sorry to cut you off, but I really need to ask you. When was the last time you saw RNTX struggle this much on any map?
On the map of Ascent against Globally Esports Academy. That was not too far away, I'll have to say.
Yeah.
We're good.
That basically came out a bit weird though, but alright, that fast lane now sends out 2 big question marks as to where the players could be, so that one way is really not going to hold up. Shock not being sent out to make sure they deal with any potential tripfire that could have been out there, but they were not. All towards the B side, and again a walk up Georgie. First one to fall as the Hunter's Fury is now going to be sent out from the other side. King Kappa is the first to basically fall out there, and that's a quick swap on that weaponry. A Rolling Thunder to deliver Miz right to the crosshair of Aziz. The smoke goes out. He's going to be low, but will still survive. Comes back to safety out there, and finally The action is spotted, but not for long. Techno quickly going towards the A side. Understanding it's the most open part of the map. Still does not really go for the plant though. Expects someone to be there. Interesting.
Oh, that look. Two-man look.
30 seconds left.
Venka should have a perfect timing shadow. He should be able to take down at least one.
Not just Venka. It's Aziz as well. And if raw fuel is also
Spike
placed
planted.
perfectly, can get the third one. Can be an easy move down for the players of SA12 Esports. Venka still unchecked, still unnoticed. Hunter's Fury being invested, and Venka gets the timing onto Hawks and Techno as well. This luck finally paid off, and now it's only Helif remaining in one eco situation. A fourth one coming for the players of Revenant X-Park. Not a bad scoreline at all. Still doable, still workable, especially 4 rounds. They were in the defense. And if they get the pistol round of the second half scared, there is still a possibility of a Revenant X-Park coming to an equalizer.
And I think so. We have seen them do all of that in the past as well, many times. Converting those bonus rounds has never been a thing that has not been their cup of tea. They've always managed to do that. Hunter becoming the hunted this time around in front of Venka. It was all about timing, and Venka caught that perfectly. These mid plays, Shadow, these mid-round mid-pushes worked out superbly for the side of RNTX. Now, it's about time that we see SA12 as well pull their socks up. Pistol round, one of the most crucial one out there, and maybe the difference between RNTX getting 2 rounds more closer or SA12 going to that double digits as Miz starts things off not that healthy, down to 13 HP, and has to give up the space on the mid top.
There. Oh, Techno gets one. Deathmaker gets a trade onto Techno. Everything just going in the favor of Revenant X-Park as Georgie maintaining this numbers advantage. Gets a timing onto Helif as well. Missed down to only 13 HP. And now the entire side control is in the hands of the players of RNTX. They've got few good utils to work for the post plant as well. Miss, can he get one? He knows where exactly raw fuel is. Behind the gen. The problem is how this retake is going to go, because SA12 they don't have any util.
What?
And Georgie, this beauty, a 3K being converted. This guy shines the most so many times. He has stepped up, and now raw fuel with the last frag towards Miz. A 5th one, the most crucial round of the second half. The pistol round goes in the favor of RNTX.
Fantastic in that approach. Slow and steady. Pushing all the way up towards the mid top. Exactly what SA12 did in their own pistol round opening. And then look at Georgie. Phenomenal pick. First on hooks and then turns around to take the counterpart on that Cypher out as well. It's basically been a Cypher map for both of these teams. The better Cypher will eventually lead the team to victory. That seems to be the case. It has been King Kappa till now though, but slowly Georgie is also stepping up. We've known him to be a pistol demon, but that's mostly been on Reyna. Seeing him perform on the Cypher as well, it's got a nice breeze to it.
Camera taken out.
Weaponry advantage towards the side of RNTX.
Hold on.
It was just only one single guy, Kappa.
Yeah, but here's the thing, Shadow. He has not been snuffed out of B main. He will give the information to his team that this has been a feint. The team will go towards the A side. That means this 4-player stack can stay there. And this is the best possible scenario for SA12.
And worst possible for RNTX. Because those classics, in close range, those right clicks can be really deadly for RNTX. Now Ron is going to give that information and find... Oh no! Oh no! The information is not there! The aftershock is there from Helif, and it gets raw fuel.
Want to try and follow up more on the back of this as well as the rest of the teams now going in one after the other. They don't really have a lot of time out there, but Maker and Aziz working together in unison. Answer back, everyone. And by losing just one, they will still close out this round. The stack was there, but it seemed like SATUL didn't really have a clear-cut idea as to where they want their players to position. Most of them were behind the Jenny, and it basically turned into a meat grinder as there were more than 1 to 2 angles that every single player had to watch.
And the surprise element was also taken away from the side of RNTX, because after that aftershock that came from the side of Helif, Revenant Spark knew that this is a stacked up side. So the element of surprise which SATUL wanted to pull was completely gone.
Bit of a util now being thrown out towards the B. Faking out for an aggressive play out there, but again moving all the way back. That is always Revenant Spark's way. Doesn't seem like Antidote is entirely out of the mix, because the calling that has been brought in till now has been similar. Not a major difference out there.
Scanning ahead. Cover going out.
Exchange of utils outside A main. But the entire plan of RNTX is to go all the way towards B. They wanted to pull off rotations from the B so that they can move towards the side and go for the plan. The spy cam is going to give all the information away, and King Kappa, the way this guy is entering down the side, is not going to be easy. The fault line is there. On the back of it, Kappa gets one onto Aziz. The paranoia completely dodged by Miz. And Techno gets one onto Georgie. Kappa gets one on Venka. Back and forth trades going on. A 2v2 situation where Kappa doesn't have much HP to work around with, but still gets a third one onto Deathmaker. That means Rafuel is the last man standing. A 1v2 situation. The recon goes in. Kappa gets taken down. A 1v1 scenario going for the plan. Techno has got the paranoia. He comes from the back and takes down Rafuel as well. A 9th one for the players of SATUL.
But Shadow, this was a bonus round for RNTX, and all SATUL managed was to carry one rifle, and look at the bank account. For the Revenant Spark boys, they can fully buy, fully invest onto this round. And on the other side, still managed to get in something, apart from just the fact that Miz is going to use the Judge and Helif is going to carry a Guardian. And both of these players have been struggling in terms of their aim right now. It's only been King Kappa and his show by the team. And now that is starting to hurt them back, as RNTX slowly trying to close in that gap.
Oh. That cam gave all the information, and Techno was just ready for Venka. It's a perfect timing onto Venka. The numbers advantage is still there with the players of SATUL Esports and a neural theft. Every possible info is now in the hands of SATUL Esports, and look at the position where Miz is. If the pivot comes in, Miz is just prepared for the players of RNTX. Georgie, you need to be careful, man.
He's got to be a bit more careful, but he absolutely knows, you know, he's made that cross already. If anything, he is waiting for Miz to push up far forward for this look, potentially. Info should be there. This is going to be a B split out there. Oh my goodness, the timing couldn't have been worse, Miz. What are you doing?
30 seconds left.
Shoving his face up out there at that box, not the best thing to do. And the neural theft gives out every single piece of information. The paranoia being sent out there. When they open that smoke, a bit deep, a bit shallow, I'll have to say. Aziz, up close, personal. How are you going to push that man off of that angle though, as Rafuel also answers like Helif on the other side. King Kappa quick on that trade. Techno moves in. Aziz's position noted as the Hunter's Fury comes into the place as well. The rifle being shown. Visible hooks. Answers back. Shock dart. Both Sova versus Sova. And that recon should eventually give out some information. And the big one has that. 17 HP for King Kappa. He's got to stick it down to defuse the spike. And he's got no time. Beautifully played out by RNTX.
You're not being shot at, you're doing something.
Still breathing, still fighting.
They break the backbone of S8QL now.
They most certainly did. 9-7. And if you notice in the second half, RNTX is looking much confident in the attacking half because only one round has been given to the players of S8QL in the defense. And now they don't have enough courage to go for a buy. It's just a single Bucky and a Sheriff towards Kappa. And that is it. Should be an easy 8th one for the players of RNTX now.
My camera is destroyed.
Gotta go. Grenade.
Cover going out.
30 seconds left. There. I'm out of here. Last player standing. Spike down A.
My oh my. What a round out here. RNTX absolutely demolishing S8QL. And this now forces a timeout, Shadow, of S8QL side because this is the most pivotal round for their side for this map entirely.
Yeah. But seems like the defensive half is not really working in the favor of the players of S8QL Esports. They do have a major ultimate for the next round, and that is going to be the overdrive. But on the other side, RNTX is also having the rolling thunder. They need to find a way to counter that rolling thunder and get the perfect value out of that overdrive in the hands of Miz. But here's the thing, Scared. Miz is not really feeling himself. He's not really coming online. So let's hope he gets something with that overdrive so that S8QL can really go for the 10th one. On the other side, RNTX is looking pretty confident in their attacking side. Especially the way Georgie is stepping up. This guy has saved so many rounds for the players of RNTX. Be it the pistol round or the eco rounds, every single time Georgie makes sure that he gets some good value out of it. 16 in 8 is where he is. But Kappa is actually top fragging the entire server. 25 frags. Aziz showstopper just 1 point away. This time RNTX just waiting outside. But look at the aggressive angle which the players of S8QL are already holding. Especially Techno. The paranoia goes in on the back of it trying to get something. The aggressive approach of Miz is there. Didn't really work out. RNTX, they just wanted to bait that overdrive out.
Has really happened out there though, so Miz is still gonna hold on to it. But now the mid rounding comes into play. S8QL are actually anticipating RNTX to be pushing up all the way towards the mid top. That's why you can see that one tripwire though, but gotta deal with that as LF! gives hell to RNTX, shut down all three players. The first one was Collard. I'm pretty sure even he did not know where the second guy died from, but the third one, absolutely ready. Looks picture perfect on that, and now it's all down to just two. Deathmaker and Venka. You don't want to underestimate these two players, but right now maybe this is a bit too much of the asking from them. Nice adaptation by S8UL Shadow. Right after the timeout, they convert around.
Yeah. 10 seconds left.
That mid push out of RNTX didn't really work in their favor, and this time Venka gets one onto Techno. That's the best thing that they can do some eco damage to the side of S8UL, as Deathmaker also gets hell left. And that is it. 2 weaponries dropped, 2 weaponries saved from the side of RNTX. But a 10th round for the players of S8UL Esports. The lead is still there. And now, 2 major ultimates are there towards the side of RNTX. But all the players are onto the half shield. It's a half buy. But for the players of S8UL Esports, they've got the overdrive, they've got the rolling thunder, full shields, everything is just there. And seems like Miz is going with the overdrive and the judge. We have seen Miz, what he can do with the judge, but this time going for the overdrive. The fortune is there, the blast spec entry is there, the overdrive gets nothing.
It's just a damage exchange out there for both Aziz and Miz, but the fact is, Miz survived through that shadow. Now you do not have the showstopper for the site entry. And I think so that is a very big trade-off, and that is favoring S8UL as well.
Careful.
So all they need to do is hold on their positions. The Soul drone sent out early as well to clear out a bit of information. They're taking some of the space away as well over towards the A. I think that they're trying to pull the rotations off from the other side now. They've only seen Hooks, or rather raw fuel out there. And just because that Owl also got a lot of information, everyone is going to be moving all the way towards the site now. Not towards the B side. Yeah, full pledge util being sent out, rolling thunder out there. Judge at the hands has missed. Gets both of the players who are actually making some of the plays. Venka able to answer Techno. That was a bit of an ambitious play from him. Keeping all the way out up there. Venka has got the ultimate. They're going to run all the way towards the A site. And that is where you have King Kappa. That is where this man is ready.
10 seconds left.
My goodness, I almost... Hold! What? Hello?
Bhai, kotto to na cancel. Shit, bhai.
That... I'm pretty sure every single player right now would be doing the same thing that I just did out there and be absolutely silent as to what really happened.
Alright, bhai, cancel kyun kare bhai?
Yeah, that
Mode gele mode jetis, but
yeah, much needed, much needed.
From Gobs. It's not even much needed. It's like you have to pull a timeout at that point because that was probably one of the biggest mess-ups of RNTX in this entire map.
I really want you to break it Barney style. What's happening wrong with the players of RNTX? I understand this is a map pick for the players of SA12 and SA12 is going to dominate. But the thing is, the way Revenant X-Park is losing onto those rounds is something we haven't seen from their side in the past.
You know, I personally think that the real plan was to fake the footsteps out towards the A side, making S8UL think that maybe RNTX want to end A because Venka has got the ultimate, so they can pick up the spike whenever they want. And then to fake those footsteps towards A and then run back towards B, because eventually the B side should be empty. And that's why we were seeing both the players run towards the B side as well, and Venka was supposed to just use the ultimate and stay on site. I think so he misstabbed X and did not realize how much time was left on the clock. That's why they lost that round. That's a bit of a problem out there though with Venka. He wants to try bring it back for his team. Maybe undo some of the damage that was done out there in the previous one, and it absolutely will be undone. These open things up though. Hunter's Fury, big catch, absolutely fantastic catch by Hawks. He's got two out there and has made it doable for King Kappa on site. He's got a tripwire out there, and the information is given. Seen both the players. They know every damn thing.
Careful.
They have every single util available, and so does Deathmaker. Georgie still re-wraps around on the other side, but King Kappa the exact same thing. The shock dart goes in, and Deathmaker falls on the ground with util in hand. It's all down to Georgie. With all individuals up, being given to him, but it's not happening today. King Kappa will close it out. SAQL are one round away from claiming their own map.
King Kappa is actually playing like a king of the sunset. The way this guy is stepping up.
Initiator খেলছে
Round itself, this guy has been showing the heroics. 27 and 12. This guy is top fragging the entire server right now. Just 1 point away from his neural theft. And like you said, SA12 now on the map point. They just need one more to seal the deal against RNTX. The recon goes in, a Fox, but no information has been passed. They have an awareness.
তুই একটা যা ঢপের এখনই একটা খেললো না ভাই রেভেনেন্ট
King Kappa is having with Hogs. Hunter's Fury being invested. Spotline on the back of it. Hogs gets one. Kappa gets one. The way this guy anchored the entire elbow. But Georgie and RNTX Venka answers by getting two from the side of SA12. Neural theft being invested. In the side gets two. Georgie shuts him down. Goes for the neural theft. Still a 1v2 situation for him.
I love the discipline from SAQL. Not giving in the individual peaks now. Both the players playing together.
না এটা ম্যাচটা হয়ে যাক তারপরে তো
single thing in his favor right now.
একবার তখন আমি একবার তোকে ওই ব্লান্ডারটা দেখাবো
That he can pull off over towards the B side.
অফিস তো আছে আজকে ম্যানেজারও আছে
Will be clearing out.
এখন কিছু বলবে না 7টা থেকে তো
Re-wrapping from around the elbow. Now they should have a vague idea of where Georgie is going for.
সোমবার 7টা থেকে মঙ্গলবার 5টা থেকে
Now has been cleared out by them. So yeah.
5:30 না ঝাড়বে তো না ঝাড়বে এটাই যে একগাদা আছে দেখা যাক খুব কনফিউজিং জায়গাতে আটকে আছে ল্যাবগুলো
Need to clear up all of this distance quickly now, and I like the idea from Georgie. He's ready to play in the market. He wants to play aggressive.
ওটা মানে করা যাচ্ছে না লিমিটেশন আছে
Georgie, he can pull this off. He certainly can. The entire wrap around. The players are not even aware. He gets one onto Miss. Can he get one onto the last player, Techno? Down to 87 HP. The HP advantage is there. Dark cover. And Georgie sticks to Shorty and a 4K for him.
শর্টিটা তোরা নিস না
Coming for RNTX. Seems like both
কি
the
কোথা অনেকক্ষণ লাগবে
are saving the day for their teams.
I love what Techno's trying to do.
অনেকক্ষণ লাগার কিছু নেই
We have seen Forsaken do something similar on this
ম্যানেজার কিছু সলভ করবে ম্যানেজার আপডেটটা চাইবে আপডেটটা খুব কনফিউজিং আপডেট সেটার জন্য একটু চাপে আছে আর
But
কিছু
rather threw out a couple of layers of smoke so that John QT would have to run at least 4 layers of smokes to move forward.
হ্যাঁ আমার তো যখন বললাম না ওই যখন ওই রান্নার দিদি আছে কাজের দিদি আছে তখন অনেক উঠি
A similar thing here. He threw out the first smoke
না
on
না
the
একটা
side,
সো
threw out the second one just a bit ahead so that
এই ঘুমোতে ঘুমোতে হ্যাঁ দেড়টা দুটো হয়েছে বাট ওটা হচ্ছে আপনার যে ওটা প্রবলেম না প্রবলেমটা হচ্ছে যে ইয়ে
that's when Georgie got the timing.
ওই কি বল
A crucial round for
আরে না একবার 7টায় উঠতে হচ্ছে তারপরে আবার একজন আসবে 9:30 10টার সময় তখন
Visidual on the other side. They want to push all the way from the
মানে
market.
প্রপার টানা ঘন্টা হয় না বুঝলে
King Kappa is going to be taken down. So no cipher for you on the B side. No angle.
দেড়টা থেকে তো নয়
Fill those shoes. Ready with the Guardian.
দুটোটাইতে তো বাজে
This one down only to be picked off instantly by Rofuse. Lovely shot from Miz. The ball bang lands perfectly on Deathmaker. Brings it down to a
এটা
two-level
ওরকম
position
মানে
now, but the
উঠতে
spike
হবে
has been
বারবার,
planted.
এটা হচ্ছে
Time is ticking.
না হলে কোনো অসুবিধা হবে না।
Most certainly is.
আজ
3v3 situation. Aziz.
দরজা খুলে আসতে হবে, বসে থাকতে হবে।
But still can get miss. He certainly gets miss. Slow walking miss. Completely off guard. But Hawks is still
আজিজ উঠলো কি করে ওই ওপরটায়?
Outrun being sent. The information has been passed on
সাজনা
to
উঠলো, আমার মনে হলো যে
RNTX,
বুস্ট দিয়ে।
but time is not there.
না না
That's the main problem, Helef.
না না কেমন
Big tap onto the spike, but there is no time left. SA12 Esports. Oh, Venka gets Hawks as well, and a 10th one for the players of RNTX. They
এ
got
বাবা
enough
ওদের
time to go for the
ইয়ে
10th
গানগুলো
one.
কেরম ভাবে ইয়ে করা উচিত ছিল।
SA12 Esports still on the match point, but RNTX, they are finally giving tough competition to the players of SA12 Esports.
I was expecting a timeout.
চাইলে আমি শেষ করতে পারি।
12 when now the economy is a bit broken out there, bruised up. So the question is going to be, do you want to force buy into this one or maybe just save for this one and buy in the next?
মোটামুটি অন অ্যাভারেজ 5 ঘন্টা হলে হয়ে যায়। দেখা যাক।
Potentially see this happening. RNTX can take it to OT. There is a possibility. Want to have a look at their ultimates as well, because last I saw they were building onto a couple of crucial ones too. It's been quite a while since we've seen those rolling thunders out there from. Let's make a maybe. Venka is ready with
জিমে কিছু ভর্তি হতে হবে না।
as well.
জিম দেখ, তুই যদি বডিটাকে তুই একটা প্রপার শেপ দিতে চাস বা তোর একটা টার্গেট বডি আছে যে হ্যাঁ এরকম সিক্স প্যাক হবে ইয়ে হবে, মানে বেসিক্যালি তুই যদি নিজের বডিটাকে একটুখানি কার্ভেচার দিতে চাস দেন জিম ইজ গুড, বাট টু লিভ এ হেলদি লাইফস্টাইল অর মেনটেন এ প্রপার ওয়েট ইউ ডোন্ট হ্যাভ টু গো টু জিম। তো যেটা সব থেকে দরকার সেটা হচ্ছে যে একটু মেডিটেশন করা।
On paper it is, but Miz this time going a little aggressive with the Bucky in the hand. Just 1 point away from the overdrive. If he gets one pick, there is a solid chance of he is converting the round with that overdrive. But for now, Techno gets one onto Aziz. The showstopper is not really coming for the players.
ওই তো হাঁটতে যাবি যখন, তো যদি তুই সকালবেলার দিকে হাঁটতে যাস দ্যাট উইল বি গুড,
Oh my goodness, he probably shouted, stepped over towards tiles and then
দ্যাট উইল বি গুড, বাট তোর ইয়ে মেডিটেশন যখন করে দেখ, মেডিটেশনে অনেক রকম নিয়ম আছে, ঠিক আছে, এটা করো ওটা করো,
absolutely insane. Now
বাট
there's a crossfire up
আমি
in
তোকে
front of them
বলবো
and
যে
Techno
ইয়ে করতে,
is able to get one though, but Venka is able to quickly
না সহসন করলে ঘুমিয়ে পড়বি তুই।
off as well down to a 3v3 with
ইয়ে সহসন সব থেকে চাপ মানে কঠিন ইয়ে জানিস মেডিটেশনের মধ্যে, কারণ সহসনে শুয়ে থাকাটা তো তোর মেডিটেশন না, তাহলে ওটা শোয়া হতো
Georgie,
না,
he gets one onto Kappa.
ইয়ে মাইন্ডটাকে ব্ল্যাঙ্ক
Now
রাখতে
it's
হবে,
done and dusted. It's only Miz remaining in a 1v3 situation. Now it's
যেটা
going to be a
সব
11th
থেকে
one for the players
চাপের,
of RNTX.
মাইন্ড কখনো ব্ল্যাঙ্ক থাকে না।
Weaponry has already
এই
been
জন্য আমি যেটা
covered,
লোককে বলি যে তোর থট গুলোকে চ্যানেলাইজ করা, যে
which highly seems
যেটা
unlikely.
আমার যেটা মনে হয় যে তুই খুব কনফিউজ জীবন থাকে,
Yeah,
যে
and he also had that fast
কি
one
লাগবে,
and bolt as well.
যেটা লাগবে সেটা পেতে গেলে কি করতে হবে, আর যেটা লাগবে না সেটা থেকে অ্যাভয়েড করতে গেলে কি করতে হবে, এই কয়েকটা জিনিস ক্লিয়ার থাকলে তবে তো
first one though, but it's not
ইয়ে
happening.
হবে।
Venka
তো
internal
মেডিটেশনে তুই
figuring
এগুলোই তুই ডিসকাস
perfectly.
করতে পারিস, আর কি লাগবে এটাও কখন উত্তর হতে পারে না যে টাকা লাগবে,
12-11 now, just one
এটা উত্তর
round
হতে হবে
away
যে
from
কতটা
OT.
টাকা লাগবে,
RNTX can
সেটার জন্য প্রপার
they
হিসেব
push
করতে হবে।
through?
ধর আজকে আমার মাস
King
চালাতে
Kappa
লাগে
has
হচ্ছে
been
50,000 টাকা,
acquired for the past 3
আমি
rounds.
চাইছি আরো
Shadow
50,000 টাকা সেভ করতে,
27.
আরো
He's
10-20,000
only
টাকা
got
যদি
one
এদিক
kill
ওদিক
the
হয়
past
তাহলে
3
আমার
rounds, and that has been one of the
মানে
main
নিজে ইচ্ছে
reasons
মতো
why
খরচা করতে হবে,
SATL have
তাহলে
been
আমার
trying
1,20,000
all
টাকা
these
লাগবে
rounds.
আফটার কাটিং ট্যাক্স। এরপর যদি 15 না 20% যদি ট্যাক্সটা ধরি তাহলে আমার 1,00,000-1.5 লাখ টাকা মতন যদি আমি কামাই,
He has been stepping up.
তাহলে আমি যেগুলো মোটামুটি যে গোলগুলো বলছি সেই গোলগুলোকে আমার অ্যাচিভ করা যাবে,
He's
তো
the
আমার
reason
টার্গেট হবে
Kappa
1.5 লাখ
is
টাকা।
being humbled.
তো এটা হচ্ছে একটা ফাইনাইট নাম্বার, এরকম না যে আমি অনেক টাকা লাগবে,
Shock dart line
আমার এখন লাগবে 1.5 লাখ টাকা। 1.5 লাখ টাকা পেতে গেলে আমাকে কি করতে হবে
RNTX going for the
সেটা হবে আমার
TH360.
নেক্সট
The
স্টেপ।
one way is already there, but then
তারপর হচ্ছে যে
a bit careful
আমার
from the
এখন
side of
যদি
Techno.
সকালবেলা হাঁটতে যেতে হবে,
Gives the position
তাড়াতাড়ি
away of
ঘুমোতে হবে,
Techno.
স্ট্রেস ম্যানেজমেন্ট করতে হবে, সেটা করতে গেলে আমার কি কি করতে
Into
হবে
his
না
B.
সেইগুলো, যেমন দেরি করে শোয়া যাবে না, তারপরে যেখানে তো সেই জিনিসগুলোকে তোকে মেনটেন করতে হবে, এইগুলো করলে তবে তোর মানে তোর বললো না ইয়ে মেডিটেশনে তোর যেটা মেন লাগবে সেটা হচ্ছে স্ট্রেস ম্যানেজমেন্টটা তো খুব জরুরি।
Exactly, and they're gonna try and fast execute over towards the side. Though Miz is ready with the operator now. But he's up with the overdrive as well. Tries to do a bit of a chip damage onto 3 different players, but chip damage is not going to be enough. The operator not paying the value which it was supposed to. Smoke right now on the pace as soon as it dissipates. Wenka is removed from the round, but there's still a crossfire up towards the B backside now. Flash being used up now. The fast lane is going to be sent out to try and break through this one choke point. He sent out the first one. Aziz will be taken down. The headbutt shown up and a long face out there. Hoax is good for the trade. 2 people still standing strong as the IGL leads out there. And it's the Sova on the other side who's got to hunt, but he will be hunted down. LF and Techno. The duo remains. And the first map has been taken by S8UL.
যাই হোক ব্যাপারটা হচ্ছে একটা আমি একটা তোকে এক্সাম্পল দিলাম এটা সব ক্ষেত্রেই গিয়ে করা যায় তোকে আবার মাথাটা ঠান্ডা রেখে কাজ ওটাতে এই যে তোর অ্যাঙ্গার ম্যানেজমেন্টটা অনেকটা কাজে লাগে কারণ তুই যে এইসব ব্যাপারগুলোতে রেখে যাস সেগুলোতে রাখার কোনো কারণ না সেগুলো খুব তুচ্ছ জিনিস তুই এটা যাবে নিজেকে রিয়েলাইজ করাতে পারবি তবে তোর ইমপ্রুভমেন্ট অনেকটা হবে যেহেতু ইউ আর নট এ স্পোর্টস প্লেয়ার ইউ আর নট এ স্ট্রিমার in any way you are not doing anything to earn from your gaming skill তা আমি আমার মনে হয় যে you are not supposed to be this much serious about your game very
but SHL esports that same can be said for the players of it are there towards the side of RNTX but all the players are onto the half shield
bring it back for his team
হ্যাঁ তো কিছু করতে পারলি না এবার you have to let go দেখ তো না পারছি না ব্যাপার না পারতে হবে ব্যাপারটা হচ্ছে এটাই যে দেখ তোর আচ্ছা এটা তো RNTX দেখ তোর ব্যাপারটা হচ্ছে এটাই যে তোর মনে কর ওই কি বলে ওটাকে যে তুই চেষ্টা করবি ঠিক আছে যখন মনে কর একটা মাধ্যমিক দিচ্ছিস ঠিক আছে মাধ্যমিকের আগে তুই পুরোভাবে চেষ্টা করবি যে কিভাবে ভালো নাম্বার পাওয়া একদম মানে তুই 110% দিলি গিয়ে তুই দেখলি যে তুই 60% পেলি দ্যাট ইজ নট গুড এনাফ ফর হায়ার স্টাডিজ বা তুই যে সায়েন্স নিয়ে পড়তে চাইলি বা আর্টস নিয়ে পড়তে চাইলি সেটার জন্য এনাফ না তুই কি আর রিট্রাই দিয়ে এক্সামটা আবার দিতে পারবি না 60% পেয়ে গেছিস 60% পেয়ে গেছিস হয়তো রিভিউ করি 60টা 65% হলো বাট দ্যাট ইজ স্টিল not good enough for choosing the stream you like ঠিক আছে তখন তোকে কি করতে তখন তোকে ওটা ছেড়ে দিতে হবে বিকজ তুই বুঝতে পারছিস যে তুই যতটা তো নিজের তরফ থেকে যতটা চেষ্টা কর নিজের তরফ থেকে যতটা মানে এফোর্ট দেয় সেগুলো দেওয়া হয়ে গেছে তারপরে কিছু হয়নি তখন তোকে ছাড়তেই হবে ওটাকে নাহলে এটা একটা বদ অভ্যেস হয়ে থেকে যাবে আর যেটাই পরবর্তীকালে তোর নেক্সট জেনারেশনের উপর তুই গিয়ে চাপটা সৃষ্টি করবি আগেকার দিনে বাবা মারা ইঞ্জিনিয়ার হতো ডাক্তার হওয়ার কথা এই জন্যই বলতো যে কারণ তারা অনেক সময় নিজেরা হতে পারতো না বলে ঠিক আছে সেটা একটা প্রবলেমেটিক জিনিস ওই জন্য তোকে তোকে বুঝতে হবে কতক্ষণ তোকে ধরে রাখতে হবে আর কখন তোকে ছাড়তে হবে ধরে রাখার থেকে ছাড়াটা বেশি ইম্পর্টেন্ট না দিতে পারে কি তুই আগে তুই ভাববি যে এটা তুই যখনই বুঝতে পারবি যে এটা সেরকম আহামরি কিছু না তখনই তুই বুঝতে পারবি যে ঠিক আছে এটা মানে ইয়ে করা মানে হোল্ড অন করে রাখারও কোনো ব্যাপার নেই
Techno, that was a bit of an ambitious play from him.
ঠিক আছে এরা ঢুকতে গেল বিতে
Both of the players who are actually making some of the plays Venka.
এবার
Everyone Techno,
রোটেট
that was a
করছে
bit of an ambitious play from him.
যে ওরা যাবে হচ্ছে এ
All
হিট
the way out up
ঠিক আছে
there. Venka has got the ultimate. They're going to run all the way towards the A site, and that is where you have King Kappa. That is where this man is ready.
10 seconds left.
ক্যান্সেল করে দিল
My goodness, I almost what? Hello?
বুঝলি সেটাই তো পট ক্যান্সেল কেন করলো হি ওয়াজ সাপোজড টু বি देयर ইন দ্য সাইড
I'm pretty sure every single player right now would be doing the same
কে
thing.
বললো ঢোকেনি তুই আরে ও
Is ready.
হ্যাঁ 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 তার হ্যাঁ মরে যেত আর সব থেকে বড় কথা স্পাইকের ওপরে কেন টিপি নিচ্ছে
Left.
My goodness, I almost what? Hello? That I'm pretty sure every single player right now would be doing the same thing that I just did out there and be absolutely silent as to what really happened.
second.
Yeah, that
16. Yes, he was struggling. Techno 13 and 17. But that's the same story. When only two guys from each team are top fragging, there isn't much left for the remaining players to do. 28 is where King Kappa is, 22 is where Georgie is. So I think the frags are equally distributed.
Don't really expect the players to be as
কি?
soon as they spawn up in front of you, you just have to snap.
লেটে
That's
হয়
the point where I feel
লেটে
RNTX
হয়
have got
যেটা
a slight
ঠিক আছে
advantage.
লেটের
That's why,
রিয়েলাইজেশনটা
there are many
আগে
times
হয়
that they
ঠিক
can
আছে
bring
বাট
these
তুই যখন
in
জানিস
these
যে তোর
surprise
লেট
factors and
রিয়েলাইজেশন সব
eventually
কিছুতে
end
হয়
up stealing
then
away
you
the
are supposed to
entire
work on it.
map. But ladies and gentlemen, we've got Haven upcoming for the next
Hello?
one. Will RNTX push through or will it be a 2-0?
Acha,
We'll
acha.
see that after this short break.
আর ঠিক আছে কিছু 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 করার নেই ওটা
And I'ma do it again. Watch me win, then watch me do it again. I'ma always win.
To live your life the way you want. Compete like the toughest challenger. Dance like there's no tomorrow. Celebrate every second you are alive. Life has no rule books, but we can give you a stage.
না সে ঠিক আছে কিন্তু আমার আমার কথাটা তোকে বলেছিস ঠিক আছে এটা তোর ক্ষেত্রে না অনেকেরই এটা মনে হয় বাট না আমার কথাটা হচ্ছে এটাতে আমি এটা তোকে বলতে পারছি না এটাতে অসুবিধাটা কি আছে তোর যখন যেটাতে যত সময় দেওয়ার কথা ছিল ঠিক আছে যেখানে যতটা সময় দেওয়া ছিল তার থেকে অনেক বেশি সময় সেখানে দেওয়া হয়ে গেছে ঠিক আছে বিজিএমআই এর কথা তুই ডিভাইসের কথা বল যাই বল বিজিএমআই তো ডিভাইসের জন্য কিছুই হয়নি ঠিক আছে তো যেটা হয়েছে সেটা হচ্ছে গেমটা ব্যান হয়ে যাবে যখন তুই মেন গেম খেলাটা শিখেছিস সেটা অনেক দেরিতে শিখেছিস বিজিএমআই খেলাটা এক বছর দু বছর বিজিএমআইতে যেটা করেছিস সেটা টাইম পাস করেছিস ঠিক আছে এবার যখন শিখেছিস তারপরে গেমটা হয়তো তার কতদিন তার হয়তো 6-7 মাস 8 মাস পরে ব্যান হয়ে গেছে এবার সেইটার জন্য তুই বলতে যে হ্যাঁ সেটা আমার তো সেটা অনেকেরই ওইটাতে লাখ খারাপ ছিল ঠিক আছে তারপর তো বিজিএমআই কাম ব্যাক করলো তখন তো তুই আর ওটা শিফট করলি না ঠিক আছে তো সেইখানে তুই কিছু বলতে পারবি না দেন তারপর হচ্ছে তোর ইয়েরও যদি বলিস, ভ্যালোরেন্টেরও বলিস, ভ্যালোরেন্টের তোর যদি ওরকম এক্সেপশনাল স্কিল হতো, তুই যেই ডিভাইস দিয়ে শুরু করেছিলি বা যেমন নিয়ে দিয়ে শুরু করেছিলি, আই থিঙ্ক দ্যাট ইজ এনাফ। আই এম নট সেইং দ্যাট ইজ ভেরি গুড, বাট দ্যাট ইজ এনাফ, ঠিক আছে? দেন হোয়েন ইউ আর গোয়িং টু প্লেইং ল্যান, তখন সবাই ডিভাইস সেম, তখন যদি তোর মনে হয় যে হ্যাঁ ইফ ইউ আর আউট ফ্র্যাগিং এভরিওয়ান, তোর ডিসিশন একদম অন পয়েন্ট, সমস্ত তোর টিম তোকে পিছনে ফেলে রেখেছিল, সেটা তুই তখন বলতে যে হ্যাঁ তাহলে আমার টিমের দোষ। তাহলে তো তখন যেটা স্টেপ নেওয়া উচিত ছিল যে তোর টিম চেঞ্জ করা উচিত, ঠিক আছে? কারণ না তুই একটা, আমি তো একটা জিনিস যেটা বলছি যে তুই একটা মনে কর টিমে আছিস, খুব হার্ডলি একটা টিমে তোর কাজ করবি কি করবে না, তোর হার্ডলি 1 মাসের বেশি তোর লাগার কথা না, তুই বুঝতে পেরে যাবি যে তুই ওই টিমটাতে তোর কাজ করবে কি করবে না, ইউ শুড লিভ দ্য টিম, ঠিক আছে? তখন লিভ দ্য টিম, আইদার তুই টিমটাকে ড্র্যাগ করে ডাউন করছিস, মানে টিমের পারফরমেন্স তোর থেকে অনেক বেশি, তুই সেটাকে ডাউন করছিস, অথবা টিমের থেকে তোর পারফরমেন্স অনেক বেশি, টিম তোকে আটকে রেখেছে, ঠিক আছে? তো এই হ্যাঁ, তো এবার তো তাহলে তুই অতদিন কেন নিজের সময়টা নষ্ট করবি? তাহলে ওটা তোর ভুল ডিসিশন মেকিং না, এখানে তো অন্য কিছু নেই। ওইটা আর্নিং সোর্স, ওইটা কোনো আর্নিং সোর্সই নয়, ঠিক আছে? প্রথম কথা হচ্ছে, আর সেকেন্ড হচ্ছে যে তোর যদি নিজের ফিউচার ভ্যালোরেন্টটাই বানাতে হতো, তাহলে তোর স্টেপসগুলো টওয়ার্ডস সেই দিকে হতো, ঠিক আছে? তুই তখন আর্নিং সোর্স আনাতে না, তুই আর্নিং এর জন্য অলরেডি তুই চাকরি খুঁজছিস, তো ওখান থেকে তোকে এমন কিছু বেশি মানে খেলার জন্য অন্তত টাকা দিতে না, কন্টেন্ট ক্রিয়েশন হিসেবেই থাকতিস ওখানে, ঠিক আছে? তোকে এমন কেউ মাথার ডিগ্রি দেয়নি যে তোকে ওই মানে ওদের স্পোর্টস টিমে থাকলে তবেই তোকে ইয়ে দেবে, নাহলে দেবে না, ঠিক আছে? তো ব্যাপারটা হচ্ছে ওটাই যে তখন অনেক ডিসিশন যেটা ভুল নিয়েছিস সেটা হচ্ছে তোর দোষ, ঠিক আছে? কারণ তোর ডিভাইসের দোষ নেই। এবারে ব্যাপারটা হচ্ছে যে এটাই আমি তোকে বলছি যে তোর দোষ বা ভুল এইসব কোনো ব্যাপারই না, মেন ব্যাপারটা হচ্ছে যেটা হওয়ার সেটা হয়ে গেছে, এখন তুই ভাব যে এখন কি করে, ঠিক আছে? পাস্টের মিস্টেক থেকে শেখে ফিউচারের জিনিস প্ল্যান করে। তোর যদি প্ল্যান থাকে যে আমি ভ্যালোরেন্টে কিছু করবো, ঠিক আছে? অনেকে কাজ করতে করতেই করে, ঠিক আছে? আমি তো ইয়েতে সেদিনে সেবারে সেই মনে আছে ইয়েতে প্ল্যানে গেছিলাম, একজন সে অফিস থেকে এসছে গিয়ে প্ল্যান খেলছিল, ঠিক আছে? and they are playing well. I'm not saying they are playing too good, but they are well. তো আমার কথাটা হচ্ছে তুই সেই পয়েন্ট অফ টাইম অবধি যা, সেই পয়েন্ট অফ টাইম অবধি গিয়ে যখন তুই দেখবি যে তুই তোর চাকরির জন্য তুই খেলতে পারছিস না, তখন তুই একটা ডিসিশন নিবি যে হয় চাকরি ছাড়বো, গেমে যাবো, নাহলে গেম ছাড়বো, চাকরিতে থাকবে। কিন্তু সেই ডিসিশন অবধি গেলেও তো তোকে ভ্যালোরেন্টও তো সেই লেভেলে খেলতে হবে। তুই কি কোনোদিনও ভ্যালোরেন্টটাকে সেই লেভেলে খেলেছিস যেখানে তুই মনে করছিস যে নিজেকে স্পোর্টস লেভেলে তুই দাঁড় করাতে পারবি ভ্যালোরেন্টে? যদি উত্তরটা না হয় তাহলে তুই সেটাকে চেষ্টা করে দেখতে পারিস। তোর যদি মানে এখনো তোকে সময় আছে, লাস্ট একটা চেষ্টা করে দেখবি, করে দেখ। তাহলে না ওইটা কথা না, আমার কথাটা হচ্ছে এটাই যে লাস্ট চেষ্টা, ওটা যদি তোর লাস্ট চেষ্টা, দেন আমি বলবো তোর ইমপ্রুভমেন্টের অনেক জায়গা আছে, ঠিক আছে? কারণ তোর কম মানে আমি তোকে বলবো যে এমটা অনেকটা বেশি এখানে ম্যাটার করে, ঠিক আছে? আমরা যদি তুই প্রিমিয়ার টিমটা বলিস, আমরা এমন কিছু খেলি নি যে আমরা T1 রিপ্রেজেন্ট করতে পারবো, ঠিক আছে? উই আর প্লেইং ওকে T2 ইজ in certain matches if our forms are very good, then we can compete with the T1 team but not winning every situation, ঠিক আছে? আমাদের একটা ম্যাপ ভালো হয়েছে মানে সব ম্যাপ ভালো হবে এরকম কোনো ব্যাপার নেই। আর আমি তো বলবো আমি এমন কিছু খেলিও না যেটাতে আমি করতে পারবো, ঠিক আছে? এবার তো কথাটা হচ্ছে তোর যদি মনে হয় যে ইফ ইউ আর প্লেইং রিয়েলি গুড অ্যাকর্ডিং টু দ্য টিম, ঠিক আছে, তো তাহলে তোর দেখ টিম চেঞ্জ করে বা এখন অন্য কিছু করে। যদি তোর মনে হয় না অ্যাজ এ ইন্ডিভিজুয়াল তোর এখনো গ্রো করার অনেক জায়গা আছে, তাহলে ইন্ডিভিজুয়ালি গ্রো কর, তারপর একটা অন্য কোনো ভালো থেকে টিমে জয়েন করে যেখানে তুই ভাবছিস যে তুই একটা অপরচুনিটি পেতে পারিস। এগুলো আমি সব বলছি ভ্যালোরেন্টে তুই যদি গ্রো করতে চাস তখনই, ঠিক আছে? যদি তোর গ্রো করার ইচ্ছা থাকে তখন। আর যদি গ্রো করার ইচ্ছা থাকে, যদি কোনো গ্রো করার ইচ্ছা নেই থাকে, তাহলে ভ্যালোরেন্টটাকে সিরিয়াসলি নিস। as simple as that. এটাতে মানে অত মানে কোনো রকেট সায়েন্স, আইদার ইউ ডু ইট ওয়ান লাস্ট টাইম যেখানে তোকে ফুল ক্লোজার পেয়ে যাবে, ঠিক আছে? প্যাশন ইজ লাইক লাভ, ঠিক আছে? তোর প্যাশন অনেকের অনেক কিছু হওয়ার থাকে, ঠিক আছে? কিন্তু সেটা লোকে হতে পারে না, তার অনেক রিজন থাকে, কারণ ফুল কমিটমেন্টটা থাকে না ওটাতে, বুঝতে পেরেছিস? তো তোর যদি মনে হয় যে তুই ওটাতে ফুল কমিটমেন্ট দেওয়া হয়ে গেছে তারপরেও কোনো রেজাল্ট আসেনি, দেন ইউ কুইট। আর তুই যদি মনে হয় না কমিটমেন্টে তোর কোথাও মানে গাফিলতি ছিল, তাহলে তুই আগে ফুল কমিটমেন্ট দে, তারপরে কুইট কর,
What's this?
বুঝতে পারিস কি বুঝতে পারিস? বল তোর কি বক্তব্য?
Welcome everyone right after a very short break to OMEN Valorant Challenges Ascension Qualifiers. The decider.
যদি তোর মনে হয় যে টাইম নেই তাহলে স্টপ টেকিং ভ্যালোরেন্ট সিরিয়াসলি।
The battle of the Goliath is tilting towards side of SATUL where they lead the charge on their own map pick 1-0. But Shadow, do you think RNTX have a chance to make a comeback?
কারণ তুই আমাকে একটা জিনিস বল না, তুই একটা জিনিসকে খুব সিরিয়াসলি দেখছিস, ঠিক আছে? নিয়ে এন্ড অফ দ্য ডে সেই জিনিসটা তোকে কোনো রকম ভাবে কোনো কিছু দিতে পারছে না, না তোকে মেন্টাল স্যাটিসফ্যাকশন দিতে পারছে, না তোকে তোর মানে কোনো টাকা পয়সা রেভিনিউ ইনকাম করে দিচ্ছে, না তুই সেটা খেলে মজা পাচ্ছিস। কারণ মানে এটা অস্বীকার করে লাভ নেই, তুই যাদের সাথে খেলছিস তাদের সাথে খেলে মজা পাওয়া যায় না। তো তাহলে তোকে হ্যাঁ পাস না, সেটাই আমি বলছি। তাহলে তোর আলটিমেটলি তুই গেমটাকে টাইম কেন দিচ্ছিস?
To be very honest, I really want to see the map of Ascent since that's a battleground I have been saying.
তোকে এটা বুঝতে হবে তাহলে তুই মানে যেভাবে গেমটাকে দেখছিস সেই নজরটা তোর কোনো প্রবলেম আছে, বা তোর গেমটার থেকে যে এক্সপেকটেশন, তুই একটা এক্সপেকটেশন নিয়ে চলছিস একটা খুব ভালো খেলা একটা জমদার খেলা, কিন্তু আমি জমদার একটা খেলে করবোটা কি? এন্ড অফ দ্য ডে তুই কি অ্যাচিভ করবি? ইমমর্টাল র্যাঙ্ক হয়ে গেছে, প্রিমিয়ার তুই খেলবি না যে প্রিমিয়ারে কিছু হবে। তাহলে এরপর নেক্সট লেভেল হচ্ছে ই স্পোর্টসে প্রেজেন্ট করা, না হলে কন্টেন্ট ক্রিয়েশন। কন্টেন্ট ক্রিয়েশন তুই করিস না, ই স্পোর্টসে তুই যাবি না, তাহলে আলটিমেটলি লাভটা কি আছে তুই গেমটা সিরিয়াস খেলে?
Can they change their fate today?
Let's see if they certainly can change or not because like you said Revenant Expert
না বাজে খেলতে হবে না, তো আমার কথাটা হচ্ছে এটাই, বাজে খেলার কথা বলছি না, আমি তোকে একবার বলছি না বাজে খেলা, বাট আমি এটা বলছি যে গেমটাকে তুই সিরিয়াস নেব,
but for the players of SATUL esports they have played 5
গেমটাকে তুই সিরিয়াস নেওয়া বন্ধ কর, তাহলে তুই সব রকম ভাবে খেলতে হবে, ঠিক আছে? ফর এক্সাম্পল আমি যদি তোর সাথে এখন বিজিএমআই খেলতে নামি, তুই বিজিএমআইটা তুই মজা করার জন্য খেলবি, জিতলে ভালো লাগবে, জিতলে সবারই ভালো লাগে, বাট মরে গেলেও তোর এতটা খারাপ লাগে না যতটা তোর ভ্যালোরেন্ট খেললে খারাপ লাগে। কেন? কারণ তোর বিজিএমআই তে কোনো এক্সপেকটেশন নেই, সেম জিনিসটা তোর ভ্যালোরেন্ট থেকে এখনো হয়নি।
they have started reading onto the opponents and
দিস ইজ দ্য ডিফারেন্স আই ওয়ান্ট টু পয়েন্ট।
in the map of Haven as well. I'm sure we are up for a very close score line.
সেটাই তো হচ্ছে কথা, আমাকে ওটাই বলছি, তোকে নিজের সাথে ওই জন্যই তোর মেডিটেশন করার দরকার, তোর জীবনে এই ক্ল্যারিটিটাই আনা দরকার যে কোনটা এখন দরকার। আর ইউ প্লেইং ভ্যালোরেন্ট because you love Valorant, or you are playing Valorant that you want to spend time together with your friends? যদি অপশনটা ফার্স্ট হয় তাহলে then you should focus on your Valorant career. যদি অপশনটা না দুটো হওয়া সম্ভব নয়, তুই আমাকে একটা জিনিস বোঝার চেষ্টা কর, তোর যে স্কিল লেভেল তোর বন্ধুদের স্কিল লেভেল সমান নয়, সমান হতে পারে না। যদি সমান হতো তাহলে আজকে মানে প্রত্যেকে একজন নিজের টিম বানিয়ে স্পোর্টস কে প্রেজেন্ট করতো যে 5টা বন্ধু কি স্পোর্টস খেলছে, হয় না সেটা। প্রত্যেকের স্কিল লেভেল ডিফারেন্ট হয়, প্রত্যেকের স্কিল লেভেল একে অপরকে ইয়ে করে, মানে কি বলবো ওটাকে, মানে এক্স্যাক্টলি একে অপরকে সাপোর্ট করে। তো সেটা যতক্ষণ না হচ্ছে তুই নিজেও গ্রো করতে পারবি না, অ্যাজ এ টিমও গ্রো করতে পারবি না, তাহলে তুই সব সময় তুই পেছনে থেকে যাবি, বিকজ তুই তোর ফ্রেন্ড সার্কেলকে তুই ছাড়তে চাইছিস। তোর ফ্রেন্ড সার্কেলকে যারা তুই ভ্যালোরেন্টকে ইয়ে কর, ভ্যালোরেন্টে ক্যারিয়ার গ্রো কর। যদি ভ্যালোরেন্টে ক্যারিয়ার না গ্রো করতে তাহলে ফ্রেন্ডের সাথে যখন খেলবি তখন ফ্রেন্ডের সাথে গোটা ফ্রেন্ডের মেন্টালিটি যেমন চিল খেলবো, একে অপরের সাথে মজা করবো, তাহলে সেই মেন্টালিটিটা। দুটোর মাঝামাঝি কিছু হয় না, কারণ দুটোর মাঝে কোথাও কোনো যাওয়ার রাস্তাই নেই, কোনো ইয়েই নেই। কারণ তুই যে গ্রুপ অফ ফ্রেন্ডদের সাথে খেলছিস তাদের কোনো ভ্যালোরেন্টে কিছু করার ইচ্ছা নেই, তোর একার করার ইচ্ছা, কিন্তু তুই ভ্যালোরেন্টে কিছু করছিস না কারণ তোর গ্রুপ অফ ফ্রেন্ডের সাথে থাকবি, তাহলে এখানে দোষটা কার?
Such a crucial point of time. Yes, I do understand that this was the guy who was able to lead RNTX to victory in split 2, but I'm still going to give some benefit of doubt, although I do agree with you completely that this was not the perfect time for Anti-2 to step down, but maybe in the first map it could have been the early game.
খেলা বন্ধ করাটা সলিউশন না, আমার কথাটা হচ্ছে এটাই, তোকে আমি বারবার করে বলছি যে তোর মেন্টালিটিটা তোকে চেঞ্জ করতে হবে।
At least in the first half, but quick adaptation.
না খেলা থেকে বাইরে থাকতে হবে না, তুই বিজিএমআই তে যেমন ভাবে করেছিলি সেটা এটা সলিউশন না, আমি তো ওটাই বলছি। ইউ হ্যাভ টু ম্যাচিওর থ্রু দ্য টাইম, রাইট? তুই আজ থেকে 5 বছর আগে যেমন তোর ম্যাচুরিটি লেভেল ছিল এখন সেটা থাকবে না, তো তোকে ওটাও আমি বললাম তো সবার এটা বাই ডিফল্ট আসে না, তুই ভাব, তোর যদি মনে হয় যে না ভাই তুই তো খুব শর্টেড, তুই তো জানেন লাইফে কি করতে হবে কি না করতে হবে সমস্ত কিছু জানেন, সে জানি এখন জানি, কিন্তু আমি আজ থেকে 2 বছর বা 3 বছর আগে জানতাম না। কি করে জেনেছি? নিজের উপর কাজ করে করে জেনেছি। ইফ ইউ আর নট স্টার্টেড ওয়ার্কিং অন ইয়োর সেলফ ইউ উইল নেভার গ্রো ইন এনি ফিল্ড। তোর পার্সোনাল লাইফ হোক বা প্রফেশনাল লাইফ হোক, তুই জীবনে গ্রো করবি। তুই এই যে বলছিস আমি কনফিউজ প্রফেশনাল লাইফে কি করব, তার কারণ হচ্ছে এটাই যে ইউ আর নট ওয়ার্কিং অন ইয়োর সেলফ, ইউ আর নট সর্টেড আউট। আমি যখন যেটা হবে না আমি সেটা ছেড়ে দিয়েছি, মানে ছেড়েই দিয়েছি। যখন আমি বলেছি আমি প্রিমিয়ার আর খেলবো না, কারণ তার আমি ওই টাইমটা বা ওই মেন্টালিটি আমি দিতে পারছি না। প্রিমিয়ার খেললে জিতলে ভালো লাগলে আমারও ভালো লাগবে, কিন্তু তার মানে এই না যে আমি ওইটাতে ওই কমিটমেন্টটা দেওয়ার জন্য আমি রেডি আছি। আমি রেডি নই, সেই জন্য আমার ভ্যালোরেন্টে স্পোর্টসে কোনো কেরিয়ার নেই। আমি সেটা নিজেকে বুঝিয়েছি, আমি করে দিয়েছি। যে সেইটা তুই একজনের কাছ থেকে শুনছিস যে নিজে হাতে ডেথ স্টার্টটা শুরু করেছিল কলেজ লাইফ থেকে, যে ভেবেছিল অনেক কিছু ছিঁড়বে, আলটিমেটলি হয়নি, ছেড়ে দিয়েছি। নিজে হাতে যখন গ্রুপটা বন্ধ করেছি, যখন নিজে হাতে, তখন আমি সমস্ত কিছু বুঝেই বন্ধ করেছি। এরকম কোনো ফ্রাস্ট্রেশন বা রেগে কোনো বন্ধ করিনি, কারণ আমি জানতাম যে ওটার কোনো ফিউচার নেই। না নেই, কিসের কেন থাকবে? না আমি সবাই কিক করেছিলাম, কিক করে আমি গ্রুপটা বন্ধ করেছিলাম। ব্যাপারটা হচ্ছে এটাই, হ্যাঁ কারণ ওটা নাম ফাম চেঞ্জ করছিল, করছিল, সেই জন্য আমি সমস্ত কিছু চেঞ্জ করে আমি করেছিলাম, মানে আমি লাস্টে গ্রুপটা ডিলিট করে দিয়েছি। তো ব্যাপারটা হচ্ছে ওটাই যে আমি জানি কখন ফেরত আসতে হবে। সেটা আমি কেন জানি? কারণ আমি সমস্ত দিকটা ভেবে চিন্তে তারপর ডিসিশন নিয়েছি। তো তোর কথাটা তুই ভাবছিস না, এটাতে আমার প্রবলেম। আমি তো গেমটা ছাড়তে বলছি না, তুই নিজে টাইম দে, নিজে ভাব, তুই আলটিমেটলি বুঝতে পারবি যে তোর আলটিমেটলি লাইফে কি চাই। তো যদি গেমটাকে চাই, গেমে টাইম স্পেন্ড করতে, আর যদি আলটিমেটলি অন্য কিছু চাই, সেটাতে টাইম স্পেন্ড কর। Utilize your time properly, that will help you to grow mentally and physically.
On the map of Haven, things are to be very different. A lot more questions to answer, but we'll answer all of them right after a very short break.
না শেষ অবশ্যই হবে, কারণ তোর প্রত্যেকবারই মনে হয় যে তুই যে লাস্ট রাইটে দিয়েছিলি দ্যাট ওয়াজ নট এনাফ। তো যদি সেটা মনে হয় তাহলে তুই যে এমন দিয়ে দে, দরকার বলে অনেকেই যেটা করে যে তুই 1 মাসের স্যাবটিক্যাল লিভ নিয়ে নেয়। স্যাবটিক্যাল লিভ মানে লিভ উইদাউট পে, ঠিক আছে? নিয়ে তুই হ্যাঁ এলওপিটা তুই মানে ওটা আলাদা জিনিস, বাট কাইন্ড অফ সিমিলার স্যাবটিক্যাল লিভ। তো বেসিক্যালি স্যাবটিক্যাল লিভ, তো ওটাতে তুই যেটা করবি সেটা হচ্ছে প্রপার তুই ওটাতে টাইম দে। আর এখন তো যেহেতু কাজের চাপ নেই, তোকে কিছু লিভও নিতে হবে না, তুই কোনো না কোনো এক্সকিউজ দিতে থাক, দিয়ে ফুল টাইম দিয়ে দেখ আলটিমেটলি কত দূর পৌঁছতে পারছিস। যদি না হয় তখন ফেরত চলে আসবি। তুই আমার কথা শোন, তোর জীবনে এক্স গার্লফ্রেন্ড আছে কি নেই? এক্স গার্লফ্রেন্ড আছে কি নেই? এখন এক্স আছে তো জীবনে, প্রেজেন্ট থেকে এক্সটা এক্স হয়েছে কারণ তুই সেটাতে আর চাসনি বলে। তো এই গেমটাও সেরকম, গেমটা এখন প্রেজেন্ট, গেমটাও তোর এক্স হবে, যেটাতে তুই সময় দিবি না বা তোর সময় দেওয়ার প্রয়োজন বোধটা হবে না। তো আমি চাইছি সেই তোর সেন্সটা আসুক যে আমার কখন পড়বো, কখন পড়া ছেড়ে দেওয়া উচিত। লোকে তো অনেকে ছেড়ে দেওয়ার অনেক টক্সিক রিলেশনশিপে থাকে, তবে বলে না লাস্ট একবার ট্রাই করে নি। প্রত্যেকে দেখবে একবার করে ব্রেকআপ হচ্ছে, তারপরের দিন প্যাচ আপ হয়ে যাচ্ছে, কেন? আরেকবার ট্রাই করে নি, কিন্তু সেটারও একটা এন্ড আছে। আইদার দে আর হ্যাপিলি লিভিং টুগেদার ফর দ্য এন্টায়ার লাইফ, অর দে আর ব্রেকিং আপ অ্যান্ড গোয়িং দেয়ার সেপারেট ওয়েজ। তো সেটার জন্য তো তোকে সেই ক্ল্যারিটিটা আসা দরকার। তার সেই টিনেজ বয়সটা নেই যে তুই মানে দুটো ডিসিশনে মাঝামাঝি থাকতে পারবি। তো যদি মনে হয় যে তোর মানে চাকরিতে গ্রো করার আছে, তাহলে ইউ গিভ ইউর এন্টায়ার টাইম টুয়ার্ডস ইউর ওয়ার্ক। নতুন স্কিল শেখ, নতুন শেখ, একদম মানে ফরচুনেটলি বা আনফরচুনেটলি হোয়াট ইউ আর আর্নিং রাইট নাও দ্যাট ইজ ওয়েল এনাফ ফর ইউ, ঠিক আছে? আর তুই যদি এই স্পেসেই গ্রো করতে চাস, তুই অনেকটা গ্রো করতে পারবি, ঠিক আছে? দেয়ার ইজ নো লিমিট ইন ইউর মানে সেক্টর। তো সেদিকে গ্রো করতে হলে সেদিকে ফুল টাইম দিয়ে দে। কোথাও কেউ বলা নেই যে তোর চাকরি করাটা খারাপ বা করাটা খারাপ। চাকরি করেও অনেকে মিলিয়নার বিলিয়নার হতে পারে, কিন্তু তাদের সেই ডেডিকেশন সেই প্যাশনটা থাকতে হয়, সেটা দে। তোর আন্না আজকে অত বড় একটা সাকসেসফুল টিম তৈরি করেছে, সে কিন্তু নিজে বড় স্পোর্টস প্লেয়ার নয়, সে নিজের টিমটাকে দাঁড় করেছে, সে নিজে বিজনেস করে দাঁড় করিয়েছে। তাহলে যদি আজকে ভিএলটি যেতে, সেটাকে আন্নার যেতে হবে না? তো দেয়ার ইজ আদার ওয়েজ টু অ্যাচিভ হোয়াট ইউ ট্রাইং টু অ্যাচিভ, ঠিক আছে? তুই এরকম না যে শুধু একটা প্লেয়ার হই তুই আজকে গিয়ে কিছু করতে পারবি। আজকে যদি ভিএলটি ইন্টারন্যাশনালে গিয়ে একটা কাপ নিয়ে আসে, সেটা আন্নারও অ্যাচিভমেন্ট হবে যে ইন্ডিয়াকে রিপ্রেজেন্ট করেছিল, আমার টিম কাপ এনেছে, সেটার জন্য আন্নাকে খেলতে হবে না। তোকে দেখতে হবে না, তোকে এইগুলো সব আসবে, পরে আসবে, কিন্তু তোকে ব্যাপারটা হচ্ছে তুই এখন যেটাতে করছিস, যেটা করতে চাইছিস, সেটাতে টাইম দে, সেটাতে এক্সেল কর। আন্নার মতন বিজনেসম্যান খুব কম আছে, কারণ সে বিজনেসে ফুল ফোকাস করেছে। করার পর এখন সে মনে হচ্ছে এইটা করবো ওটা করবো, একটা দিয়ে দেখবি ওই ভাতুরার একটা ইন্টারভিউ এসছে আন্নার সাথে, ওইটা দেখবি একবার।
deliver a lot more than everybody could expect. It is RNTX on their map pick.
তো ব্যাপারটা হচ্ছে ওটাই না, তোকে আমি চাইছি যে তুই এই ডিসিশনটা নেওয়ার মতন সক্ষম হ। আমাকে বা স্বাগতকে তোকে জিজ্ঞাসা করতে হবে, অবশ্যই তুই জিজ্ঞাসা করবি, বাট তোকে প্রথমে জানতে হবে যে তুই কি চাস জীবন থেকে।
Let's see how things work out from here.
Let's see how things are going to work out from here, but let's have a look at the agent composition. SATL Esports are sticking to the double initiative.
এটার জন্যই মেডিটেশনটা করতে বলছি। এটা একদিন আসবে না, এটা একটা তোর মানে কি বলবো, এটা একটা প্র্যাকটিস।
OMEN Viper, Venka on Neon, Raw Fuel on Killjoy.
Hold up. Aziz is on Sova.
করতে করতে আসবে, ওটা হতে হতে আসবে।
This happened where I sleep.
আমি ওই কয়েকদিন ধরে ফার্স্ট করেছিলাম এই জন্য যে আমি ইয়ে করতে পারছিলাম, জিনিসগুলোকে ম্যানেজ করতে পারছিলাম না বলে।
A duelist in nature, duelist by heart. Will work things around.
ওই এটা হচ্ছে না, আমার মতো করে ওটা হচ্ছে না, এটা হচ্ছে না, ওটা হচ্ছে না, সেটার জন্য করে। তো সেইটা যখনই হবে, যখন ইউ স্টার্টেড স্পেন্ডিং টাইম উইথ ইয়োরসেলফ, তুই ওগুলো জিনিসগুলো কন্ট্রোল করতে হয়, তুই নিজের ইমোশনকেও কন্ট্রোল করতে হয়। ঠিক আছে, অত ইমোশনাল ইয়ে হলেও লাভ নেই। ঠিক আছে, ফর এক্সাম্পল আজকে সার্ভারে সবাই জানে যে ডুম কতটা ইমোশনাল। ডুম চেঁচায়, সহজে রেগে যায়, একে যাকে যা তা খুশি শুনিয়ে যায়, তার একটাই কারণে শোনে, কারণ তুই বেশি ইমোশনাল। লোকের কথা তুই নিজে বেশি এফেক্ট হস বলে তুই লোককে এফেক্ট করতে যাস যে দেখো আমি কতটা কষ্ট পেয়েছি। এইটা হচ্ছে যে তোর রেগে যাওয়ার সব থেকে মূল কারণ। তুই এখন এমন একটা বয়সে আছিস, তো যদি তুই বয়স হিসেবে দেখতে চাস, তুই আমাদের সাথে হাসিস, ঠিক আছে, তুই আমাদের থেকে অনেকটাই বয়সে বড়। তো তুই তোর বয়সের তুলনায় আমার মনে হয় যে তুই নিজের ইমোশন গুলোকে ঠিক করে কন্ট্রোল করিস। ঠিক আছে, তুই অবশ্যই ইমোশনাল হবি, বাট সেটা একটা লিমিটেড সার্কেলের মধ্যে। তুই অবশ্যই রেগে যাবি, অবশ্যই মানে বাস্ট আউট করবি, সমস্ত কিছু হবে। আমি বলছি না যে তুই নিজেকে এক্সপ্রেস করবি, নিজেকে এক্সপ্রেস না করলে তুই আস্তে আস্তে রোবট হয়ে যাবি, সেটা বলছি। কিন্তু সেটা তুই কাদের সামনে করবি? অবশ্যই নিজের মা বাবার সামনে, নিজের গার্লফ্রেন্ডের সামনে, তুই নিজের ক্লোজ বন্ধুদের সার্কেলে। তাহলে তুই সবার সামনে তুই এরকম কেন হবি? তুই আজকে যদি আমাকে দেখে, আমার সার্ভার লোকে অনেকেই বলবে যে আরে বাবা তুই বিশাল এক্সট্রোভার্ট আছে, তুই অনেক ভেবে শুনে কথা বলে, তুই খুব মাথা ঠান্ডা ইয়ে ঠান্ডা। তুই আজ শ্রদ্ধাকে যদি তুই কোনোদিন আড়ালে আবডালে জিজ্ঞাসা করিস যে আচ্ছা তুই কেমন, তুই হয়তো দেখবি একটা ডিফারেন্ট পার্সোনালিটি বলছে এটা আমি ওর সামনে, শুধু ওটা তোদের সামনে। এটা হওয়াটা স্বাভাবিক ব্যাপার, এটা অস্বাভাবিক কিছু না, আর এটাই হওয়া উচিত। তুই অরিজিনালি তোর ভেতরটা কিরকম, ইউ শুড নট বি অ্যান ওপেন বুক ফর এভরিওয়ান। আজকে যদি যে কেউ একজন দেখে তোর সাথে, যদি কেউ 10 দিন টাইম স্পেন্ড করে, তোকে বলে দেবে তোর কোনটা কি ট্রেড, কোনটা কি প্রবলেম, কি প্রবলেম। সেটা হওয়া উচিত না। তুই যেটা লোককে দেখাতে চাইছিস সেটাই হবে তোর ক্যারেক্টার। তার জন্য তোর অরিজিনাল ক্যারেক্টারটা তো শুধু তোর কয়েকটা লিমিটেড সার্কেলের ভেতরেই থাকে। সেটা তোর কাজের ক্ষেত্রেও, সেটা তোর বাইরের যে কোনো ক্ষেত্রেও।
Whatever they're trying, I just want to witness some crazy Valorant today. Seeing Venka on that.
কারণ তোর মনের ভেতরে কি চলছে, কেন লোককে জানতে দিবি? এটা হচ্ছে সবথেকে প্রবলেমেটিক জিনিস, যেটা আমি কেন তোকে বলছি বলতো। এটার প্রবলেমেটিকটা হচ্ছে এই কারণেই যে তোর যখন মনে হবে যে আমি কোনো কারণে মানে এটা হতে পারছে না, বা তোর যেটা তোর মনে হচ্ছে সেরকম অনুযায়ী যাচ্ছে না, তখন তুই ইরিটেট হয়ে যাস, তখন তুই রেগে। বাট ওটাই তোর সবথেকে ভালনারেবল জায়গা, যেটা সুতাপেরও আছে। আর কাউকে তুই যখন নিজের ভালনারেবল জায়গাটা দেখে নিবি, এখানকার মধ্যে বেস্ট মানে মোস্ট অফ দ্য পিপল সেটাকে এক্সপ্লয়েট করার চেষ্টা করে। সুতাপের এত লোকের পেছনে লাগে, তোর এত লোকের পেছনে লাগে এই কারণেই, কারণ জানে পেছনে লাগলে তো মানে তুই সেটাতে রিঅ্যাক্ট করে সেটা তো মজা পায়।
The recon goes in, a good reveal though onto the players of RNTX, but Venka gets a timing onto Miz. They were kind of expecting Miz. Already the numbers advantage is there towards the side of RNTX. A good head start. Aziz going all the way towards B. A double stack that side where Helef gets one, and Rafuel is there to get the trade onto Helef. He gets one more.
আস্তে আস্তে হয়ে যাবে, চাপ নেই, বাট ব্যাপারটা হচ্ছে ওটাই যে এ বাহ
Oh, the timing.
Retake they don't have much
ঠিক
to
time
tell, but
রেডি
Kappa is there to save the day. Gets one, but good for only one. This
ওটাই
Aziz also
চাপ
shuts
নেই
down.
কোনো
Techno
এমন কোনো ব্যাপার নেই যে খুব দেরি হয়ে গেছে আর কিছু রিকভার করা যাবে না এরকম কোনো ব্যাপার নেই বাট আমার কথাটা হচ্ছে তোকে শুরু করতে হবে
Very well done.
তোর ইচ্ছা যে তুই একটা মানে রাজপ্রাসাদ বানাবি কিন্তু তুই সেখানে একটা ভিতে কাটা শুরু করিসনি একটা ইট রাখা শুরু করিসনি তাহলে জীবনে রাজপ্রাসাদটা বানাতে হবে আগে তোকে সেখানে গিয়ে ভিত কাটাটা শুরু করতে হবে একটা ইট রাখা শুরু একটা 0.01% হলো সেটা শুরু করতে হবে তারপর বাকিটা দেখা যাবে আস্তে আস্তে যা হবে যা না হবে কি না হবে আলটিমেটলি তোকে কে বললো যে তোর সবাই মানে বাড়ি তোর এক জন্মে তৈরি করে ফেলে মোস্ট অফ দ্য পিপল নিজের একটা জেনারেশনে কেউ বাড়ি তৈরি করতে পারে না আমি ইন্ডিয়ার বলছি মিডল ক্লাস ফ্যামিলির বলছি খুব ফরচুনেট লোকরা আছে যারা নিজেদের বাড়ি একটা জেনারেশনে পুরো তৈরি করে নিয়ে সমস্ত কিছু করতে পারে হয় না দেখি তুই আমাদের ইয়ে মানে নর্মাল মিডল ক্লাসে ছাড়া তুই দেখবি আজ কলকাতা এলে দেখবি কত তোর মানে ফ্ল্যাটের ইয়ে মেন বেস তৈরি হয়ে দাঁড়িয়ে আছে তারপর আর কিছু হয়নি হয়নি কি হয়েছে হয়নি
Kappa gets an opening frag, but good for only one. And Aziz gets two. Helef good for only one. Deathmaker once again getting 2K converted, and the second round also goes for the players of RNTX.
ये वैंडल लेना ना करना अजीज
Advantage, but this is going to be a really important one since only 2 weaponries are being carried forward. RNTX onto the bonus round, but a full buy round for the players of SA2L.
না ভাই ভ্যান্ডাল পড়েছিল হ্যাঁ এর ভ্যান্ডালটা পড়েছিল উইন্টার ভ্যান্ডালটা পড়েছিল উইন্টার ভ্যান্ডাল নেই
Maybe cause that
যাই হোক বুঝলি কি বুঝলি না
yeah they didn't an extra
যে তুই
rifle
স্টার্ট
has
কর
by the crate, yeah. So they basically just got super excited and left Venka's Vandal on that spot. But hey, on this bonus round, Venka with the Bucky, a Neon and the Bucky is a perfect combination to begin things off in a bonus round. By the look of things, they want to eye out towards Garage and see a split. Smoking down Garage, gathering information with the reveal, but Aldron will catch at least 2 players.
তোর কি আর এখন ট্রাই নেওয়ার সুযোগ আছে কি যদি উত্তরটা হ্যাঁ হয় ট্রাই নে যদি উত্তরটা না নিস না
And now Venka with the sheriff.
তাহলে ব্যাস
going beside, but
শেষ
Kappa, he has to play the big role. Spots the 2 players. Time to swing. Kappa, he finds one and the second at the same time. Deathmaker is able to get the trade, but Hawks from the backlines finds one more and make it a double for the captain. Another round delivered. LF for the cleanup and SHUL. They got the first opener.
হয়ে গেছে আর কিছু না ওটাই তো বললাম ওটাই মেডিটেশন থেকে আসে
RNTX
और मेडिटेट कर दो
managed to convert the bonus round in their favor. It would have been a 4-0 in the favor of RNTX.
যখনই ইরিটেশন হবে যখনই রাগ হবে তখনই তুই নিজেকে জিজ্ঞাসা করবি আলটিমেটলি কিছু ছিড়বো এটাতে যদি না হয় ব্যাস চোদে
Neural theft already
Yes.
towards the side of King Kappa. A major ultimate is already there to get all the information which SHUL needs. Double stacked up towards A. The dark cover to create few question marks, and seems like the players of RNTX are actually going for that A shot control.
আরে তুই বেরো না বেরোলে বন্ধুত্ব হবে তো একটা সময় তো ক্রিকেটও খেলতে যা না গ্রাউন্ডে যা
Being there, the fourth line can get so much value, but Hawks also gets value onto Aziz. The numbers advantage is there towards the side of SA2L once again.
But now, with Aziz being cautioned around, things could have been different. But Venka, he finds hooks. The initiator haven't trade downward miss. What a flick! Ripping the head of Venka. Creating advantage, and he's looking for more. He is getting greedy. Drops the cloudburst, tries to escape.
Georgie
Control smoke onto the
bit
side.
cautious.
But now Raw Fuel is just walking towards same area where they lost players. Oh, Miz has been spotted. Another cloudburst deployed, but now they have a fault line to clear things up if they want to. And Helef, he's being pressured from both sides.
Raw Fuel in such a tricky spot at this point. Like you also mentioned, and Helef gets a timing onto Georgie, but Raw Fuel gets missed in the trade. A good trade. Deathmaker, a 2K coming for him. Might be able to save the round for the players of RNTX. As Raw Fuel is going for the plant. It's only King Kappa remaining in a 1v2 situation. This guy is capable of pulling off a 1v2. Isolates it perfectly. Gets timing onto Deathmaker. And on Raw Fuel as well. The second one goes for the players of SA12. King Kappa's heroics are still continuing on the map of Haven. Equalizer has been established now.
Oh, what a round that is from both the players, man. At a certain point, Deathmaker getting that double was looking like this could have been a game-settling round. You win this round for sure. You cannot lose this from Deathmaker's heroics. A 1v2 that remains. But then King Kappa catching Deathmaker completely on the verge of retreating and then being the perfect crosshair placement to take down Raw Fuel at the same time. 2 in 2. Have a better buy now. And Miz with the Outlaw. Taking C long. Unfortunately, nobody is coming in this contact.
A slow approach this time from the side of RNTX. All because of what really happened in the previous one. They don't want to take any sort of risk. And that's the reason they're trying to have as much info as much possible. Spike moving all the way towards mid. The tripwire has already been dealt with. Down drawn towards the garage is going to give the information that garage is pretty much clear. And already the dark cover towards the window is going to give the garage control, but that is not what RNTX wants. They're just trying to create few question marks in the minds of SA12. The entire plan is to go all the way towards A, but the players of SA12 also not buying that fake. A stacked up site is what A site is, and that is exactly where RNTX is going for. That A split having that A shot control, but the tripwire outside the A shot. And the position where King Kappa is so deadly for the players of RNTX. They have to be very cautious. Nox gets a timing on Georgie and Venka. And even as these goes down, entire plan of RNTX goes all the way down in the drain.
Impeccable kill. Raw Fuel is still there, getting the lockdown. He gets one. He has called the teammate, but the thing is, Deathmaker has the ultimate, so he's getting it. But now the three-pair stars. Can they hold it off? Yes, they can. Yes, they surely can. They have did their homework, and I am so glad to witness this in South Asian circuit. This is for the very first time that an OMEN ult has been properly cancelled out. For the reference, if you don't know, the thing is, Spike is a triangular piece. It has 3 exit points, and OMEN ult works that similar way. To block a Spike off from an OMEN ult, you need 3 players standing on the Spike. Not 2, not 1, they cannot block the Omen picking up the spike from the shadows. But if 3 players stand on the spike, the Omen has no chance picking it up. SA12 knows this very well. They have seen the international scene where players have made this counter. Implementing this at the very right time. I'm so glad SA12 is so prepped.
Here, they most certainly are. And that's what we have been saying since Split 3. SA12 is one of those teams which has improved tremendously, and if Miz keeps landing such outlaw shots, getting a 2K converted, we have to appreciate SA12 esports. They're demanding it at this point. Here, already not such good weaponries in the hands of RNTX, and losing on to Aziz and Venka. That overdrive was a major win condition for RNTX in this one, but seems like everything has been denied. Techno also getting a 2K. That means Raw Fuel, the last man standing in a 1v5 situation, whiffing a lot of shots, and Techno with the 3K will seal the deal. And the lead has been doubled up by the players of SA12 esports. And look at the ultimate progression. They have got Neural Theft, they've got Hunter's Fury, and also Rolling Thunder. Even the Blade Storm of Miz is just 1 point away.
This looks like a game where SA12 is just running away with the defensive half. They have bigger ultimates to convert the round if things go haywire. 1 point away for both Techno and Miz to get their ultimates online if they want to utilize them. And if they win this round without these ultimates, things will be even more easier. But at the same time, I want to see them use an outlaw, seeing the economy their opponents has. Because everybody from side of RNTX is on half shield, and an outlaw will work as a cheap operator, especially on the defense. That operator should be your best buddy. But now everybody's sticking with the rivals, especially Miz, who's walking up close the E lobby. He spots a player, deploys a shot, misses it out, the spam, has been dodged, and now he'll just fall back to safety. But now Techno with the crossfire, A-Lobby looks out of the equation.
Here's the thing, if RNTX do manage to take the side control and get the spike down, they do have the lockdown to work around with for the post plant. And they also have the overdrive, even the Hunter's Fury just 1 point away. It's all about the timing which RNTX needs to find. And finally the Recon finds the perfect timing. Hawks gets info onto 2 players of RNTX, a good reveal.
My ultimate is ready.
And Techno, my oh my, gets a timing onto Venka. Georgie gets a trade though, but the mid control is there.
Oops, my ult's ready.
Raka was being exchanged
30
towards the C
seconds
side,
left.
but the solo anchor is still there. And the numbers are falling for the players of RNTX. Seems like SA2L, they don't really need those ultimates to win the round.
My ult is ready.
The rifles are doing all the job which they need. Easy 5th one coming for them. But seems like a 2v5 has been converted to a 2v3. There is still
But that's the thing.
possibility.
That's a rolling thunder onto the faces. The spike will get even more delayed. There is just time denial, and yes, that is the time denial they will needed. Rolling thunder from side of LF will shut things off. Nobody's allowed access to the side, and RNTX, they are playing super slow. But the thing is, they are not seeing the opponent's positioning at all. There were multiple layers of log towards mid. SA2L getting one better for themselves, and RNTX, they have no clue what's going on in the map.
Back-to-back 5 rounds are being converted, and that too on the defense on the map of Haven. This is not a defense-oriented map. And RNTX struggling in their attacking half. I don't know, man. A 2-0 is what we are going to witness today. Split 3 was full of astonishing plays. Seems like Ascension Qualifiers are going to be more than that, if it actually goes into a 2-0. And chances of that happening are pretty high also, Spardas, I'm sorry. Because look at the amount of ultimates which the players of SA2L are having. They have got good momentum rolling in their favor as well. Venka is also being denied every single thing. Raw Fuel, the guy who used to be on the initiator, now seems to be struggling on the sentinel role. 3 and 6 is where he is. But I'm more surprised with Georgie at 2-5. I haven't seen Georgie struggle in a very long time.
The thing is, they don't have any map control whatsoever. In a map like Haven, you need your angles to win those duels. They're not able to set themselves up in any of the rounds. They're just going in for the individual brilliances, and SA2L is welcoming the win multi-peak, but this time around, oh, a trap play, but Miz, he tried to make a big play with the fault line, but this time around, he was just punished. A good dodge of the fault line by Venka, running around with the high gear. And Miz necessarily didn't need to make it, but yeah, maybe something for the clips, maybe something to catch the entire RNTX off guard. But now an early outrun from Aziz spots nothing, and this is a crossfire in the A shot, and Silver, this has to be there. He finds one, but nah, that Maker and Raw Fuel, very diligent, very careful with those areas, gets both the players down, and RNTX right off the timeout, they are going in for the 3rd round.
Spike
For
planted.
sure are. The spike goes down. The retake, SA2L, they don't have much. Yes, they do have the Hunter's Fury, the fault line, but seems like the decision has been made to go for the save, I guess. Maybe Hawks is still trying. He actually is. They've got enough creds in their backpack, so that means there is no need to actually go for the save. Or maybe they're just trying to do some eco damage towards the side of RNTX. And yes, they are certainly trying to do that. Hawks gets one, but get traded off instantly. The Recon is going to do the information of Helef. Even he gets one onto Aziz. They wanted to do some eco damage towards RNTX, and they did manage to do so also. The 3rd one goes for the players of RNTX. A 5-3 in the favor of SA2L. The only silver lining is RNTX did manage to break the momentum of the players of SA2L.
But again, this round was on the back of a play which SA2L tried, and it didn't work out. But SA2L, I just want to see an operator in the hands of Miz and how he will position himself for that. By the look of things, looks like a top Jenny B op. Just watching the cross. peeks down window, finds nothing as well. Because RNTX, they are not peeking anywhere. They are just holding the ground, but so is Techno. He is standing right next to Georgie, and Techno, he might get cleared up, but he is better with the crosshair placement. Finds the frag on Georgie. The Viper is out of the play. And Techno, with the first duel one, has made a lot more pressure on RNTX because now they have lost the A control. They don't have any B control. They have to hit C. And B side, or the C side, is for the Cypher, and the Cypher's side is never easy to hit. Pair that up with the Hoax ultimate, and King Kappa is still standing strong in the side. Finds one. The ultimate has been deployed. Will relay enough information to the entirety of the team. A lockdown has been deployed, but hell, being overeager gets severely punished.
He certainly got punished. Missed onto the Blade Storm. Lockdown being invested. And Techno. For a second, it looked like it might go in the favor of Techno, but Techmaker shuts him down. Those Nano Swarms take little HP out of Hawks. But time is of the essence for the players of SA12. And the Blade Storm of Miss gets one onto Raw Fuel. Gets traded off instantly. Now Hawks in a 1v2 situation. Seems like an uphill task. Shocked out towards the Guppy. Gets nothing at all. And Deathmaker will shut him down. A fourth one also coming on board for the players of Revenant Spark. And they still have got 4 ultimates online. They've got the Overdrive. They've got the Viper's Pit. And even the Hunter's Fury is there to go for an equalizer now.
3 on 3. Can they do that? Because if they get one more round, the numbers will be equalized. They won 2 rounds back to back, despite the fact that they were numbers down and they were hitting a Cypher side, and where King Kappa also got one and got instant rated, but then Helef making a slow mistake there, making things very difficult for the team. Because if Helef survived, things would have been different. But now King Kappa, he takes down Venka. Overdrive it out of the picture now. And Georgie is trying to scale up on the back of it, but now with a tripwire in his face, there is no worry from side of SA12.
A major advantage towards the side of SA12. They completely baited out that overdrive. Like you mentioned, gave no value to it. In fact, got a pick onto Venka himself. The only win condition which now Revenant Spark is having is the Viper's Pit, but that is also going to come handy in the post plant. But before that, they need to have the control of the site. For now, seems like going for that garage control. And after that, can go for a C execute, as Helef is the only guy towards the spawn. Should be an easy plant, open site for the plus of RNTX, but for the retake, SA12 has got a lot of util available. The Viper's Pit is already there. Raw Fuel going for the plant, but let's see how the players of SA12 Esports are going to convert this one in their favor.
Hooks, he has a recon. He has the lineup for it, but nah. Miz in the meanwhile, he finds the frag. Hooks can set his team up, and he will find one. There is one more player spotted, but where is the Viper? Is still unknown, but Ashu can be spotted. Oh, Georgie, he's just tucking in. There could be a possibility of finding him out, but Raw Fuel finds one more. Raw Fuel with the trade, and now Georgie, he is the last player standing. His position has been given away. A jumping right classic might work out, but the clock is ticking, and Georgie, he has played it phenomenally well. The last few seconds remain, and King Kappa has to run away for his life. 3 in a row for RNTX. They get the 5th.
Give me a moment.
We most certainly got a 5th one. It looked like this is going to go in the favor of RNTX the moment the pit was used. But SA12 Esports were able to do some damage toward the side of RNTX, but not enough to deny that round to them. And now, only 2 last rounds remaining in the first half. A good recovery by RNTX. 3 back-to-back rounds were being converted from their side. I just need a prediction from your side, Spardas. Do you think is it going to be a 6-6 or a 7-1?
Looks like a 6-6 to me. There is definitely a possibility of SA12 getting one more round in this half, especially when they have called a timeout, and then Hellranger will definitely do wonders. Because Hellranger, being one of those players himself and now a coach who knows the value of a timeout. He has did in the past, and SA12's timeout to round conversion has been pretty phenomenal as well. Let's see if Hellranger can still keep up to the hype he has created around himself.
Not enough creds in the hands of SA12 to go for a full buy. A few players are sticking to the Guardian and the Stinger. A technical pause is there. Soon all the technical issues will be resolved. No major ultimate on both the sides. So they have to rely only on their aim and the strategy. But Sparta, since you are the big brain of Valorant, please break it down for me. What's really happening wrong with the players of RNTX?
Well, it is getting difficult for them to adapt to what SA12 is doing. But since their opponent is running a very default composition, and the type of composition which RNTX is running looks like they aren't aware of how to use it to perfection. Especially with Georgie. He does not know the Viper lurk timings, or where the Viper should be, or where the util should be utilized. All that thing for Georgie is not working out. And Deathmaker, just look at him. He's been the most vocal players right now. Looks like he is the one taking in charge.
Well, looks like it. But RNTX, this is really important for them to get a victory onto the map of Haven today. Otherwise, I think a lot of RNTX fans are going to raise questions onto the decision of Deathmaker coming in and Antidote stepping down.
Revealing area.
This time, a very slow approach from the side of RNTX. But look at the players of SA12 Esports, especially Miz. And along with that, King Kappa, how aggressive angle they are holding towards the sea. Having that entire cubby control, trying to take down the players of RNTX by surprise. But this time RNTX, they are moving all the way towards A. They're not actually going for a C hit. And that is where the defense is the weakest for the players of SA12 Esports. A good read from the side of RNTX now. All they have to do is just deal with Hawks. For now, no information has been passed on to SA12, but finally the info is there by using the fast lane, trying to take the site control. Venka shuts down the only site anchor. The smokes are already there. Aziz going for the plant, but hell if what just happened through the smoke with the sheriff finds the timing onto Venka.
Well, there has to be one of those frags very needed, but Techno, he's in a perfect spot. Drops a flash. Hell, nah, he cannot deliver the shot. Maybe the Paranoia just missed it out. He was supposedly making a good play, but the frag didn't come. RNTX getting another round, another bunch of rounds in a row. Make it 4. And the scoreline, they lead 6-5.
A 6-4 in the favor of RNTX. Back-to-back 4 rounds. 6-5. Could be a 7-5 as well. Once again, no major ultimate. It's only Helef's Rolling Thunder, which is just 1 point away. If he gets an orb or a kill onto the players of RNTX, that Rolling Thunder can really come handy for the retake. And this time, the entire setup of King Kappa is towards the A side. Along with that, Hawks is also playing towards the A. C is where the defense is a bit weak, as it's only Techno anchoring the C side. But let's see what actually is going to be the plan for the players of RNTX, as for now they're just trying to get information. And the way the pins are coming in, maybe they are eyeing for that mid control.
Maybe. Because right now what they're doing is just running a default, and by the look of things, Georgie is the one who is holding the A-shot angle. With an alarm bot, just in case, if required, with an outlaw in his hand, but a double swing coming in, and Hawks missing out all his shots, but miss. He does not miss that usual. He runs away with a good frag and making the numbers even better for the team. It is Techno who delivers a good blow outside garage, runs back immediately, and now with the 3v2 in the favor of SA12. Looks like the 6-1 is on the board, since the site RNTX wants to hit is the side which is being controlled by Techno Miz.
30 seconds left.
The perfect perfect crossfire is between Techno and Miz. Like you pointed out, it's not going to be easy for the players of RNTX to go for the plant. They do have a sharp dart, snake bite, but nothing is going to work in their favor. The quadra for Miz and a 6-1 for the players of SA2L. Seems like your prediction is coming true. A 6-6 first half swap is what we are having at this point.
I really thought so that would happen, since that's the nature of the game, I believe. But hey, there is something even more beautiful than this, and they are the OMEN Max 16 laptops, a completely game changer for your gaming experience with Core i9 processors, 16 GB of NVIDIA GeForce RTX 5080, OMEN Tempest Cooling Pro, and a lot more on your way. If you want to check out these laptops, make sure to visit the nearest HP World store or scan the QR code for even more information.
Pistol, pretty important for both these teams. And Aziz, a good recon, good reveal onto the players of SA2L Esports. Now RNTX is aware that the players are trying to scale up from the A shot, and Aziz is just ready, but Techno gets timing on Georgie. Kappa gets one onto Aziz. First time I'm seeing Georgie struggle in the pistol round. What's really happening with Georgie?
Spike planted.
Try to anchor it on B side, but barrage of utility on his face, and SA2L, they are reading the opponents like a book. They knew what the pistol setup looks like, they knew how to deal with it, and the utility was just for them. And now with the Frenzy, Deathmaker, he's able to get one down, but the Frenzy has done the miracle. 6 HP for Deathmaker, 23 for Venka. Both players just one bullet each to the body, and it will do the job. Deathmaker is still breathing, but for how long is the case? Just running away and taking away the 3K. SA2L, they convert the pistol on the dagger side.
We're not getting the message. Leave it to me.
Yeah,
I'll rough them up.
the way they managed to shut down the side tankers towards the A, 50% of the job was already done, because it was a 3v5 retake for the players of RNTX. And after winning the pistol round, since they have the weaponry advantage in this one, chances of getting the 8th one on paper are pretty high. It's only Venka who is going for the Sheriff buy, otherwise all the players are sticking to the classic pistols. And the Outlaw in the hands of Fox is more than enough to deal with the entirety of RNTX. A perfect weapon for such rounds, but this time,
Scanning ahead.
since the spike is tilted towards the C, could be a possibility of a C execute, but B is where the players of RNTX are expecting the players of SA2L Esports. But seems like a slow walk up towards C, or trying to at least create few question marks. Playing by the default, as you like to call it. Oh no, B side, it's not just one but 4 players towards B. And that is exactly where the players of SA2L are going. A perfect read of RNTX.
This is not good. They are walking in a trap play, but the trap play might just go out of the way. But Techno, the timing is so bad for him. But Miz is there for the damage control, and the Hogs with the miraculous reveal set his team for success. They just lose one play, Techno, and that's it. No weaponry loss whatsoever. Things could have gone down south real bad, real quick. But that one reveal from Hogs make things very much possible for SA2L to make a comeback in that round.
I was thinking a single paranoia from the side of Deathmaker could change the entire course of the round in the favor of RNTX, but since that paranoia didn't come and SA2L was able to shut down one of the player, they were able to get the first kill. Was able to get the first kill, the numbers advantage was there towards the side of SA2L Esports, and after that the reveal you are telling was also there. Everything just fell in the place for the players of SA2L Esports.
Aziz. Hinkapa walking down. Deathmaker spots him down. Hinkapa, he tried to be a lurker. Gets dealt with pretty easily, but now the thing is there are still 3 anchors towards that A side, and RNTX read is perfect, and Deathmaker, he's making a big call. He wants everybody to stay A side. Everybody who's on long might need some help. Miz diving into the side, loses the duel, another flash, a little too late to set up Miz, but now Deathmaker, He finds one for himself, and Hoax is just able to get one. A 2v4 that remains. Players are low on HP though, and an Outlaw can definitely work in their way. But Helef, he's playing with time. Heaven is completely exposed. They are very uncertain of where to move. They are planting the spike, but Raw Fuel, he gets the first shot. A crossfire setup. Deathmaker with the 3K. RNTX gets the 7.
One round deficit is where RNTX is now. If they get one more round, they can easily get to an equalizer. But the problem is now the players of SA12, they have got enough creds to go for a full buy. No major ultimate on both the sides. It's only from the shadows toward the side of Deathmaker. But the most surprising thing for me here is seeing Georgie at 4 in 10. He really needs to step up if they really want to win against the players of SA12 Esports on this particular map. But Deathmaker is stepping up, and you were already saying that Deathmaker brings in a lot of firepower, and seems like that firepower is there on the map of Haven. But a solo man, a solo player can't give you a win. He can give you few rounds, but not an entire map win. So the entire team of Revenant X Park needs to come online. But for now, SA12 Esports having that mid control. Perfect crossfire in the garage is something SA12 needs to be cautious. The outround gives the information. Georgie swings out at the right tick of time, deals with Kappa and Hawks. The numbers advantage maintained by the players of RNTX.
Good trap play.
Here.
They kind of knew the outround will be in the way. They set up a double fire. Got it down as well immediately. Rafuel setting the bait for Georgie, and Georgie completely delivering a shot. It was so necessary at that point, but now B-side compromise. Techno, he needs to win that duel. He will, but will he expect a second luck with Venka? Yeah, he tried to get the trade, but okay, Techno, he is in a perfect line of sight. He might be able to get a double. He has the best timing in the world, and he will get one, but now that's about done. Techno will not expect the second line inside, but Helef is there for the support. Make it a 2v2. The numbers are yet again balanced. A spike will go down, and the operator in the hand of Miz should be enough to secure it. He needs to get just one more shot, and Venka is trying to deliver something else. A huge paranoia coming into the play. Perfectly done from Deathmaker. The read well remains, and Venka not missing his shot at all. Very well orchestrated round, and Deathmaker, he is showing class.
Both the players, perfect connection of paranoia onto both the players of SA12 Esports, and they were lined right in front of the players of RNTX, and a good round conversion from RNTX. And now the economy of SA12 Esports is not looking that great. They can't go for a full buy. Their weaponry advantage is there towards RNTX, and a major chance for them to get into the lead, to get the 9th round converted, especially Venka on the operator, and just 1 point away from his own overdrive. It's only Stringers and Sheriffs towards SA12. Once again, SA12 going for the C-long control. It's only one player, Deathmaker, towards the C side.
Deploying drone.
But they need to be a bit careful from the side of Venka as well, as he has the garage control. But finally, Venka realized maybe the players are trying to scale up onto the C-long. The operator is positioned perfectly, but Georgie towards the C window gets a timing onto King Kappa. So the C split, which SA12 was trying to execute, seems like is going down the drain.
But now finally, the paranoia will hit, the flash will land. Another shot needs to be connected. Techno, he will find the pick. Venka, he's trying to run away, and he will, but nah. Georgie gets the timing, but Wiz saves the day maybe. But SA12, they are crumbling in numbers, and Venka, with the ultimate he has in his hand, he will be able to shut everybody down. RNTX, they take the lead yet again, and the C-side hit is completely demolished.
It most certainly is. The moment Georgie was able to shut down King Kappa in the garage, most of the job was pretty much done. RNTX had the perfect read that what sort of play SA12 is trying to make in that particular round, and things just started falling in place. Back-to-back 3 rounds have been converted by RNTX now. And now, for SA12 Esports, they do have enough crest to go for a buy. Bladestorm already there towards the side of Miz. Oh, the operator is there, but this time Techno is going to shut down Venka and establish that A shot control. Two side tankers are still there.
With the main man down, things look pretty much in control for SATL now. They have the numbers up, and attackers with a numbers advantage should always be able to get things better, but Techno makes it even more clear. On the backline, it is Aziz who is whiffing the shot, but is a very rare side. For Aziz, the thing has always been you can switch the agents, but you can never take his aim from him. But this time around, Aziz not landing his shots on Miz. And now RNTX, they took the lead by 1 round, but SATL, they are very quick to reply. They will just nullify the scoreline 9-9 since RNTX, they are calling for a save.
Oh yes, they are. Since it's a 2v5 situation, converting this one and going for the defuse is going to be an uphill task. And that's the reason RNTX is going for the save. They've got the Viper's Pit, although, for the next upcoming round. But towards the side of SATL, they have got two major ultimates. They've got the Hunter's Fury and the Blaze Storm to once again bounce back into the lead. A flawless round from the side of SATL Esports. Good round conversion, and finally they are able to break the momentum of the players of RNTX, which was mainly required from their side.
That is very true. And it all started with the one player falling down on a shot. Venka kind of missed out on where to aim at that point. Like, he was watching some player close, but the players were just right above his head, and just things went left and right. But now, a tech pause awaits for us. Another tech pause for the game, and I hope this time around as well, things will get fixed up very soon. Since both the teams, they look in a pretty hot shot form, and any slowdown will just hamper their performance.
Your predictions, Pardis. Do you think we are going to witness an overtime on the map of AMEN, since the way the rounds are going back and forth? We can't say this particular team is dominating on this map. It's going back and forth.
Well, overtime is a bit long shot from here still. The scoreline looks 9-9, but the very next 3 rounds will be very crucial. Will we see a run over from RNTX on the defensive side with a good amount of retakes, or SATL making their way onto the side, since they know how to crack open things up? All they need to do is just find an individual duel. That is not an operator. Since Venka with the operator, if you can find him or somebody else to take them down for a 1-0 trade, things will work out. But if not, it is majority of the time now momentum. Ultimate progression is also something which has to be considered at this point.
Yeah, those ultimates do come really handy, and pairing of those utils with those ultimates is also of the prime importance. So let's see how both these teams are going to use those major ultimates in their favor, especially the Hunter's Fury towards the side of Hawks, the Blaze Storm towards the side of Miz. And the good thing is actually Miz is coming online. He's getting those crucial frags converted. 15 and 12 is where he is. And if he gets value out of the Blade Storm, there is a strong chance of SATL converting the 10th one on board. But Georgie has got the Viper's Pit as well to block some avenues of the map and deny the entire side control. But for now, looks like the players of SATL Esports going for that mid control. B side is where they are heading. Shock dart just in case if any sort of setup fire is there. Miz gets a timing onto Deathmaker, finally shuts him down. The side control is with the players of SATL Esports. Go for a plant. Helef is going for the plant, but a good reveal. Raw fuel gets Miz. A good trade.
The operator. It's not there for Techno. He's barely breathing, and now the players are jumping onto his face, and Techno is still fighting for getting a second window. Georgie's volley is just there. A 2v3 that remains, and now with the ultimate in the way, Hawks needs to be the hero. Takes a good time trying to run down the clock. Another one. King Kappa spots, takes down one more. King Kappa needs to go big, and he will. The last player is very low on HP, and that is none other than Venka. He has no time for the defusal remaining, and Hawk swings out wide. gets another frag, and SATUL, they take the lead yet again.
10-9 SATUL, like you said, once again back in the lead, and they have got 3 ultimates as well. Rolling Thunder being one of them. Blade Storm also in the hands of Miz. Techno also getting good frags, but nothing really came in the favor of RNTX. They also used that Viper's Pet. No major win condition for RNTX in this one. Again going for that A-long control. A double stacked up, in fact a triple stacked up side is what A side is. Benka still hiding in that A shot. Rolling Thunder coming in from the side of SATUL on the back of it. Techno gets Benka. Deathmaker gets one onto Miz. Back and forth trades going in, but Kappa gets 2. Neural Theft also being invested. There's only 2 players remaining from the side of RNTX. 11th one coming for the players of SATUL. The spike goes down for the retake. No major util, no numbers advantage, nothing there for the players of RNTX. And seems like the decision, the call has been made to go for the save.
They're just running away with all these rounds, one after the other. But now the thing is, the next round they don't have trades. SATUL will be on the 11th. With the weaker economy of RNTX, SATUL might be able to get through another round, and that will give them the series point.
Yeah. Just 2 away from the series point. 11th one is already coming in for them. That means only 1 away from the series point. Imagine the amount of pressure which the players of RNTX are feeling at this point. This team thrashed the players of SATUL in split 1 and split 2. In split 3, SATUL did manage to get their revenge against the players of RNTX, but that was a close matchup, a 2-win scoreline. But today in the Ascension Qualifier, seems like SATUL is now finally having an upper hand onto the players of RNTX.
Oh, RNTX Spark. Things are just getting down real bad. Scoreline 9-11. Revenant X Spark, they are not able to find their footing. 2 more rounds to close the gap for RNTX. 2 more rounds for SATUL to get through the upper finale and send RNTX yet another time in the lower region. This is something which nobody expected would happen, but it is most likely the case now. And RNTX with this time out, it is their large hope for success. And let's see if they are managed to pull something from here.
That's a big if they can really pull off something. Because all the RNTX fans are just waiting for that. But SATUL fans are going to be on the cloud 9 at this point, seeing their team dominating. Not really dominating, but having an upper hand onto the players of RNTX. Benka still having that aggressive angle towards the A-long. Along with that, Aziz is also there. This time even Rafil also playing onto the A side. But SATUL, when Techno, you need to be a bit careful. Having that aim in control, but it's not just 1 but 2 players right in front of Techno. It's not going to be easy at all. And that's the reason that Techno is not taking any sort of risk at this point. But finally, Benka gets 1 Techno there for the trade. Back and forth trades, 2v2 from both the sides. Blade Storm still there towards the side of Miz.
But now, the thing is, SATUL don't have a controller player. They lost Techno. So they have to play without smokes, while on the side of RNTX, they have both the players alive. The post plant can definitely work out. Miz is grabbing some attention towards the A side. He broke the alarm bot down shot, and now with Hoax and Helef walking towards C, they have to get through without smoke. So Garage has to be a thing of concern, and it was Hoax. A shoulder peak baited Deathmaker, the first one deliver some blow, but nobody expecting Georgie, and Georgie with the perfect but Hoax, he gets the frag, but Georgie fails, makes down Hoax on his knees as well. A good snake bite onto the face, and now Miz, he needs to step up big time. A rifle in his hand. A fake tap. 6 seconds now, he has to go for the plant. He has to take it down and yes, the spam will not work out. Double cloud burst. He has an updraft to make things up. 5 knives remaining. An updraft to clear things out as well. And the updraft will not work out. Raw fuel will make the flying jet shut down. And raw fuel clutching it up for Revenant Spark. Gets onto the double digits. A necessary round. Perfectly delivered.
A 10th one. Keeping the players of RNTX still alive and breathing on this map. A much needed round has been converted by the players of RNTX. In the end, it all came down to that last 1v1. Initially, that a-long battle, back and forth trades were coming in. Towards the end, raw fuel
Right here.
did win that duel. Now, RNTX, the job isn't done yet. They need to convert one more round. Not just one, but 2 more rounds if they really want to push this map onto the overtime or win against the players of SATUL Esports. They need back-to-back 3 rounds converted. But Deathmaker, look at that. Oh, beauty. Gets a timing onto a hell left. Miss means a trade onto Venka. But Deathmaker ain't stopping as he gets missed as well. Georgie goes down through the hands of King Kappa, and now the entire garage control is in the hands of King Kappa. But that's the only control which SATUL has at this point. 2 side tankers are still there towards the C side, and a pivot is coming from the players of SATUL all the way towards A.
King Kappa is in a perfect position.
Such a crucial position
Exactly, Shadow.
to go for the flank.
But now, what Kappa is majorly doing is just waiting for the opponents to make a rotate. But what is Techno doing? Techno! Oh, raw fuel! Techno made a blunder, but raw fuel was even crazier, missing all the bullets into the heaven. Deathmaker's heroics on the seaside have been shut down into vain. This is just not good at all. Because Deathmaker, he played it to perfection, but now I think he needs to go for an ace clutch to make things better. But now, King Kappa just watching the cam, yeah, just look at him. Waiting it out, but what just happened towards the B side? Well, Shadow, I'll just give you a break, you just analyze, and by the time being scared, can you just emphasize on what just happened between raw fuel and Techno on that B-dong?
My bro plays so bonkers that Shadow had to take a break is all I'll say. But that was absolutely mind-boggling to witness that happen live in front of us, man. I'll have to say, you know, Techno is known for making these kinds of plays on the maps like Haven and Lotus, where whenever he's got from the shadows and he's on the attacking side, he'll just decide to, you know, randomly TP all the way towards the back. Now, I know that Boaster is the one who normally goes for these kinds of plays, but he drops a smoke there, and he TPs inside the smoke, so that sometimes when he's got the ult and he throws a smoke, sometimes he just fakes it out. Techno has every single time been going and doing the same TP without any smokes. And this one that happened on the B side was absolutely bonkers, man. That one, I should not say that, but that one round has been cost by raw fuel out there, or rather Techno with just that sidestep was able to steal that one away, and now he can probably get this one as well, moving his team one more step closer to this 2-0. They just need 4 more people down.
Techno. Opening duel 1. Round on the verge of closing, but RNTX, what a fate they have to go through. Split 3 has been a nightmare for them. They lost to SATUL in the split 3 first. And since then, it is just a downfall. They are on the verge of a lower bracket. Yet again, and it is yet again SATUL who's making things possible with Deathmaker. He finds the timing, but so is Georgie. They are not out yet since the spike is down in no man's land. And what Miz is doing is just running away with it. That was such a clever move, but Georgie, he has a perfect timing in the world. But now, with the lockdown deployed, things are not easy. But Helef, can he make a clutch happen? He swings one. Can he get a second? But no! The Spectre is better, but Miz He wins the frag against Georgie. It's still a 1v1.
And he knows Rafuel though, he's made that reposition. And I think so this is absolutely perfect. Miss should not anticipate it. Hold on, he's still checking that. Not deep enough out there. 6 more seconds. He's going for the backside plant. This is absolutely mind-boggling. Still, he peeks in, but Rafuel saves the day for his team. This is the second round that he's saved for his team out here now, still refusing to bow down.
Rafuel just correcting his mistakes from the past, I believe. He was like, yep, I threw you around, I'll give you one back. Oh, this was something really necessary at this point, and he has finally done that. Good round played, but so did Miz. He took it so close. The fact that he planted for the backside and he knew Rafuel would close to a shot. Whatever the read was, they know the players personally, they know how RNTX makes the call or whatever the thing is. It was sheer perfection.
Leading on to those tendencies, man. Absolutely insane, I agree. And it's not just that, right? He created that play all the way from picking the spike up after dropping 2 of those cloud bursts.
Yes.
To move through the smokes of Deathmaker. Right from that possible point, then taking Georgie down, realizing that he might be on the lurk while he had to wait out for the lockdown to get over, and then following up by almost getting Rafuel down out there. My goodness, this dude has been impressing both of us, man, and all the way from Split 3. We still remember how we were discussing that there was some communication error in SAQL. Right now, they still need some more time to get used to each other and understand each other's tendencies, their styles, and how this team has got the potential. And they have grown to become the nemesis of Revenant X Park now.
Oh, for sure. A rivalry which nobody expected to happen, but now it is there. And it is right onto the faces. Now, with the last round being played, could be an overtime for RNTX or could be the series victory for S8UL. For the ultimates, that's a big thing. Because Venka with the overdrive can make the impossible happen as well if required. But RNTX will definitely want a well-structured round rather than an individual heroic. Because at this point, they don't want to commit a mistake.
Notice that the Georgie actually went unchecked as well, and even Aziz is playing in the garage window, so it's a heavy stack towards the garage and C site. But S8UL are focusing down on B. They still have to deal with the Killjoy utilities in front of them. Scanning a handbot and a nano swarm. And you mentioned about those big ultimates, right? Oh, hold on. Pushing it out. King Kappa's ready for this one, but it's Georgie, the import from the other side, to strike first and strike big.
That was such a crucial frag. And the fact that even Georgie anticipated someone from B window, or rather, B stairs to come down for the angle.
30
That presence
seconds
of mind, that awareness was huge. Although, can be said for King Kappa that he was just sheer unlucky since Georgie is barely breathing on 5 HP.
Yeah.
A battle of duels has been won by RNTX right now, and now with S8UL planting the spike, they tap it, the Hunter's Fury will come into play. One tag will get the frag. And now with just 12 seconds remaining on the clock, a flood retake will be on the way, and Venka with the overdrive on, he will done into the side, but Helef takes him down. The Neon has been out of the play, and now with Miz being revealed, can he get a crossfire setup? He is asking for it. He needs support. He needs some frags, but Aziz will shut him down, and Helef, he has to play the big role of the captain. He finds one, but not more than that, and we are going to overtime.
It is not over yet, says Revenant X Park. And they deny the win to S8UL.
Switching sides.
What a big play from Aziz out
Overtime.
there. First with a Hunter's Fury, getting hooks, and then sending out that shock dart, forcing, if I'm not wrong, Miz from that angle. Was constantly trying to find the timing to go in for the peak. Isolating that as well, and then at the end clearing things up after getting Helef out of the picture. Phenomenal play and a big step up from this guy. You were asking the question, Spardas, early on, that how will Aziz perform on this Sova? Well, guess what? He'll perform just right enough to put his team into OT and to save them.
At a very crucial point that was so much needed. Although he is not having the best of the game, so does Venka. But when they are needed the most, they are stepping up in those rounds, getting those important frags on back of it. But now, thing is, with the overtime, RNTX should have the advantage since they got a double round, but just look at that. At Repair, nothing to worry about since it is the side for Miz, who is anchoring down from the top boxes. An owl drone will be needed to clear things up, but that owl drone has already been burned. And now Miz, since he's the solo anchor, he needs to survive, he needs to play, he needs that operator frag.
It totally depends on when he decides to use his trail wind. Holy smokes, a triple peak! And he still survives through that. And he's able to take Venka down. That's your entry fragger. Techno with that off angle. Not allowing any chance to Georgie as well. And guess what? You were asking Miz to deliver. This man is not just delivering. It is serving the round to his team on a silver platter. The patience is impeccable as he gets one and picks up the shot. It is shut raw fuel down. He anchors the site all alone.
Switching sides. Match point.
And delivers the round to his team on a silver platter.
Another very well played round, and yet again SATUL, they thrive on the defense. They needed this round so badly. And now, with yet another series point in their favor, they have another chance to close it off. The last time they were on the same scoreline, they had 2 chances and they missed both of them. But this time around, can they make it happen? Can they throw RNTX to the lower bracket yet again?
I'll have to see, Aziz was lucky that the previous one was not really a headshot. Otherwise, he would have been taken down as the commander.
He was down just to 50 HP though. Like minus 104 is crazy.
Exactly. And coming back onto the conversation which you were bringing, can SATUL close it out? I believe that is why Hell Ranger has called for this timeout. Because this is not an RNTX timeout, it is SATUL's timeout. You only have one for that overtime. So they're basically placing all of their bets right now. It's an all-in. Hoping to get a royal flush out there. While Definite X-Park will be looking to survive one more round. And to be honest, I kind of agree with you on the point where you said that maybe it's Deathmaker who's actually leading the team. I feel the same as well. And to be very honest, previously with Antidote's calling, there were many moments when Deathmaker was on that struggling end, but this time around, look at that. He looks absolutely impeccable. And on Venka's contact, the paranoia is going to come through. It actually comes through, and it's absolutely brilliant. He stands up strong though. Miz answers back quickly. He wants to catch it both though. It's raw fuel to help them out only for 1 second. Helef with the answer is absolutely impeccable.
Helef, the timing is so brilliant from the IGL. Oh, the guy is phenomenal. He knew what Miz is doing. He knew where Venka is. And he kind of expected the third swing as well from the top. That trade was so necessary because if not, raw fuel, the things would have been even out. Still will be a 3v3, but Helef, we were like, yeah, I know. I need to swing. I need to get the frag. And now with on the back of it, they cut noise. They play contact A. And with the contact A, they have won the entire side. And not just the side, but the rotations. They will be slowed down.
30
Folks,
seconds left.
yeah, it deploys another smoke. And now the spike will get planted very, very soon. But they are just making sure that there is nobody around. No surprise required. Deathmaker, he can hear the spike. But so is Georgie. A pinch from left and right. But the thing is, with this pinch, both are giving isolated 1v1s.
That's the whole point. Oh my goodness, Helef, you could not have had the worst timing. That's Valorant working out the best for you.
But at the same time, you don't need to do that. You are in a spot where you can be locked down, and there are 2 players side. They just can play it out and take no. Just look at him. He's playing it out perfectly well, and he needs one more frag. Georgie, he has a spike. Position given away. Shot in his hand. Shorty will work out. SATUL will dethrone the Kings yet another time. They secured the map and the series victory for the second time in a row against RNTX. This time, even more clearer. to make it to the upper finale.
It could not have been better for this team. From being down 2-1 to winning 2-1 and to now closing the series out in a convincing 2-0 fashion. This team has showcased immense growth, and that growth will help them continue to move on to that upper bracket train now, ready to face another demon offered lineup, and that's going to be Velocity. Now my question is, how will they be able to win that one series out, man? Because they have yet to register a win against them. The maximum that they have been able to get has been one map win. And it was first all the way back in Split 1 on Abyss, and then in the grand finals that we saw of Split 3. But man, oh man, that's a story for a different evening. Tonight we celebrate if you're an S8QL fan, but even at X-Park, they are struggling a lot without the Aich.
Oh, that is very true. Like, one thing can be said is the players are not performing well. The thing is, Deathmaker's replacement cannot be cushioned. He delivered his part. He played OMEN. He delivered.
No voice
everything.
instrument
But the
meeting
thing
হচ্ছিল বলে দিন
this composition must
LFG
have
মানে কি
been
ये
with
দীপ্তেন্দু
Ops first.
LFG
He was the one
দীপ্তেন্দু
who
লিখেছে LFG
experimented with the composition, and then he was the one who gave Aziz Sova and Venka a neon. So with Gobs making
ওদের
this
voice
changes,
যাচ্ছে না
since he is the head coach, these changes didn't work out that well. Because Deathmaker, he filled his part, but Venka and Aziz, they were the two players who are the stepping stone for the team. They
Let's
completely
fucking
lacked the
go.
performance they
আচ্ছা
needed to deliver today.
লেটস ফাকিং গো টা বলছে LFG
How things were really falling into their hands previously when Antidote was IGLing, right? We were seeing both of them frag out of their mind, and it was more like the players were playing on their comfort role. But right
খালি
now,
অপেক্ষা
it just
করে
feels like
পারমিশন
they're
থেকে
trying to experiment on to picking up different agents, and it becomes very difficult for you to handle the amount of pressure when the entire
যেমন তুই তিনজনের মাঝে তুই মরে যাস
need to deliver proper utility and also perform. And I'll have to say,
না এই ম্যাট্রিক্সে কদিন ধরে ভাগ্য দেখছি ইনল্যান্ড বেবি হ্যাঁ
that requires you to be absolutely picture perfect in
কে
understanding the Valor timings. This is one of the big
কে
reasons why we always talked about Leo from Fnatic being the best player of Valorant out there when he was playing at his peak.
কি বুঝলাম
Because
না
on the initiator he had the perfect stats, so it is one of the most difficult roles to fulfill out.
বল বল
And I think so that was actually
তুম কি বলছিস
putting a lot of pressure on Aziz as well in terms of his individual performance.
I love how you connect the dots, Skid. This is such a good reference since Initiator is something you have to drill. Every role can be filled out within a week of practice, but Initiator requires a lot more timing. But if you talk
তুই
about
কি
timing,
বলছিস
just look at this guy. Up from the
কি
shadows,
বলছিস
that's perfect. He can go left and right, he can get another frag C, or maybe just hold, let the player come in, he gets the frag, get instantly traded out. But
Alright.
then I want to see that V-Dong ultimate. That ultimate
Real talker
is
audio.
nowhere to be found.
I really want the producers to get another slow motion on that Dong ultimate as well, with how they showed that previous one. Really, we had every single hair strand of Rafiel's skill joy being shown while Techno was just constantly watching him out there. Yes, it was indeed one of the most fun things out here, but alright, I guess that V-Dong ultimate is... that's a bit sad out there, but all the S8UL fans will be happy after watching how this team has performed. Beautiful is what I'll say.
ম্যাট্রিক্স
Oh, perfectly done. And
সেদিনে
thing
তো
that
দাদা
has
এসে
to be
দাদার থেকে
mentioned, and
পারমিশন
that
নিল না
is
কিন্তু ডুম আমি ডুমকে ডাকছিলাম
kudos to the hard work Miz has put into the game. This guy was nowhere to be found in Split 1. He was not able to adapt the South Asian region at all, and most of the questions were around him, like,
ওইসব
is he
পুলার
capable
মাস্টার
making
নিতে
things
বারণ কর
happen from SEA to SA? Is he good enough to be
পুলার
the
মাস্টার
improved with that
তারপর
kind
একটা
of
কি
image
কি
he's
ছিল
carrying?
ইয়ে
Split
কি
2,
ইউজ করে
a
জানো
bit dicey, but still
নিনজাদা কি
working
একটা
around,
ইউজ
but
করে
not
রে
delivering at the best
হানিকম
possible moment.
স্টাইলে
But then comes Split 3, and
না না
this
না
guy is a menace. From that
পালসারাসটা
Split
কিসের
3
বল কোন
opening
কোম্পানির বল
matchup till today on the Ascension Qualifier,
হাইপারএক্স হ্যাঁ
he
কারেক্ট
has been a phenomenal duelist, and the stats are there to back him up.
ইয়ে বিশেষ করে হাইপারএক্স এর মাউসও আমার ঠিক পোষায় না
Boiled down to the fact how much you trust your teammates, and I believe
মাউস নিলে ইয়ের গুলো নাও ভাই
and rather the team
তুই গ্লোরিয়াসেরও নিতে পারিস গ্লোরিয়াস ইজ অলসো গুড বাট
and they
ইয়ে
put that trust and synergy to now work together, and they can eventually say
That's-
it's all right. If I win, it's absolutely fine. If I don't win the duel, I know my team has got my back, and that has been one of the key factors for Miz to now drop in, dive in onto the side, play a bit more freely, and that one loose hand has actually helped him out so much.
কেবল আমার এই মাউসটা নিতে ও এই মাউসটা দাদার কাছে আছে না
না না তোর ভাইপার 8K টা বললাম তো ভাইপার 8K ইজ ভেরি গুড
when you know there's Deathmaker on the other side, there's Venka on the other side, there's Aziz on the
হ্যাঁ
other side.
দেখি
Barring Aziz, Deathmaker and Venka
ভাইপার
used to be two big
8K
prodigies
কত
of
দাম দেখি এখন
Asia. Spartans. These two players used to be called as the best mechanical players down in India. And
এখন আউট অফ
performing like that in front of them, I think so
এই
that's
তো
a
বলছি।
big statement. And that is very
এখন
true.
দাম হচ্ছে
I'm not
3100
sure why Venka was
ভাইপার
willing to
8K
play Neon. Maybe he has to be
আর
comfortable
ওর
with the level.
ইয়ে
Venka is
হচ্ছে
someone who
ওয়েট
has always been
হচ্ছে
playing bullies, and
62
Neon is
গ্রাম
something maybe he wanted to try and must have been in talks with the coach. But if he was not comfortable, this is not the day to experiment since Venka's Neon was nowhere to be found at the first place. The operator was not working well. Aziz Sova was not there. You swap roles with Sova being fulfilled by Rafiul.
আজকের মতন হয়ে গেছে আর ইয়ে তাহলে ল্যানে গেল হচ্ছে ভিএলটি গেছে আর এসএটিএল গেছে
Venka maybe a controller.
আর এরা দুজনে লোয়ার ব্র্যাকেট
Something for the comfortability.
I think so.
এই তো কোয়ালিফাই করেন
Wise as well because we have seen this guy play onto that agent.
হ্যাঁ আর সেটা
Wise and Sova goes in the hands.
টোটাল
Rafiul eventually Aziz brings
কিং কাপও ভালো মেরেছে দুটো ম্যাচই ভালো
happened, but that is a very different storyline out here. The one that man who was weaving his own story was eventually King Cup, a 45 bomber in a 2-0 series of two mapper. Absolutely insane. That's like 22-23 frags in both the maps.
That is averaging against one of the best teams in South Asia. This is how this capable King Kappa has become. He was another player who was being questioned at the split one circuit and he was like, yeah, a foreign import from BTR, maybe not working out, maybe not able to give enough comms. But then Hawks edition come into the split too. With Hawks edition, the teams looked a bit more stable, but still without the duelist role. But then the duelists made their way. But not just them. Everybody from the side of SATUL were a class apart. Everybody did their part. But how did they make it happen? Let us know right from the interview.
सभी खारगर में वैसे तो दिल्ली है स्वागत है अमन यादव AK Hawks congratulations brother it was a crazy match congratulations for the win
थैंक यू एक्चुअली अच्छा मैच था
टफ कंपटीशन मिला भाई उसमें ना थोड़ा लगा था बैक एंड फोर्थ को बार-बार
इतना भी टफ नहीं था बट ठीक है
मतलब ओटी है भाई
व्यूअर्स के लिए आने चाहिए ना
getting the juicy question lined up first Hawks इससे पहले आपने इतने बड़े बैनर के अंदर नहीं खेला है जहां पर आपको इतने लाखों में लोग जान से ज्यादा प्यार करते हैं you know and आप हमेशा से कंसिस्टेंट रहे हैं यंग टैलेंट आज जब इतने सारे लोगों का दिल धड़कता है आपके नाम से परफॉर्मेंस से प्रेशर फील नहीं होता
ऑनेस्टली नहीं क्योंकि मैं इंडिविजुअली बोल रहा हूँ कि बहुत लोग सपोर्ट करते हैं आई थिंक वॉच पार्टीज में इंसेन नंबर्स जाते हैं आज भी आई एम प्रीटी श्योर बहुत इंसेन नंबर्स गए होंगे बट सपोर्ट इतना मिलता है मतलब हम जो भी मैच खेलते हैं चाहे हम हारे चाहे हम जीते हम स्प्लिट टू में रेकनिंग से भी जब हारे थे तो ऐसा कुछ नहीं था कि कोई मैच खेलना छोड़ दे वॉच पार्टी करे सेगुलो तो आई थिंक फैंस से जो सपोर्ट है उसके वजह से प्रेशर इतना फील नहीं होता बट ऑनेस्टली मतलब इतना ओवरवेलमिंग है किसी और ऑर्ग में इतने नंबर्स नहीं आते कुछ नहीं आता तो यू नो न्यू है हम सबके लिए बट इंडिविजुअली आई फील लाइक मेरे को इतना प्रेशर फील नहीं होता
माउस का সেটা দেখতে পাচ্ছিস পেছনের जो ওয়েবক্যামটা
परफॉर्म भी बेटर करता तो वो प्लस पॉइंट
এটা হচ্ছে যে হ্যাঁ লজিটেকের প্রায় 4K এটার দাম হচ্ছে 8000 টাকা
चलो मैं थोड़ा सा आज के सीरीज के बारे में बात कर लेता हूं आपने बोला इट वाज एन इजी सीरीज व्हाट वाज द क्रक्स ऑफ सनसेट मतलब आपने भी एक ही बार खेला है और अनफॉर्चूनेटली हारे थे मतलब क्या था
আমাকে একটা ওখান থেকে খুলে এনে দিতে পারবে আমাকে
जितना हमने देखा है आरएनटी का
हमारा लॉजिटेकर माल्टा
हमारे अगेंस्ट लोटस बैन करता है तो सनसेट ओपन था आज तो हमने बोला सनसेट खेलते हैं मतलब दे डोंट प्ले दैट सो क्यों नहीं खेले एंड वी प्लेड इट
डिड यू फील
अरे चाटते तो अच्छे बोल रहे
होक्स की सनसेट पे हाथ थोड़ा सा कमजोर था आरएनटीएक्स का cuz इनिशियल फेज के अंदर तो यू गाइस वर रोलिंग
আরে তোমার না না আমার কথা শোনো আমি তোমাকে তো অল্টারনেটিভ একটা ওয়েবক্যাম দো তোমাকে খালি গিয়ে রিপ্লেস করতে
पे इतना नहीं खेला होगा इसलिए मे बी तो वो लोग बैन करते हैं अदर टीम्स के अगेंस्ट बट आई डोंट फील लाइक वो लोग ऐसा कुछ गंदा
लॉजिटेक के C922 Pro আমারটা খারাপ ওয়েবক্যাম নয় কিন্তু একটা 1080p ওইটা 4K ওয়েবক্যাম
ये सब
তাই এই ওয়েবক্যামটা তোমাকে
क्रूशियल सिचुएशंस आ रहे वो जॉर्जी का 1v2 था आई थिंक गेम तभी एंड हो जाता बट शॉर्टी जो भी क्लच हुआ वो बट इन द एंड ऐसा कुछ मतलब डरने वाली बात नहीं थी कि गेम हार जाएंगे मैच हार जाएंगे इट वाज ऑल अंडर कंट्रोल क्लोज था बट अंडर कंट्रोल
चलो आज पूरी सीरीज में होक्स कहां महसूस हुआ आपको कि जहां पर आप काम कर और बेहतर कर सकते हैं कुछ तो होंगे लूपहोल्स जो भावे ने भी पॉइंट आउट करे और आपने भी गेम के दौरान महसूस करे होंगे
हाँ मतलब आई थिंक मोस्टली थोड़े बहुत क्रूशियल राउंड्स थे जो हमें जीतने
सबाई
चाहिए थे। आई
DSLR
थिंक
स्ट्रीम करे বাট
हम सब अपने
DSLR
इंडिविजुअल प्लेस बना रहे थे तो उसमें बस हमें थोड़ा और कोऑर्डिनेट करके थोड़ा
DSLR
साथ में रहना है
করলে
एंड
একটা কি
दैट्स इट।
প্রবলেম বলতে
मतलब
মানে
ऐसा कुछ
আমাদের মতন
रॉकेट
লোকেদের
साइंस
জন্য
नहीं कि हमें ये
DSLR
चीज
ইজ
करना है
নট
वो फिक्स
গুড
करना है। वी
তার
जस्ट
কারণটা
हैव
হচ্ছে
टू कीप ऑन डूइंग
সেন্সরটা
बेटर।
সবসময়
मतलब
খোলা
हम
থাকে
जो भी
না
गेम्स हारते हैं उसके बाद हम
তো
बेटर नहीं होते।
লংজিভিটি
स्प्लिट 2
কমে
में
যায়
रेकनिंग से हारे
ক্যামেরাতে
थे। वी वर 4 टू
কারণ
5th
তুমি
इन
যখন
स्प्लिट
ভিডিও
2 एंड
রেকর্ড করো
अभी
দেখো
स्प्लिट 3
তোমার
में
ইয়ে
वी केम टू
ইয়ে
सेकंड
থাকে বলো তো
एंड वी
ডাইরেক্ট
लॉस्ट टू VLT
যখন
इन आवर देखो परफॉर्मेंस।
ফটো
सो
তোলো তখন
आई
একটা
डोंट
উপরে
माइंड
একটা
लाइक
লেয়ার
लूजिंग
থাকে
उसके बाद हम
লেয়ারটা
बेटर
উঠে
होते
যায়
हैं।
তোমার আলোটা ঢোকে সেন্সরে ক্যাপচার হয় সেটাই তোমার ফটো
I
ওঠে
have one question
দ্যাট ইজ
तो
হাউ
जैसे कि
ফটো
भाई आपने
ইজ
बोला
গেটিং আপ
कि हारने के बाद
ভিডিওর
you
সময়
guys
কি
get
হয়
better।
ওই উপরে
अभी
লেয়ারটা
ग्रैंड
পুরোটা উঠে
फाइनल
থাকে
में
পুরো
बहुत
সেন্সর
velocity
সবসময়
के
অ্যাক্টিভ
गेम्स
থাকে
हारे
ঠিক
थे।
আছে ওই জন্য
Although
থেকে
एक बार
4K রেকর্ডিং
अच्छा
করলে
आपने उनको बता
ক্যামেরা
दिया
অনেক
था
হিট
कि
হয়ে
ठीक
যায়
है
তারপর
that's
সার্টেন
best।
আধ
अब
ঘন্টা বেশি রেকর্ড
फ्यूचर
করা
में
যায় না
वेलोसिटी
টানা
के लिए
এরকম
क्या
অনেক ব্যাপার
प्रिपरेशन है
আছে
क्योंकि इतना तो पता है
ঠিক
वो
আছে
आइस बॉक्स तो
ওয়েব
इंस्टा बैन
ক্যাম গুলো
करेंगे
এরকম
आप
ভাবে
लोगों के
ডিজাইন
लिए।
করা থাকে
पता नहीं यार मतलब अभी मे बी बैन करेंगे मे बी नहीं
এবার না
करेंगे
না
बट
নষ্ট
ऐसा कोई
এবার
स्पेसिफिक
ব্যাপারটা হচ্ছে
टीम
যে
के लिए
ওরা
कोई
ফ্রিকোয়েন্টলি
स्पेसिफिक
চেঞ্জ
प्रिपरेशन
করে
नहीं
তুই
है
ব্যাক
जैसे
ইন দ্য ব্যাক এন্ড তুই
VLT के
জানিস
लिए
না ঠিক আছে
RNT के
ওরা
लिए
হয়তো
थोड़ी बहुत
একটা
गाइडलाइंस है।
ক্যামেরা এক বছর
ऐसा कुछ हार्ड
1.5 বছর
राउंड
2 বছর চালালো
नहीं
চলে
बना सकते किसी के लिए भी।
হ্যাঁ
VLT
মিররলেসই
थोड़ा
সবাই
अलग
এখন
स्टाइल
ইউজ
खेलती
করে
है बाकी टीम से
তো
एंड मतलब हमने भी ग्रैंड फाइनल्स के बाद मैच
না না
देखा
আমি
था हम
সবাই
क्या प्रिपेयर कर
মিররলেস ইউজ
सकते
করে
हैं जो कर
ডিএসএলআর
सकते
এখন
हैं।
কেউ ইউজ
तो
করে ঠিক আছে
करा
সব
है हमने थोड़ी
মিররলেস
चीजें
ইউজ করে
इन द
তো এবার
प्रोसेस है
মিররলেসই
वो
ভালো
उसके बाद हम
মিররলেসও
वॉच
মানে
देख रहे हैं।
লংজিভিটি ভালো বাট ওই হাইস্ট 2-2.5 বছর ম্যাক্সিমাম
But
যদি ওরকম
thank you
সব
so
সময়
much, Aman. Thank you
মানে
so
5
much,
7
folks.
8 ঘন্টা
तो
10
जाने
ঘন্টা
से
করে
पहले आज मेरी वार्तालाप हो रही थी साई के साथ और उन्होंने एक ढेर सारा प्यार भेजा आपकी तरफ।
তোমার এই
तो
তো
कुछ बोलना
রিসেন্টলি
चाहेंगे
সেই
इंटरव्यू से आगे?
थैंक यू साय भाई। साय भाई
আদি
इज
যে
आल्सो
আছে
डूइंग वॉच पार्टी आई थिंक आज
এডিটর
के मैच की। थैंक यू
ও
हमारे
ওর
नेक्स्ट मैच में भी
জন্মদিন
आना
গেল
कीप सपोर्टिंग
বেশি
अस।
মডেল লোকে জুতো গিফট করলো 5 লাখ টাকা না 5.5 লাখ
Thank you so much, folks. आप enjoy कर सकते हैं हम अपनी टीम के साथ जल्दी मुलाकात करेंगे।
হ্যাঁ
बाय बाय बाय
So
बाय।
তুই যেটা বলতে চাইছিস সেটাই সেটাই তুইও
Lord Saina's supremacy has been registered successfully. Yet another time, another devotee for Lord Sainath right there. He's doing the watch parties as well. But hey, all love to Saya as well, like one of the OGs onto the scene and a great friend for Hoax as well. And by the support that Brad was talking about, yes, SATUL, a Goliath of a team who made their way in the 2025 Valorant scene, and now they are into the grand finales, just one way short to that. Upper finals, even if they lose, they'll move to the lower final, which makes things even more clearer if you look at the brackets, because there is a big
তাহলে তো
reveal
আমাকে
that I really
সিনটা
want
অন
to make,
করতে
and
হবে
that
তাহলে।
is the upper finals loser will
ফাইনালটা
be on the
ল্যানে
lower
হবে।
final. That lower final will be played on LAN.
So now that you're talking about it, I really want to bring out another point, Spartans, because it's .exe versus Revenant X-Park now. We
কালকে
have known how
না
the
কালকে
history has
ওদের
been
DXC
for
রেভেনেন্ট এর
.exe
আছে
against this team, and if the scripting is right,
তারপরে
that means
ওদেরটা হবে
Revenant X-Park will move up in the lower
কালকে ওই
finals.
দুটো হয়ে যাবে
And we
হ্যাঁ,
know
তারপরে।
what kind of
কিন্তু আমার আমি যে
demons they
শিডিউল
are
দেখলাম
on
আমার
the
মনে হলো
LAN.
শিডিউলটা 4 দিনের আছে
While
আমার
we
কাছে
know
নেই।
both of these teams
Just
who are
4
in the
দিন
upper bracket right now, they struggle on LAN.
4 দিনের হ্যাঁ
lot. Yes.
4 দিনের
I think-
ইয়ে আছে এবার
Yeah.
4 দিন হলে তোমার কি করে এটা
Exactly.
ইয়ে হবে
Because the thing is,
আজকে
LAN
দুটো
pressure
ম্যাচ
is a
হলো
different
কালকে
atmosphere.
দুটো হলো
Velocity's track record on LAN.
আরে 4 দিনের আমার শিডিউল পাঠানো
Velocity
আছে
and SATUL, we will see both the
So
teams on
gap
LAN.
gap
That
এর
is
কোনো
100%
শিডিউল আছে কখন
confirmed for sure. Whatever happens tomorrow in the upper finals, both the teams will qualify to the LAN whatsoever. But the thing is,
কালকে
who will
আপার
join
ফাইনালস
them?
হবে
Because if RNTX joins them, and keeping in mind that RNTX core is one of those teams who are considered the LAN demons, they have not lost a LAN in a very long time. There is still possibility for a lower bracket run being successfully converted, Scared.
You all the way remind me of the MLT lineup back in 2024
Yes.
as well, right? And their run, their performance, and then eventually now what we are seeing even in VCSA Split 2, right? We saw rather we saw that in Split 2 as well. Some solid games,
Yeah.
solid performance out there, but that needs to continue for tomorrow as well, ladies and gentlemen, because for day one, this is it. This was Stardust, and alongside him, me Scared. You all are
কোথাও
watching
দেখাচ্ছে না
the
তো আমি
OMEN
কোথাও দেখতে
VCSA
পাচ্ছি না তুমি কোথাও
2025 Ascension Qualifiers. The winner of this double bracket will move to Ascension, and we'll have the lower brackets
What the fuck?
finals and the grand finals on the LAN. Make sure you don't miss out on that action. We'll catch you guys tomorrow as well. At
ও
the same
আচ্ছা
time,
আচ্ছা
don't miss out on that too.
ওভারভিউতে এটা লাগছে
What's this?
বাহ বাহ